The Cultivation Union is a very large organization. Aside from a few people, no one knows exactly how many countries are part of the Union. The minimum requirement for a country to become a true member of the Cultivation Union is to reach rank 6 and gain their own cultivation planet. Generally speaking, as long as the country is a cultivation country, they belong to the Cultivation Union. But there are countless cultivations countries, so the Union doesn't have time to manage them all personally. So generally speaking, all cultivation countries rank 5 and below are managed by the rank 6 cultivation country on the planet. The country Suzaku rose at an insane speed. It went from rank 1 to rank 6 in only 100,000 years, becoming one of the rare rank 6 cultivation countries. After becoming a rank 6 cultivation country, they gained the right to have their own cultivation planet. That planet was named Planet Suzaku by the Cultivation Union. On the planet Suzaku, the country of Suzaku's orders are God's orders. The planet Suzaku has 18 rank 5 cultivation countries. Whenever a country meets the requirements to become a rank 5 cultivation country, the country of Suzaku gifts them 10 foreign battlegrounds. That is to say, there are only 180 foreign battlegrounds on planet Suzaku. If one were to collapse, then there would permanently be one less foreign battleground. That is, unless they are willing to buy one from the rank 6 cultivation country at a very high price. As for how these foreign battlegrounds are formed and where those spatial rifts lead to, no one in the rank 5 cultivation countries know. Each of the rank 5 cultivation countries control many rank 4 cultivation countries, and every rank 4 cultivation country controls many rank 3 cultivation countries. As for rank 1 and 2 countries, the Cultivation Union has set rules to prevent anyone from interfering with their growth. Zhao is a rank 3 cultivation country controlled by the rank 4 cultivation country of Green Dragon. They are controlled by the rank 5 cultivation country of the Giant Demon Clan. Every time there is a large battle in the foreign battleground, all of the nascent soul cultivators in Zhao are called to fight. They aren't allowed to delay or resist. Back then, the Hong Yu sect's 5 nascent soul ancestors were called to go. If they went, the Hong Yu sect would be safe, but whether they were going to live or die was unknown. If they refused, not only would the Hong Yu sect be destroyed, but they would be killed as well. In fact, the same thing happens in almost every rank 3 cultivation country. This is natural selection, a dog-eat-dog world. An order by someone strong is something a weak person has to follow and can't refuse. Maybe it's due to having to live in this cruel world that cultivators adapt faster than mortals. Or maybe, in the eyes of those high above in the Cultivation Union, this world, this universe, is a giant refining pot. Whether it's mortals or cultivators, both are being mercilessly refined. In ancient times, cultivation focused on comprehending the heavens and pursuing their own Tao. Cultivators gave people the feeling of elegance and heavenliness. But the ancient cultivation world suddenly collapsed in a disaster. Then, the Cultivation Union rose up and took its place. That's when the word Tao shattered. It has been proven that cultivation without any desire is the path to destruction. Only by following the laws of nature will one walk the true path of cultivation. Although they don't know the final result, at least right now, under the command of the Cultivation Union, the current cultivators are far stronger than the cultivators of ancient times. This is more than enough. At the moment, a strange event was occurring in one of the foreign battlegrounds that belonged to the Giant Demon Clan. Every cultivator that had managed to get a piece of divine sense panicked. A huge meteor shower seemed to cover the foreign battleground as every piece of divine sense charged toward one place. Shortly after, the foreign battleground that was already on the verge of collapsing couldn't withstand the power of this divine sense and began to truly collapse. A large hole appeared in the foreign battleground. The hole instantly devoured a huge chunk of the foreign battleground. At the same time, a huge divine sense carefully came out of the rift. Following it were a bunch of mysterious creatures. The same ones Wang Lin devoured. The same scene appeared in other areas of the foreign battleground. 3 large divine senses came out of the giant rift caused by the collapse of the foreign battleground. Countless mysterious creatures came out and jumped on anything they saw. It would be fitting to describe them as locusts. Every one of the cultivators used all their strength to escape in a frenzy toward the transfer array. They were afraid that if they were one step too slow, they would be devoured. One could see many swords desperately flying. The moment the three giant souls appeared, Wang Lin immediately noticed them. He was very familiar with these three divine senses as they were his three neighbors. At this moment, the divine sense that he had sent out in the past 3 years gradually returned to him. Every time a portion returned to him, his divine sense grew larger, until it reached its original size. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He sat down cross-legged and got used to this foreign body. Several mysterious creatures came by and saw Wang Lin. They hesitated for a while, but couldn't withstand the temptation and jumped toward Wang Lin. When they were a dozen meters away from Wang Lin, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Know your place!" His large divine soul suddenly spread out, and the mysterious creatures seemed to have met their natural predator as they let out screams and quickly shattered. But before they could escape, they were caught by Wang Lin and were instantly devoured. As he was about to devour more, a large divine sense came to try to stop him. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Not only did he not back up, but he devoured all of the strange creatures that wanted to attack him. The other large divine sense let out a sigh and didn't say anything. Most of Wang Lin's divine sense had returned to his body, however. There were still some pieces that were not in the foreign battleground, so they couldn't return to him. However, in terms of strength of his divine sense, it was almost no different than from before. "Everyone, I'm going to pass through." He spread out his divine sense and moved. This divine sense immediately covered the entire foreign battleground, and the three divine senses that were happily eating suddenly paused. Shortly after, each of them sent a message toward Wang Lin. "You are very powerful. I can't believe you managed to leave that place. This place is about to collapse. Our job as soul devourers is to devour this place to prevent it from collapsing. You are a soul devourer as well. Why are you interfering? Newly born soul devourer, my wandering souls offended you, so you were in the right to punish them, but devouring a collapsing space is what us soul devourers are born to do. Even if we don't devour, there will be other soul devourers that will come to devour this place." The three large divine senses sent out one sentence each. They no longer devoured and waited for Wang Lin to respond. In their view, Wang Lin was at the same level as them. This was the first time he had heard about soul devourers. He pondered a bit as he sorted out my Liang's memory and knew that the transfer array was about to open. If the entire foreign battleground were to collapse, he wasn't sure if the transfer array could still open. "I don't want to stop you guys, but hope you guys can slow down so it takes longer for the foreign battleground to collapse." "Okay. As you wish." "I also agree, but you can't stop the wandering souls from hunting." After forming an agreement, Wang Lin moved toward the location of the transfer array with my Liang's memory. On the way, every time wandering souls noticed him, they would all be terrified. They quickly backed away and didn't dare to block him. Along the way, Wang Lin felt very unnatural in his new body. Although this My Ling's talent and spirit root were really good, several times better than what he had before, this was, after all, a possessed body. It would require some time to refine before he could completely take it over. At this point, he didn't have any spiritual energy in his body and was relying on his divine sense to move. The first thing he would need to do was find a place to go into closed-door cultivation, improve his strength, and combine with his powerful divine sense to kill his way back to Zhao. While flying, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked northwest. He pondered a little and flew over there. Not long after, he saw 3 beams of light flying towards him. 10 wandering souls were closing in behind them. Zhou Zihong was a disciple of the war god shrine of the country of Huafun. She was normally very sweet, but the current her pursed her lips. Her hair was in a mess. She was covered in sweat, and the spiritual power in her body was all used up. Her face was filled with grief as she looked at her 2 senior apprentice brothers. Their faces were also filled with grief as they desperately ran. "I'm afraid we are the only 3 people from the war god shrine that are still alive." Zhou Zihong let out a miserable laugh. 3 days ago, there were still 10 people from the war god shrine. But who would have thought that the foreign battleground would suddenly collapse and all these strange creatures would appear? Any cultivator who was caught by these wandering souls would die and have the essence in their body devoured until their body became a mummy. And these strange creatures seemed to love hiding inside these mummies. Every time the cultivators saw a body, they were terrified. Of the 10 people from the war god shrine, aside from Mai Liang, who had left 4 days ago, only the 3 of them remained. Zhou Zihong let out a sigh as she looked back at the strange creatures closing in on them. She closed her eyes in despair as she involuntarily thought of Mai Liang. That Mai Liang has always been as timid as a mouse and is very afraid of death. But he just happens to be very thick-skinned. Junior apprentice Sister Tong couldn't stand him bugging her anymore and thought of throwing him into the foreign battleground to get rid of him. If it wasn't for the fact that I pity him and helped him out many times, he would have already died. At least he still has a conscience. A few days ago, he gave me a pill that he said would help me maintain my age. I wonder if it's true. Her heart filled with despair. She couldn't help but start to think crazy thoughts. Just at that moment, she suddenly heard senior brother Yang beside her shout, "Mai Liang! Quickly! Run now!" Zhou Zihong was startled and opened her eyes. She saw a youth flying their way. He was very handsome, but his eyes contained a hint of coldness and there were bloodstains on his chest. "Junior brother Mai, it looks like it will be hard for us to escape this disaster." Senior brother Yang sighed. He looked about 30 and there was sadness on his face. Wang Lin looked at the 3 and didn't say a word. At that moment, the creatures chasing them stopped as they saw Wang Lin and revealed hesitant expressions. Wang Lin snorted and sent out a message with his divine sense. Scram! More than 10 wandering souls suddenly panicked and ran away. They disappeared without a trace. Zhou Zihong stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before her. She didn't know why those scary creatures would suddenly just leave. She turned her head toward Wang Lin as a crazy thought came to her mind. Could these scary creatures be afraid of Mai Liang? But shortly after, she dismissed the speculation. The other 2 war god shrine disciples were also confused. But the relief of surviving such a dangerous situation hit them and they finally let out a breath. Senior brother Yang was the oldest of them. He considered the situation and said, "Junior apprentice sister, although those strange creatures have left, it is still not safe to stay here. We should go to the transfer array and quickly leave." Zhou Zihong shivered and nodded, then said, "Junior brother Mai, you are the weakest of us, so you mustn't let those things touch you. If they touch you, you will die." The other war god shrine disciple impatiently said, "What are you guys still blabbering about? If you guys aren't leaving, I'm going by myself." With that, he moved and quickly charged out. Wang Lin knew that this person was called Ling Tao thanks to Mai Liang's memories. Senior brother Yang went too because he didn't want to stay here. Zhou Zihong hesitated a bit and said, "Be careful." Then she followed them as well. This whole time, Wang Lin still hadn't had a chance to speak, but he casually followed them. The reason he saved the 3, aside from his own reasons, was because he knew from Mai Liang's memories that Mai Liang was very grateful toward Zhou Zihong. Since he took Mai Liang's body, he felt like he should help Mai Liang do a few things. The 3 of them were very careful as they flew. They were even very cautious when taking out pills to recover their spiritual energy. Zhou Zihong even took out an extra pill and handed it over to Wang Lin. He stared at the pill and couldn't help but think of his heaven-defying bead. The liquid the bead soaked in was the best medication. Unfortunately, the bag of holding containing the gourds and all of his treasures was crushed by Tung Huayuan. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He could feel the heaven-defying bead in his soul. He could feel the sword that he blood refined in his soul as well. However, this was not the right time to check if he still had it. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin was even more determined to find a place to enter closed-door cultivation once he leaves. The cultivators inside the foreign battleground noticed that in these past few days, the speed at which the place was collapsing seemed to slow down a bit. But this was pointless to them because compared to the foreign battleground collapsing, those strange creatures were scarier. With the space collapsing, at most you would just see people disappearing, but if someone was attacked by the strange creatures, they would be screaming in pain in front of your eyes. The creatures would then leave behind a mummified corpse. If these cultivators could choose how they die, they would choose dying to the space collapsing over being devoured. There were 4 total large transfer arrays inside the foreign battleground. The direction Wang Lin's group was flying toward was the closest one. Wang Lin didn't really care which transfer array they went to. The transfer arrays can only transfer people who meet a certain requirement. Anyone who enters the foreign battleground receives a piece of jade. Aside from protection from the steel wind, the other thing it does is it allows one to use the transfer array. Wang Lin didn't have a jade from Zhao, so he had no way of going back through the transfer array. Also, he was currently using Mai Liang's body, so it was best he go back to Mai Liang's home country of Hofen. This was the other reason why he saved Zhou Zihong's group, to steal a jade. Of course, if he could find Su Hao and Guyang, then that would be the best case. These two had already been set as must-kill targets by Wang Lin. This was not to get revenge for Mai Liang, but the two of them knew that Mai Liang should have been dead. To prevent any issues in the future, those two must die. On the way, Wang Lin used Mai Liang's memories to tell his 3 neighbors about Su Hao and Guyang. All of the wandering souls in the foreign battleground became his eyes and ears. If the two ever show up, his 3 neighbors will instantly tell him. If there was still no news of them at the very end, that would mean Su Hao and Guyang had already died. After flying for an entire week, Zhou Zihong's group of 3 was very shocked to find that the wandering souls seemed to completely ignore them. Some would obviously charge toward them, but they would make a sudden turn and go around them. It can be said that along the way, the 3 were scared, but never in any danger. In the end, they were so used to this that when they saw those strange creatures now, they would no longer stop. They would just slow down until the creature left, then keep going. What was even more strange was that one time, one of the creatures suddenly appeared and jumped toward Zhou Zihong. But just as it was about to touch her, it suddenly let out a terrifying scream and desperately ran away. The 3 of them weren't dumb, so they grew suspicious about what was going on. They thought about what had happened recently and immediately understood that the answer lied with Wang Lin. But besides Zhou Zihong, who once opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, the other 2 just pretended that nothing was going on. It was not that they didn't want to ask, but because they couldn't. If they accidentally offended Wang Lin, they would lose their lives here. The disciple named Lin Tao's eyes lit up with his back toward Wang Lin. He seemed to be planning something, but his expression soon returned to normal. Seeing that they were close to the closest transfer array, the amount of nearby cultivators increased. Their goal was the transfer array before them. Wang Lin had already used his divine sense to scout the area. There were some people gathered around the transfer array. They are all waiting for the transfer array to open. A screen of white light surrounded the transfer array to protect it. Outside the light screen floated a large number of mummified bodies. They all belonged to people who wanted to leave through the transfer array. There were wandering souls moving in and out of the mummified bodies. The transfer arrays in the foreign battleground are all normally closed. They only open at certain times. There were still 2 more days until it was time for them to open. The people nervously stared at the wandering souls inside the transfer array. Every time there was any movement, they panicked. But gradually, they realized that the strange creatures only wandered outside the transfer array. They didn't dare to touch the transfer array's shield. As people noticed this, everyone inside the formation let out a breath. While flying, Wang Lin was startled for a moment. One of his neighbors told him that the 2 he was looking for were already dead, and that their bags of holding were being sent over by wandering souls. Shortly after, a wandering soul with 2 horns appeared in the distance. Zhou Zihong and them didn't mind at first, but as the wandering soul got closer and closer, they looked toward Wang Lin. The wandering soul stopped before them. It shook its body and threw 3 bags of holding into Wang Lin's hands. After the wandering soul did of all this, it quickly turned around and left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the wandering soul. He said, "Stop!" The wandering soul stopped. Its body trembled as it turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at Zhou Zihong's group as he moved next to the wandering soul. Wang Lin had devoured a lot of wandering souls. If not 10,000, at least 8,000. Although he didn't keep track that well, He noticed that there was something strange about this wandering soul. The wandering souls that Wang Lin devoured before were more like divine sense with life. They had minimum intelligence and only knew how to devour everything. But the wandering soul before him was clearly different. Its divine sense was a mess, as if the souls it devoured weren't digested and had left very deep scars. After these marks accumulated to a certain degree, it caused this wandering soul to change. Wang Lin's eyes lit up after carefully looking at it for a long time. When he looked at this wandering soul, he felt the same feeling as when he saw Situ Nan's nascent soul. Can be said there was something similar between the two. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Lin Tao. He ordered, "Kill him." The moment Wang Lin's words came out, Zhou Zihong's group's expressions suddenly changed, especially Lin Tao's, whose face was pale. He started backing up, but the wandering soul immediately jumped toward him after hearing Wang Lin's order. Zhou Zihong bit her lower lip. She wanted to stop Wang Lin, but she couldn't utter a word. Senior brother Yang let out a sigh and a complex expression crossed his face. Lin Tao moved as fast as he could, but not to escape. He dodged back and forth in the area, trying to stay away from the wandering soul. He knew that even if he ran away, not to mention whether or not he could get away with how large the foreign battleground was, he knew he couldn't get to a transfer array alive. Thinking about that, he quickly said, "Senior, I don't have any relationship with my Liang at all. We rarely speak to each other. Please spare me. Senior, I'm willing to become Senior's slave." Lin Tao anxiously said as the wandering soul closed in on him. Wang Lin faintly smiled. He waved his hand and the wandering soul immediately stopped. Lin Tao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't dare to wipe it off. He respectfully said, "Senior, you must be an expert from a higher cultivation country. I am honored to become your slave. I don't have any other intentions." With that, his hand formed a seal and he pressed on his forehead. A drop of golden blood floated out of his forehead toward Wang Lin. After the drop of golden blood appeared, Lin Tao's body looked a lot weaker. He nervously looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his hand. After he caught the blood, his gaze fell on senior apprentice brother Yang. After Lin Tao saw Wang Lin accepting the drop of golden blood, he immediately let out a breath. He knew that his life was safe. He was very smart, and it can be said that he was the first person who realized that something was wrong. He realized that Mai Liang had already died and had been possessed by someone, but he didn't dare to mention it to the other two. Lin Tao also knew that following Wang Lin was the only way to live. Even if Wang Lin didn't kill him and had just left him alone, he would die for sure, so this was a decision he didn't need to think about at all. When Wang Lin ordered the wandering soul sent after him, he knew that Wang Lin had realized that he knew, which was why he didn't play dumb. That would only get himself killed even faster. This was where Lin Tao's cleverness showed. He became Wang Lin's slave without any hesitation and even gave out a drop of his soul essence blood. After Wang Lin got Lin Tao's soul essence blood, he could kill him with just a thought. But Lin Tao had no other choice. If he wished to keep following Wang Lin, this had to be done. Lin Tao quickly moved to Wang Lin's side. He then pointed his sword at the other two without any hesitation. Since he already knew that he was a slave, then he must do what needed to be done, even if it was just for show. The young man named Yang Riley smiled. Without a word, he slapped his forehead and a drop of soul essence blood flew toward Wang Lin. He wasn't any slower than Lin Tao in speculating that Mai Liang's strange actions were because Mai Liang had been possessed. He was very nervous the entire time. Since all of it was now out in the open, he quickly weighed his choices and decided to become Wang Lin's slave. Compared to life and death, what was pride? Also, this person was clearly a cultivator from a higher cultivation country and powerful enough for these strange creatures to fear him. If he followed this person, he might have a better chance to rise in the future. After sending out the drop of soul essence blood, he looked at his junior apprentice sister Zhou Zihong with a complex look and said, "Junior apprentice sister, you?" Zhou Zihong waved her hand. She looked at Wang Lin while biting her lower lip and asked, "Senior you? When you posseed that body, was Mai Liang dead or alive?" With that, her gaze became calm as she stared at Wang Lin. She wanted to ask this question when she noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Lin looked at her and said, "Dead." Zhou Zihong let out a breath. It didn't matter if what Wang Lin said was true or false. She didn't want to keep asking. Intuitively, she thought the Wang Lin wasn't lying. The three of them were not even ants in this person's eyes, so there was really no need to lie. So, without a word, she sent out a drop of her soul essence blood. 3 drops of golden blood appeared before Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and sucked them in. 3 specks of light appeared in his divine sense. With just a thought, he could kill the 3 of them. In truth, Wang Lin didn't try to hide anything this whole time. Anyone who knew Mai Liang before would realize that something was wrong. Adding on the fact that the wandering souls feared him, anyone would be able to guess that something was off. Wang Lin didn't want to kill them, but if the 3 of them weren't smart, then he would have no other choice. The fact that he possessed a body was something that others couldn't know about, but after he leaves the foreign battleground, it will be easy. After all, 50 years is plenty of time for someone's personality to change. After Zhou Zihong, Yang Xiong, and Lin Tao became Wang Lin's slaves, they immediately relaxed and stood behind Wang Lin. Zhou Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. She knew that she was very attractive. Back in the sect, she was sought after by many other disciples, but she rejected them all. Zhou Zihong swore that before she reaches the core formation stage, she won't form a cultivation pair. But now she was someone's slave. If her master were to ask, she couldn't refuse. Thinking about it caused her heart to become very chaotic. She didn't know that Wang Lin wasn't interested in her at all. After collecting the 3 drops of soul essence blood, Wang Lin looked at the wandering soul. He rubbed his chin and sent out a message to his 3 neighbors. "I want this wandering soul." The 3 neighbors pondered for a bit and then sent their reply. "Newly born soul devourer, there is one thing you don't understand. Once you're born as a soul, you can't leave this place. A wandering soul is also a type of soul. They aren't as strong as devils, but anything with a soul is their food, and likewise, they are our food. Us soul devourers can't directly devour people's souls. We can only devour wandering souls to make us stronger. With a powerful wandering soul, these low-level cultivators don't have any chance of resisting. Even if higher-level cultivators aren't scared, as long as there are enough wandering souls, the result is the same. And wandering souls to us are weapons, slaves, and also food. Have you considered what the consequences of a wandering soul appearing in the world of the living would be? Newly born soul devourer, let me tell you clearly. If wandering souls got loose in the world of living, even if there aren't a lot of them, it would be a catastrophe. Wandering souls in the world of the living are also called devils. If a lot of them enter the world of living will become a world of decay, just like where we were before. And among the devils, one of them will become a soul devourer. There is a law between the world of living and the world of decay. Anyone who tries to break that law will be killed. These were things that Wang Lin didn't know. He pondered for a while and asked, "Then what kind of place is this foreign battleground?" This chaotic place is opened by powerful cultivators from the world of the living. It exists in the space between the world of the living and the world of decay. But even so, wandering souls can't normally enter here. Only after we have entered can they enter. Even you can't leave at all, not to mention that wandering soul. If you like that wandering soul, I can gift it to you, but in the end, you still have to return to the world of decay. That is the mission of a soul devourer. The voices of the 3 neighbors slowly disappeared as Wang Lin silently stood there with an unsettled expression. The 3 of them noticed that Wang Lin was standing there silently for a long time. Their hearts pounded and they became very nervous. Lin Tao was thinking that Wang Lin might still not feel safe. He was wondering what he should do if Wang Lin wanted to kill him. Zhou Zihong was thinking about what if he wanted her. She revealed a struggling expression. Yang Xiong was even more nervous as he thought about even more stuff. He was not only afraid for his life, but was afraid that Wang Lin would give up Mai Liang's body to steal his. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he flew toward the transfer array. The 3 slaves quickly followed him, and the wandering soul carefully followed far in the back. The more they moved forward, the more bodies they saw. But as Wang Lin got closer, all of the wandering souls got out of the way and didn't dare to block him. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Someone took the lead and groups of cultivators began to follow the 4 of them. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at them as he continued to fly. The wandering souls hesitated for a bit and carefully devoured a cultivator that was in the back. After they realized that Wang Lin didn't care, they immediately jumped on the cultivators. Screams came from the group following Wang Lin as the remaining cultivators escaped with their own groups. One day later, the transfer array came into sight. There were even more mummified bodies, and the area was filled with wandering souls. As a result, this became a restricted area that no cultivator dared to approach. Those who were lucky enough to make it here were swarmed by wandering souls the moment they entered the area. In the area within a 10-kilometer radius, there was not a single living person other than those lucky people that had reached the transfer array early and Wang Lin's group of 4. Looking at the transfer array from far away, he said, "The 3 of you enter the transfer array." The 3 didn't dare to refuse. They clenched their teeth and flew ahead. Good thing the wandering souls seemed to have received orders and didn't attack the 3 as they safely made it into the transfer array. After that, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged nearby and stared at the transfer array. His hand reached out and a trembling wandering soul immediately flew toward him. Wang Lin pointed toward the transfer array. The wandering soul tried to struggle, but it charged toward the transfer array. The wandering soul struggled as it charged toward the transfer array. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched the wandering soul. The dozens of people inside the transfer array saw the wandering soul flying at them and immediately backed up. They all took out their magic treasures and nervously observed the wandering soul's every movement. As the wandering soul came closer, the people inside became even more nervous. The wandering soul hit the light screen protection barrier on the transfer array. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he secretly sighed. The moment the wandering soul touched the barrier, it turned into smoke. The people inside the formation began to cheer. They felt even more confident now that this transfer array could protect them. Newly born soul devourer, it is no use. That transfer array is the gate to the world of the living. Any soul life form that touches it will be immediately destroyed by the law of the world. A voice entered Wang Lin's mind. He stared at the transfer array with an unchanged expression and began to ponder. After a long time, his eyes lit up. He pointed at the air multiple times and more than 10 wandering souls flew toward him, struggling. Wang Lin sneered. He pointed at the transfer array and the wandering souls all charged toward it. The difference in rank made it so they couldn't resist at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he noticed something about the barrier. When the wandering souls got close, a black line appeared. That black line entering the wandering souls was what was killing them. As for how the black line appeared, it was too far for Wang Lin to see. His face was filled with doubts. Without a word, he spread out his divine sense, caught more than 1,000 wandering souls, and sent them toward the transfer array. These wandering souls quickly charged toward the transfer array. Screams came from the people inside the transfer array. Those cultivators' faces all turned pale. When there was only 1 or 2 wandering souls, they were kinda scared. When there were more than 10, they panicked due to fear. But with more than 1,000 wandering souls, fear just couldn't describe it anymore. It was more correct to say that they were terrified. Some of them even closed their eyes in despair, but most of them set their last hopes on the barrier. However, they also prepared to commit suicide if the barrier failed, because they'd rather die than be devoured. This point had become a general consensus among the cultivators. The moment the 1,000+ wandering souls touched the barrier, they let out screams and disappeared. It felt as though they were all just blown away by wind and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin suddenly stood up. He clearly saw what had just happened. Those black lines would appear out of thin air and attack the wandering souls. No matter what angle the wandering souls attacked from, the black lines would appear and destroy them. This black line was clearly related to the law of the world his neighbors were talking about. Wang Lin's gaze became cold as he sent out another wave of divine sense and gathered more than 2,000 wandering souls. These wandering souls were forced into a suicidal attack by him. At the moment, the cultivators inside the transfer array had finally relaxed for a bit from the scare, but they instantly began to panic again. It was not because they didn't trust this barrier, but because of the fear that they developed for the wandering souls on the way here. This was like being surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Even though you were surrounded by fire, you would still be scared. The 2,000 wandering souls charged when Wang Lin pointed his finger. The wandering soul that underwent a change that had been following behind him revealed a pleading look, not daring to move forward. Wang Lin stared at that wandering soul. Although wandering souls possessed some intelligence, this was the first one he had seen that would plead. Wang Lin stared at the wandering soul and his eyes became cold. The wandering soul let out a cry. It wasn't able to withstand the pressure of Wang Lin's divine sense, so it charged forward. The moment it charged out, it was clearly different from the other wandering souls. The other wandering souls all got out of its way. Although not as much compared to Wang Lin, the other wandering souls clearly feared this one. The moment the 2,000-plus wandering souls slammed against the barrier, black lines appeared and destroyed them all. Just at that moment, the mutated wandering soul arrived. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank as he revealed a joyous expression. Half of the mutated wandering soul's body had entered the barrier even though a black line had entered its body. The mutated wandering soul revealed a painful expression, but it still charged through the barrier and jumped onto a cultivator. The cultivator quickly let out a miserable scream and turned into a mummy. At that moment, more than 10 black lines appeared and entered the mummified body. The mutated wandering soul quickly charged out of the body with a painful expression, but it didn't get far before being destroyed. The expressions of the cultivators inside the transfer array suddenly changed as they looked at the mummified body. Some of the female cultivators started crying. Yang Xiong secretly sighed. He went up and kicked the mummified body out of the transfer array. Wang Lin's eyebrows locked together. He carefully pulled out a sliver of his divine sense and sent it toward the transfer array. When it got close, a black line drilled into his divine sense as fast as lightning. Wang Lin's divine sense quickly backed away and dodged the black line. The black line suddenly changed directions and charged toward Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. His divine sense no longer dodged, but went up to meet the black line. He wanted to see just how strong these black lines were. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to try, but since the mutated wandering soul was able to withstand a hit, then it shouldn't be too dangerous. The black line quickly entered Wang Lin's divine sense. Suddenly, a destructive force exploded forth within the divine sense and charged toward Wang Lin's main body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His powerful divine sense went forth and quickly surrounded the destructive force. Then, he began to carefully study this destructive force. After a long time, Wang Lin secretly sighed. His divine sense moved and crushed that destructive power. Although he wasn't able to completely see through this destructive force, he knew that this black line would greatly damage his soul. It was as if it was made to damage souls. Wang Lin knew that if the black lines exceeded a certain number, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly opened. He took out 3 bags of holding and searched through them. Aside from Mai Liang's token, he also took out several mid-quality spirit stones. Su Hao and Gu Yang were also very unlucky. Right after they killed Mai Liang, they encountered a bunch of wandering souls. Although they managed to escape, they didn't know why, but every time they encountered wandering souls, the wandering souls would go after them. Even if the wandering souls were chasing someone else, they would give up and chase after the 2 of them. One wandering soul even spat out half of the soul it was eating and jumped at the 2. With such special care, there was no way those 2 would last. They were quickly devoured by the wandering souls. Because they didn't have any time to look through Mai Liang's bag of holding, that at least meant that nothing was missing from it. After going through the 3 bags of holding, Wang Lin was very shocked. Whether it was spirit stones, magic treasures, or materials, you name it and they had it. It has to be said that this was 50 years of work from the 2 of them. Just counting mid-quality spirit stones, there were more than 2,000 pieces between the 2 of them. Wang Lin held a spirit stone and remembered a formation that he had spent a lot of effort to learn when he was inside the world of decay called the mysterious turtle shell destruction formation. This formation had no offensive ability, but it had really good defense. This was also one of the few formations that could move with the person who said it. This type of formation that could provide mobile protection required a lot of spirit stones. Wang Lin thought that once he gets some spirit stones, he should lay down a few of these formations. He calculated the time it would take for the transfer array to open, then crushed a spirit stone in his hand. He calmly dabbed his finger in the crushed spirit stone and drew a symbol in the air. He was completely focused on every stroke. Once he finished the symbol, he quickly sent out a piece of divine sense. The symbol faintly glowed and floated in the air. Then, he crushed another spirit stone and drew another symbol. Each mid-quality spirit stone could draw 1 symbol and Wang Lin had crushed 70 already. There were a few that failed. Although Wang Lin was very clear on the theoretical, when it came to doing it live, he still made some mistakes. Looking at the 49 symbols floating before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. This formation was simply too expensive. Before this, Wang Lin didn't have many mid-quality spirit stones, so even if he used all of his wealth, he wouldn't be able to lay down the formation. Wang Lin took out another spirit stone to make the eye of the formation. He waved his hand and the symbols landed on the spirit stone one by one. Every time a symbol landed on the spirit stone, it glowed once. After the 49 symbols landed on it, the spirit stone became crystal clear. Wang Lin reached out and the formation's eye spirit stone landed in his hand. He pointed at his forehead and an invisible layer surrounded his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice a trace of it. Shortly after, Wang Lin made another formation. The more he did it, the more he got used to it and the less he failed. The second formation only took him 60 mid-quality spirit stones. Time slowly passed and in the blink of an eye, the time for when the formation was going to open drew near. Everyone inside the transfer array was very nervous. They wished the formation would just open so they could leave this terrifying place. And in these few days, the collapse of the foreign battleground continued. Spatial rifts began to appear more and more often, and each time they did, they were larger than before. Large chunks of the foreign battleground began to collapse. The moment the transfer array opened, Wang Lin placed the last formation on himself. He stood up, stared at the transfer array with a serious expression. Waves of light came from the transfer array as spirit energy started to surge and the transfer array began to open. The wandering souls outside the transfer array quickly backed away when the transfer array opened up. This was probably the last time the transfer array will open in this foreign battleground. Each cultivator still had lingering fear on their faces as they disappeared one by one. Wang Lin stared at what was happening inside the transfer array. Every time someone disappeared, he would calculate the time. Zhou Zihong's group was conflicted. They didn't know if they should leave or not, until they suddenly heard Wang Lin's cold voice. "The 3 of you go first and wait for me on the other side." The 3 of them quickly relaxed. They took out their jades, sent in their spiritual energy, and disappeared. After all of the cultivators disappeared into the transfer array, Wang Lin muttered to himself, 3 seconds. After that, his eyes lit up and he charged toward the transfer array. While flying, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the jade that would allow him to use the transfer array. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the barrier around the transfer array. Just as he entered, a black line appeared. Wang Lin didn't dodge. He let the black line hit him. When the black line got near Wang Lin's body, his forehead suddenly started shining. 49 symbols automatically appeared and blocked the black line. The black line broke through 43 of the symbols before its energy was used up and it disappeared. Although it didn't seem like it, all of this happened very quickly. As Wang Lin got through the transfer array's barrier, he immediately used the jade to activate the transfer array. Wang Lin was very worried. From his observation, it would take 3 seconds for the transfer array and Jade to link up. These 3 seconds were very dangerous, but if he could hold out, he believed he would be transferred out of here. The first second, more than a dozen black lines appeared and shot toward Wang Lin like arrows. Wang Lin knew in his heart that his body couldn't make large movements. The transfer would fail if he did. And small movements wouldn't help as the black lines were too quick. Wang Lin had considered all of this before. His face darkened and his forehead shined. One by one, groups of 49 symbols appeared from his forehead. Wang Lin made a total of 21 formations before. Taking into account the one formation that was just destroyed, Wang Lin had almost 1,000 symbols protecting him. Wang Lin could hear the constant sound of mirrors breaking as the symbols protecting him quickly shattered during the second. All of this happened very quickly, and the dozen or so black lines broke through more than 900 symbols before they all disappeared. At this moment, not only had Wang Lin not relaxed, he became even more serious. He knew that all of the preparations he made would only hold out until now. The remaining 2 seconds would all depend on himself. He threw out 3 bags of holding, and countless magic treasures appeared and floated around him. If one looked closely, there were at least 100 magic treasures. Wang Lin had checked the 3 bags of holding and found that there were some things that could be used. A normal person wouldn't dare to control so many magic treasures at once. Even with Wang Lin's divine sense, it was a bit difficult. The connection between the transfer array and Jade had reached the second phase. The first second had passed, and now it was the second. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He wryly smiled as more than 100 black lines appeared and charged toward him. He only had less than 100 symbols remaining. They didn't even have a chance to block anything. They were instantly destroyed. Shortly after, it was the magic treasure's turn. Sounds of explosions resounded everywhere as all of the magic treasures were destroyed. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He didn't have time to refine any of them, so he couldn't release their full power. The magic treasures were able to stop more than half of the black lines. The remaining black lines, without anything to block them, entered Wang Lin's body. The black lines entered his body and the destructive force exploded inside him. Massive explosions damaged Wang Lin's divine sense, but he held on and prevented his soul from being destroyed. He was able to forcibly hold out for the second. Wang Lin's face was grim as he stared into the void and madly laughed. "What dog shit? Law of the world. Come and try to stop me from going back. I have already died once. No one can stop me this time." The G realm was a very extraordinary realm. Normally, the G realm comes from spiritual energy. However, Wang Lin currently didn't have any spiritual energy, but his soul started to show signs of the G realm. In this collapsing foreign battleground, a thunderous rumble rang across the foreign battleground, and more than half the foreign battleground collapsed. The countless fragments of the foreign battleground formed countless spatial rifts. A powerful pressure came from the void, and Wang Lin's 3 neighbors quickly returned to the world of decay, not daring to remain here any longer. If even they acted like this, then let's not talk about the wandering souls. The wandering souls panicked and entered any spatial rift they could find to return. At this moment, the connection between the transfer array and Jade had entered its final phase. It was now the 3rd second. Wang Lin's crazed eyes were filled with coldness. However, within his ferociousness, there was a sliver of calmness. Wang Lin's body easily stood straight under the pressures. Although his soul was heavily damaged, there was a mysterious force rising up from within him. This was the aura of the G realm within his soul. This was the aura that nothing living could block. If the pressure right now was like Mount Tai, then Wang Lin's aura was like an unbending sword. Maybe Mount Tai could crush this sword, but even shattered, this sword will leave through the transfer array. In the 3rd second, a giant hand made of black lines appeared and tried to grab Wang Lin. The number of black lines that formed the giant hand was impossible to count. The moment the giant hand appeared, the foreign battleground began to collapse completely. Like a large chunk of ice being hit from the side, large pieces of the foreign battleground shattered to pieces and mixed together with the spatial rifts. In the blink of an eye, the foreign battleground disappeared. Only the 4 transfer arrays remained, each one floating alone in the void. The third second was a confrontation between the G realm and the law of the world. Wang Lin's soul collapsed the moment the giant hand touched him. But the moment it collapsed, it was put back together by the mysterious G realm and continued resisting. During this process, Wang Lin once again truly felt the G realm. The first time was in the ruin in the jungle. The second time was inside the Ju Ming Valley. The third time was when his soul awakened in the world of decay. Now was the fourth time. Each time, his G realm got stronger, especially this time. Wang Lin's soul charged toward the G realm and was refined each time it was shattered. During this second, Wang Lin's large soul underwent more than 10,000 reconstructions. His soul gradually shrunk and condensed, but its quality went through an earth-shattering change. The G realm completely fused with his soul. No one knows where the G realm comes from, but it was certain that all of the cultivators that had the G realm only had it in their spiritual energy. Only Wang Lin, through some fluke, had the G realm imprinted to his soul. In truth, the giant hand formed by the law of the world was the catalyst to allow Wang Lin's soul to contain the power of the G realm. After the heaven-defying bead fused with Wang Lin's soul, there was a sliver of G realm left in his soul. However, without outside pressure, once Wang Lin had regained his spiritual energy, this sliver of G realm would disappear. But under the pressure from outside, Wang Lin's soul shrunk and the G realm expanded until they fused together. This type of fusion was still in its initial state. It can be said that Wang Lin's soul wasn't completely filled with G realm and had a lot of other stuff mixed in. The G realm is a type of pure realm. If it appears in spiritual power, then all of its development will happen in the spiritual energy. Similarly, now that Wang Lin's G realm was in his soul, his spiritual energy will no longer have any G realm, but his divine sense will be able to easily kill anyone at the same cultivation level as him, disregarding whether they are at the early, mid, or late stage. However, the limit of G realm was late-stage nascent soul. Only one cultivator from ancient times was able to get past that point. No one else has ever been able to. And that person was only able to break through due to luck. It had something to do with someone undergoing divine retribution. As for what really happened, only the people who were there would know. The G realm is very terrifying. A power that can ignore the difference between the early, mid, and late stages is something the heavens would punish. If the G realm was allowed to grow unrestricted, then the G realm would be invincible. The people that studied the G realm deduced that the reason G realm cultivators can't break through the nascent soul stage is because when they try, the heavens mercilessly kill them. The heavens wouldn't allow a cultivator with the G realm to break past the nascent soul stage. However, with Wang Lin's current G realm, it was still too weak compared to the law of the world. As the hand got closer and closer, the speed at which Wang Lin's soul was collapsing was surpassing the rate of reconstruction. Finally, with a bang, Wang Lin's soul completely collapsed, but along with the collapse of his soul, all of the impurities in his soul also collapsed. What remained now was very close to the origin of the G realm soul. If there was no law of the world and Wang Lin had tried to form his G soul himself, he wouldn't be able to do it in his lifetime, but now it was complete. The moment his pure G realm soul appeared, the large hand couldn't help but pause for a moment, and at that moment, the transfer array opened. Because the giant hand suddenly paused due to the G realm soul, Wang Lin's body disappeared into the transfer array the moment it opened. The giant hand turned into countless black lines. They hovered around the transfer array for a long time before finally disappearing. Because of the existence of the G realm, Wang Lin became the first soul devourer to go from the world of decay to the world of the living. Although his soul had been refined to just a small piece of G realm soul, the essence of a soul devourer was still with him. The rank 3 cultivation of Hofun was at the southern part of planet Suzaku and was to the south of the Sea of Devils. On this day, at the top of the volcano at the center of Hofun, stood a group of people from the War God Shrine. The War God Shrine's 6 nascent soul ancestors were sitting comfortably at the top of Hofun. Back when the battle for the right to enter the foreign battleground began, the War God Shrine crushed the competition and was the only sect to enter. The person leading the group wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, but an early-stage core formation elder named Hua Hongfei. Maybe it was because his cultivation method was the divine path, but he didn't look old at all at the age of 200. Rather, he looked like a very handsome middle-aged man. The divine path is the top cultivation method of the war god shrine. Only when someone reaches the foundation establishment stage can they cultivate using this method, which is said to help with reaching the core formation stage. As to exactly how it works, outsiders don't know. But since all of the core formation and nascent soul cultivators from the war god shrine were natives of Ho-Fun, there must have been something special about the method. If the divine path had such a strong effect, then it wasn't surprising that others would want to try to steal it. But even if the other sects tried, they didn't have the ability to because the war god shrine was simply too powerful. But with people constantly trying to steal it, the war god shrine finally gave up and decided to hold a general assembly every 20 years for people to view the divine path. Of course, everyone must pay a certain amount of spirit stones to view it, and whether or not they could comprehend it was up to themselves. As a result, the war god shrine stopped having to worry about it. They also gained a large amount of income, so they were very happy about how it turned out. This divine path method only had 100 words. Each word was hard to understand and very few people could comprehend it. In truth, what Hua Hongfei was cultivating was a method a very talented member of the war god shrine created after studying the divine path for more than half of his life. Not only was this method very powerful, it also had the ability to keep you looking young after practicing it for a long time, so it was favored by the disciples of the war god shrine. Beside Ho Hongfei stood a group of people. The most eye-catching one was a young woman with a very graceful figure. She was as pretty as a peacock and her delicate face was like that of a fairy. Her mouth was slightly open as she talked to a handsome and tall young man next to her. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. The transfer array suddenly opened and everyone's gaze focused on it. The transfer array became brighter and brighter as 3 figures appeared and became more clear. Ho Hongfei frowned and secretly sighed. He learned a while ago that the foreign battleground was collapsing and was prepared for the fact that not many disciples might make it back. But seeing only 3 people, even though he was prepared, he still felt very sad. But when he clearly saw Zhou Zihong among them, he felt relieved. Zhou Zihong was his disciples and was very stubborn. When she told him that she wanted to go to the foreign battleground, he strongly disagreed, but the kid still went anyways. Ho Hongfei felt helpless. After giving her some magic treasures, he reluctantly let her go. After seeing that she had made it back, he finally relaxed a bit. After the 3 of them appeared, they looked at the familiar scene before them and felt very unreal. However, the 3 of them looked at each other and their hearts became heavy again. What they cared about the most right now was whether Wang Lin lived or died. It has to be said that the 3 of them had already given their soul essence blood to Wang Lin. If he were to die, then they would find it difficult to escape death as well. After greeting Elder Ho Hongfei's gaze swept past them. He said, "Not bad. Everyone's cultivation level has increased greatly." Zihong and Tang Xiong both reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Lin Tao is a bit behind, but is very close to breaking through. Very good. After experiencing this trial at the foreign battleground, your cultivation speed will increase greatly. Ah! It is a pity that too few disciples have returned. Zhou Zihong sighed and whispered, "Master." When the foreign battleground suddenly collapsed, many strange creatures appeared. Once they jumped on you, you would immediately die. No one in the foreign battleground was able to resist. This all happened too quickly. Originally, our harvest was very rich, but now... With that, her expression suddenly became very gloomy. Ho Hongfei waved his hand. Looking at the 3, he frowned and said, "We can talk about it later. Now tell me, why has your appearance not changed?" It has to be said that while inside the foreign battleground, your appearance wouldn't change, but you would instantly age those 50 years right after leaving. Although the cultivation method the 3 of them used helped maintain youth, they still shouldn't look exactly like they did before they left. Tang Xiong was the senior disciple and was also the sect head's proud disciple. After he heard Ho Hongfei's words, he quickly said, "Elder doesn't know, but junior apprentice brother My Liang got his hands on pills that could preserve our appearance for 100 years per pill. The 3 of us took 2 pills each. The disciples that were around that heard it enviously looked at the three of them. Especially the young woman, who had been looking at Zhou Zihong with doubt in her eyes the whole time. She suddenly said, "Senior apprentice Sister Zhou? Do you still have that pill?" Zhou Zihong coldly looked at her and said, "You have to ask junior apprentice brother My Liang about that." The young woman was angry, but she only smiled and no longer said anything. She secretly thought that the timid My Liang must have already died. So how could she even ask? Clearly, Zhou Zihong didn't want to tell her. The young man next to her whispered something in her ear. The young woman stuck her tongue out at him and her face reddened. Ho Hongfei looked at the two and ignored them. He then looked at Zhou Zihong's group and said, "Okay, since everyone has returned, we should go back." Ancestor Lanfeng came out of closed-door cultivation to hear about the matter of the foreign battleground from you guys. With that, he meaningfully looked at the three of them. Lin Tao hesitated for a bit and whispered, "Junior apprentice brother My Liang is still back there. The situation was grim, so he told us to return first and he will follow suit." Ho Hongfei raised his eyebrows and said, with a touch of surprise, "My Liang? He is also one of the lucky survivors." The moment he said those words, the expressions of the disciples of the war god shrine became strange, especially that beautiful young woman's. She asked, "My Liang didn't die?" Zhou Zihong's expression was strange. She looked at the young woman and said, "Junior apprentice sister can relax. During those years in the foreign battleground, his personality has changed. The current him won't bother junior apprentice sister anymore." The young woman frowned. She shook her head and said, "You guys don't understand. How could My Liang still be alive?" Ho Hongfei stared at her and shouted, "What nonsense! Do you wish for My Liang to die? Is this what your master taught you?" The young woman lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. The young man next to her said, "What are you afraid of? If he still dares to bother you, I'm here." Yang Xiong sighed and said, with a deep voice, "Junior apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother My Liang won't bother you anymore. You can rest assured." With that, he secretly thought, "That senior's personality is cold. How could he possibly fancy you?" Just at that moment, the transfer array suddenly lit up again. Everyone looked at the transfer array only to see a thin and weak figure walk out of it. Everyone suddenly felt a coldness inside them the moment that person appeared. The coldness wasn't in their bodies, but in their souls. It was as if the person before them was a piece of ice that could freeze the soul. This feeling was very oppressive. The disciples of the war god shrine were the first to experience the tyrannical nature of the Ji realm. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The young woman, Su Si, shivered and felt very confused. Although this person looked like My Liang, his aura was completely different from before. Wang Lin walked out and looked around. When he noticed Ho Hongfei, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Disciple My Liang greets Elder Ho." Ho Hongfei's eyes lit up brightly as he said, "It is good that you're back." With that, he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he said, "Disciple still has something very important to do. Once I'm done, I'll return to the sect." Ho Hongfei frowned and was about to speak when Wang Lin threw out a bag of holding and said, "This is all that disciple has gathered in these past 50 years. All of the magic treasures have been destroyed, so only these materials remain." With that, Wang Lin jumped into the air and flew into the distance. Ho Hongfei took the bag of holding. He scanned it with his divine sense and his expression became strange. The contents of the bag of holding were very valuable. When he raised his head, Wang Lin had already disappeared, but he didn't follow him. He had his doubts, but he felt like he should go back and report it to the sect head. The most important reason he felt that was because he didn't feel like he could easily make Wang Lin stay. That coldness he felt made him dread Wang Lin. Even if he had tried to make him stay by force, if he had ended up in a sorry state, he would lose a lot of face in front of the disciples. After considering that, he decided that it wasn't worth it and didn't chase after Wang Lin. From beginning to end, Wang Lin never looked at the young woman. The young woman looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to with eyes filled with confusion. The My Liang from back then would constantly bug her. Even when she'd yell at him or hit him, he would just not stop. She and Mai Liang grew up in the same village. Their families were very close and their parents set their marriage when they were kids. Later, the two of them were accepted into the war god shrine. The more she looked at Mai Liang, the more she'd see him as a country bumpkin. So she became very disgusted with him. They were already engaged, but she hid this very well. She used the engagement to trick Mai Liang into going into the foreign battleground. She told him that once he comes back, she would form a cultivation pair with him. But now Mai Liang came back and completely ignored her. In regards to this, Susi had a strange feeling in her heart. Adding on that sudden feeling that made her shiver, this huge contrast made her mind go blank. As for Wang Lin, he flew for a long time in this foreign country of Hofun. He stopped at a mountain range. According to Mai Liang's memories, this was a famous mountain range of volcanoes. Hofun got its name because of all the big and small volcanoes like this one. If they weren't being watched and sealed by cultivators, they would have already erupted. In the history of Hofun, there has never been a massive eruption of volcanoes. This has a lot to do with cultivators keeping them in check. After looking around, Wang Lin left and arrived outside a village. The village was currently very busy and the children of the village were playing outside. Wang Lin felt a wave of pain in his heart. After a long time, he slowly walked into the village. He found some buckets in a deserted house. After filling them with water, he quickly flew away. After returning to the volcanoes, he found a natural cave. He immediately sealed the cave and used rocks to make defensive formations. Only after that did he sit down crossed-legged and began to cultivate. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's face was completely pale. He had sustained heavy injuries in the foreign battleground and his divine sense was completely shattered. He escaped with that sliver of G-realm divine sense and then, ignoring his injuries, used that sliver of G-realm so it would be easier for him to leave and recover. After he started cultivating, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes to nurture his soul, and his thoughts sunk into his own consciousness. Wang Lin's sea of consciousness was a golden sea, but most of this sea was blocked by a gray fog. Only a very small portion of it wasn't covered by the gray fog. Thorns of black light were blocking out the gray fog. A 3-inch sword was standing there all by itself. Those light thorns came from the sword. Upon closer inspection, there were deep cracks on the sword. On the other side of the sea of consciousness, there was a white space. Within it floated a gray bead. The gray fog didn't dare to go within 10 feet of it. Inside Wang Lin's sea of consciousness, aside from those 2 points, everywhere else was covered in gray fog. Suddenly, the thick gray fog began to churn as a streak of red lightning flashed by. Wherever the lightning went, the gray fog would back away. Although Wang Lin's divine sense had completely collapsed, he was able to condense a sliver of G-realm divine sense. This was a type of divine sense, but its quality was much better than Wang Lin's previous divine sense. Although Wang Lin's divine sense was large, it was nothing compared to the law of the world. But with just a sliver of G-realm divine sense, he was able to resist the law of the world. That sliver of G-realm divine sense allowed him to escape. His power was clearly not ordinary. This red lightning was that sliver of G-realm divine sense. Wherever the right lightning went, the gray fog moved out of its way. Even the golden ocean that was previously calm began to stir. The red lightning arrived next to the sword and entered it. The sword flashed red. The green sword immediately let out a hum and charged out, following the red lightning. The 2 rays of light charged through the fog, causing the golden ocean to stir. They arrived next to the bead and the bead followed them as they charged out of the gray fog. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His hands formed a seal and he pressed it on his forehead. Suddenly, 2 lights shined from his forehead. Then a sword and bead appeared before him. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. He quickly closed his eyes again. His red lightning charged about his sea of consciousness for a while. After finding that nothing else was abnormal, it returned to the golden ocean. The gray fog covered the gaps and then the entire sea of consciousness calmed down and returned to normal. In the depths of the golden ocean, the red lightning rested there as it slowly absorbed the energy from the ocean. Wang Lin could clearly feel that his G-realm divine sense was growing inside the golden ocean. Although it was slow, Wang Lin could feel that if he continued to be alive, then in tens of thousands of years, his soul would return to what it was before. If that day really comes, then even the law of the world would be nothing in his eyes. He could go in and out of the world of decay as he wished. Wang Lin pondered for a while as he looked at the two lights before him. He waved his hand and 2 bags of holding appeared in his grasp. All of the magic treasures from the 3 bags he obtained were used to block the law of the world. As for the materials, he sorted them into 3 portions when he made the turtle shell formations. His divine sense entered a bag of holding. He took out a piece of black metal that was the size of his palm. This piece of metal was clearly a piece of armor. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. His current weakness was that his knowledge of materials was really poor. Like right now, he had 2 bags full of materials, but he didn't know what to do with them. He felt helpless. It was as if he had entered a mountain-filled treasure, but didn't know what any of the treasures were. This piece of metal was one of the few of the things he knew. It was a piece of refined iron. The reason he knew about refined iron was due to the secret exchange among the inner disciples back at the Hongyu sect. He saw someone take out a piece that was the size of a fingernail to trade. It was an important material for making flying swords. He put away the bag of holding and decided that once he finished cultivating, he would spend a lot of effort on getting information on materials. Wang Lin threw the refined iron into the air, and the flying sword immediately moved and stabbed into it. A speck of green light peered out of the center of the refined iron. The green gradually spread until finally, a beam of sword chi was shot out. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he looked at the piece of iron. He was feeling depressed because didn't know how to refine magic treasures. This was the most he could do. Then, his thoughts moved and that piece of refined iron quickly flashed and appeared behind him. However, the piece of refined iron was a lot smaller and the edges were glowing red as liquid metal dripped to the ground. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh. After the temperature of the refined iron lowered, he put it away in his bag of holding. Then, he looked at the bead's image and felt a connection to his soul. He waved his hand. After the bead's image landed in his hand, it gradually became solid. The pattern on the bead was still 2 leaves. Without a word, Wang Lin brought out the buckets filled with water and dropped the bead inside. Moments later, Wang Lin took out the bead and drank the water. Suddenly, he felt spiritual energy enter his body. So he quickly took out the other 3 buckets and dipped the bead inside them. Then he stared at the bead to see if he could still enter the dream space. When he arrived inside the dream space again, he looked at the familiar scene. Wang Lin pondered a little and quickly moved until he arrived at the place Situ Nan's nascent soul was in. Situ Nan's nascent soul was still there, but it had shrunk to less than 1/10 the size of a normal person. Compared to before, it was a heaven and earth difference. The nascent soul was very dim, looked sluggish, and his eyes were closed. Next to his nascent soul were 2 faint lights. Wang Lin shed 2 streams of tears as he kowtowed at the 2 lights. Then, he sat down and brought out the 4 buckets. He downed a large gulp of water and began to cultivate. Wang Lin's body didn't have a sliver of cultivation, so he would have to cultivate all over again from the qi condensation stage. But whether it was Wang Lin or Mai Liang's body, both had already experienced the qi condensation stage. Thanks to that, Wang Lin was easily recovering his cultivation. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye 1 year had passed. Although it was 1 year, 7 years had passed inside the dream space. In this year's time, whether Wang Lin was inside the dream space or outside, he spent all of his time cultivating. He had only gone out several times in order to replenish his spirit water. In the 3rd year inside the dream space, Wang Lin reached the 15th layer of qi condensation. He then spent 2 more years reaching the foundation establishment stage. In the last 1+ years, he finally recovered his cultivation and reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With just his G-realm divine sense, Wang Lin was the natural enemy of all foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Lin was even confident in fighting against early-stage core formation cultivators. He felt like he would have a 70% chance of killing an early-stage core formation cultivator after reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. Similarly, if he could form his core, then he would be the #1 cultivator in the cultivation union below the nascent soul stage. This was the power of the G realm. The relationship between the G realm and Wang Lin was like fish and water. Although the G realm was powerful, without any cultivation to back it up, it couldn't last. Only with increases in cultivation can the G realm grow stronger and last. The stronger your cultivation, the more of the G realm's power you can use. The current Wang Lin had completely fused with Mai Liang's body in these 7 years. There was no longer any discomfort, but the coldness coming from his body became even stronger. It was like a 10,000-year-old ice mountain that no one could melt. Wang Lin waved his right hand to open up the stone door and walked out. Currently, the sky was blue and clear for 10,000 kilometers. His body moved and he flew to a nearby volcano. When he exited the dream space, his divine sense found a fluctuation of wood element inside the volcano. Shortly after, Wang Lin arrived at the mouth of the volcano and looked inside. Waves of heat floated up from inside the mouth of the volcano. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he jumped in without any hesitation. He used the attraction force technique to control his descent. The Burning Gold Mountain Range was a famous mountain range in Ho Fun. As for why it was famous, it was because an alchemy material called the burning gold fruit grew here. This burning gold fruit is a key ingredient in making the soul harmony pill. The spiritual energy in the country is filled with the fire element. Absorbing this spiritual energy for a long time causes harm to the cultivators' bodies. So, because the soul harmony pill is a pill that can regulate the spiritual energy in the body, it is beloved by the cultivators here. Can be said that this soul harmony pill is the most consumed pill in Ho Fun. There are many different recipes for the soul harmony pill, and they all have varying degrees of effectiveness. The most popular recipe is the one that uses the burning gold fruit. This burning gold fruit only grows in the mouth of the volcano. It also only grows if it's in a range of volcanoes, not just a lone one. Every time the burning gold fruits are ripe, the 4 major sects send disciples to harvest them. This fruit is very strange. Can't harvest it early or late. It must harvested in the 3-day period that it is ripe. On this day, the 4 sects had sent out their disciples early. Each of the sects had taken over 1 volcano. The 4 major sects had an agreement regarding this much-needed material, so there wasn't really any fighting over them. There were a total of 3 corpse sect disciples, 2 males and 1 female. They carried coffins behind them as they stood at a volcano opening, waiting for the right time to go in. Time slowly passed. Seeing that the other 3 volcanoes had green smoke leaking out, the other 3 sects jumped into their respective volcanoes. The 3 disciples of the corpse sect revealed confused expressions. The female frowned and said, "Senior apprentice brother Mai, do you know what is going on?" The male named Mai was also frowning as he said, "The green smoke means the burning gold fruit is ripe and ready to be harvested. The 4 volcanoes should be ripe at the exact same time. Senior brother Zhou, do you think we should go down and check?" The young man named Zhou pondered for a bit. Then, he shook his head and said, "Let us wait for a bit. If the green smoke doesn't come out and dissolve the poisonous gas of the volcano, we will be in danger if we go down." Time slowly passed. Seeing the green smoke become even thicker at the other 3 volcanoes, the 3 disciples became impatient. The young man named Zhou clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Let's go down and look." With that, he was about to jump down when a cold aura came from inside the volcano. Shortly after, a youth filled with coldness appeared. The 3 disciples were dumbfounded as they watched him fly out while carrying a purple vine as thick as a person. The vine was filled with burning gold fruits. This person was Wang Lin. After he appeared, he didn't even look at the 3 as he left. He had already noticed the 3 a while ago, but he was having a headache figuring out how to take the fruit. Every time he pulled the fruit off the vine, it would be turned into dust by the heat. Thus, Wang Lin decided to just pull the entire root of the burning golden fruit out. However, what made him helpless was that he couldn't put this vine into his bag of holding, so he had to carry it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had great use for these wood element fruits, he wouldn't be bothering with all of this. The young man named Zhou swallowed hard as he stared at the vine on Wang Lin's shoulder. His expression changed many times. This was his third year here to harvest the fruit. At most, they would only take 10 fruits because the root grew the fruits to be nutrients for itself. Only with enough fruits could the root survive. If too many fruits were taken, the root would die. If the root died, then there wouldn't be any more burning gold fruits appearing in this volcano. But this person had pulled out the entire root. Did this person not know that the root will die 2 hours after it is pulled out? He was angry and saw that Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet he dared to ignore the 3 of them and was going to carry the root away, so he shouted, "Stop! I don't care what sect you're from. You need to pay the price for destroying the root of the burning gold fruit." With that, he slapped the coffin behind him and suddenly stood up straight. The lid of the coffin let out a creak as it moved a bit to the right and a black hand came out. Slivers of black gas came from its finger and a rotten stench immediately began to spread. The 2 other disciples behind also put down their coffins and angrily stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around, looked at the 3, and rubbed the burning gold vine as he asked, "Pay what price?" Zhou Gang sneered. "Immediately cut off both your arm and legs, dig out your own eyes, and follow us back to be judged by the sect head." With that, he didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply. He pointed at the coffin. The lid of the coffin moved more to the right until it flew off and a completely black mummy came out. It suddenly jumped at Wang Lin with black gas coming out of its hand. At the same time, the other 2 disciples of the sect behind Zhou Gang both slapped their coffins. 2 more mummies jumped out, got information, and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as a loud bang occurred in the golden ocean inside his consciousness. The red lightning suddenly charged out through Wang Lin's eyes. The 3 corpse sect disciples' bodies shook as their eyes dimmed and they died from having their souls destroyed. Then Wang Lin casually raised his head to look at the 3 corpse puppets. 2 of them immediately began to rot and turned into piles of white bones. Only Zhou Gang's corpse puppet didn't take any damage. It suddenly stopped charging at Wang Lin. Its emotionless eyes shined a golden light as it looked at Wang Lin with a horrified expression. It quickly backed up and was about to escape. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and said, "Take 1 more step and you will die." Wang Lin's words fell on deaf ears as the corpse puppet covered itself in black gas and ran off. But then, the corpse puppet let out a miserable scream as a light flew out from its body. The light took the shape of a small person who bowed at Wang Lin and begged, "Fellow cultivator, please have mercy. I'm Su Ligua, a disciple of the Tian Gang sect from a rank 4 cultivation country. Just now I have offended you, so I'll pay you back. If you need anything, we can talk. Please, don't be rash." This little person was already scared to death. He originally wanted to flee, but then he suddenly felt a destructive force enter his body. He felt a sense of danger, so he quickly escaped from the body. Although he was a nascent soul cultivator, he was heavily injured in a war. He managed to escape with his nascent soul, but he was so injured that his nascent soul was about to scatter. His close friends gathered up a large amount of wealth and bought him a body from the corpse sect. The bodies provided by the corpse sect were very famous in the rank 4 and 5 cultivation countries. All of them had very good talent, and their looks could be customized to the customer's preference. They even provided some of the weird cultivators with bodies of the opposite sex. As long as you can afford it, then you can find a satisfactory answer at the corpse sect. More importantly, there would never be any problems with the body, and if you're willing to pay extra, you can receive full protection during the possession process. In addition to that, the corpse sect's research into possession had reached a very high level. They could provide very detailed instructions to help the possessor in the process of possession. As long as you can pay the price, you can pick any body of any cultivation level. As we all know, for a nascent soul cultivator, the best body is another nascent soul cultivator's. If you use a core formation cultivator's body, then your cultivation will weaken greatly and will take a long time to recover. If you really can't afford it and can't even afford a core formation body, then you can only pay for the bargain bin priced foundation establishment bodies. Even if you're a nascent soul cultivator, it will take a very long time for you to recover your cultivation. Su Ligua was one of those nascent soul cultivators that couldn't afford the price. If nascent soul stage bodies were the highest quality bodies the corp sect could sell, then they wouldn't be a big deal. Nascent soul bodies aren't their main source of income. The perfect body for a soul formation cultivator is another soul formation cultivator's. But the difficulty of obtaining a soul formation cultivator's body in perfect condition is too high. And almost every soul formation expert has a large sect from a rank 5 cultivation country behind them, so they are not easily touched. But this problem can be solved by the corp sect if you can pay the price. The body would be soul formation, but no matter how hard you look, you won't be able to find where that soul formation body came from. This is the corp sect's greatest secret, and nobody knows the truth. There is even a rumor that the corp sect can provide the only rank 6 cultivation countries' top experts with matching bodies. This is a very powerful and mysterious sect. Each subsect's leader only knows that the main sect is inside a rank 5 cultivation country. But is the real headquarters really at a rank 5 cultivation country? No one knows the real answer to that question. But one thing is certain. No one would dare to mess with the corp sect in rank 4 or above cultivation countries. As for rank 3 and below countries, as long as the sect is not wiped out, the corp sect won't care. After all, this is only a farm for low-level bodies and the place where the business is occurring. Wang Lin looked at the talkative Su Ligua. He was about to respond when his expression slightly changed as Zhou Gongsan's bag of holding flew into his hands. At the same time, he waved his hand and several fireballs flew out. They landed on the bodies of the corpse sect disciples and their corpse puppets, turning them into dust. Shortly after, he reached out and grabbed Su Ligua, who didn't dare to resist. Then, he disappeared into the sky, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light. At this point, the disciples of the other 3 sects had already finished harvesting the burning gold fruits and were gone. Wang Lin returned to the cave and placed the burning gold fruits vine on the ground. He also threw Su Ligua forward, causing Su Ligua to panic and say, "Fellow cultivator, if there is any problem, we can talk about it. We can talk about it. As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to any request. I was wrong before. Please don't be angry." Su Ligua felt very wronged. He was a nascent soul expert, but he had lost his body and his nascent soul was injured to the point of collapsing, causing his cultivation level to drop. In addition, he couldn't afford the high price of a nascent soul cultivator's body. So he thought about possessing a disciple of a sect. But if he was found out, it would lead to endless trouble. In the end, he decided to pay the corpse sect so he could possess a body without worry. But possessing a foundation establishment cultivator's body meant that it would take him a long time to recover his cultivation, almost as long as if he were to start over again. Right now, he only had the cultivation of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His nascent soul was just for show. It had no reasonable power. Also, with how dominating Wang Lin's G realm was, Su Ligua right now was a paper tiger. However, if Su Ligua was able to recover his strength to the core formation stage, then the result would be very different. Wang Lin completely ignored Su Ligua's plea for mercy as his eyes blinked, and he moved a pillar to lock the cave down. Su Ligua secretly groaned as he slowly floated backwards into the wall. Wang Lin didn't stop him. He sent out his G-realm divine sense and the red lightning shout out. As the red lightning shot toward him, Su Ligua could feel the destructive power fill him. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed Su Ligua's trembling nascent soul. Wang Lin stared at the nascent soul and then his eyes suddenly lit up. When he first saw Su Ligua's nascent soul, he felt something familiar. He thought about it during the flight here, but couldn't recall where this feeling came from. When he looked at Su Ligua's nascent soul this time, he suddenly remembered. This nascent soul was similar to the wandering souls in the world of decay. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and a thought appeared in his mind. If he could devour souls like back in the world of decay, then his G-realm divine sense would become a lot more powerful. Also, wandering souls were very powerful. They were able to devour people's lives, regardless of their cultivation level. Once he gathers enough wandering souls in the living world, getting revenge on Teng Huayuan won't be a problem. More importantly, Wang Lin knew that if he were to meet a core formation cultivator, all he would be able to do was run. But if he had a wandering soul, then he would have the power to protect himself. If there were enough wandering souls, then he would even be willing to fight nascent soul cultivators. He knew that his own techniques were too simple. He only knew some minor techniques. And as for magic treasures, all he had was a flying sword. After experiencing the events in Zhao, Wang Lin's mind underwent a great change. Everything he was doing now was to make himself stronger, so that his destiny would no longer be in someone else's control. Su Ligua's nascent soul caused Wang Lin's heart to skip a beat as he thought of an idea. Since I can't bring the wandering souls out of the world of decay, can I make them here? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and a piece of metal appeared. He pointed at the wall and the piece of metal carved out a cave. While doing this, Wang Lin used this moment to send his G-realm to wipe out Su Ligua's memories. Su Ligua was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator, and even with his cultivation level lowered, Wang Lin had to use all of his G-realm to barely succeed. Su Ligua's nascent soul became a semi-transparent object with no consciousness. After the cave was finished, the piece of metal flew back into Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw the nascent soul into the cave. He left a sliver of his G-realm divine sense to guard the nascent soul before leaving the cave again. He searched through nearby mountains, catching small animals as Su Ligua's nascent soul just floated motionlessly in the cave. After returning, Wang Lin looked at the soul for a while, then threw a small animal toward it. The animal let out a shriek before running into the corner, completely oblivious of the soul in the middle of the cave. Wang Lin frowned as he watched the two. He strengthened the G-realm guarding the cave before digging another cave on the side and throwing the remaining small animals inside. After finishing all of that, he slapped his forehead and the heaven-defying bead flew out. The bead circled him once before immediately diving into the burning gold fruit vine next to him. All of the fruits on the vine shrunk and disappeared at a visible rate, and all of the wood element was absorbed by the stone bead. A third leaf slowly appeared on the stone bead. After the vine completely shriveled up, the third leaf became solid. A flash of happiness appeared on Wang Lin's face as he reached out and grabbed. The stone bead flew into his hand. He looked at the stone bead carefully before holding it up against his forehead. The bead quickly entered his body when it touched his forehead. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After pondering a little, he left the cave and ran toward the volcanoes. It took him 3 days to harvest all of the burning gold fruit vines in the area, making them extinct in this region. The heaven-defying bead now had 5 leaves. 3 days later, Wang Lin looked into the small cave again and saw some pee and poop on the ground. The small animal was trembling in the corner. After digesting all of the food it had eaten 3 days ago, it was now very weak. Su Ligua's nascent soul was still floating in the air. If you looked closely, his nascent soul was even more transparent than it was before. It looked as if it could disappear at any time. Wang Lin pondered a little. He sent out his divine sense and drove the nascent soul toward the small animal. After a while, the nascent soul was above the small animal. Finally, the nascent soul had nowhere to hide and jumped at the small animal. Wang Lin suddenly became very focused as he saw the small animal shake violently. It got up from the ground with eyes emitting golden light, but the light soon dimmed and the animal fell to the ground. Just at that moment, Su Ligua's nascent soul quickly flew out of the small animal's head and charged toward the wall. When it hit the wall, it let out a painful scream. Then, it went and slammed against the other walls a few times, until it finally just floated back and forth in the room. Wang Lin wasn't surprised. In fact, he was happy. He could clearly see that the nascent soul was no longer transparent and was filled with a hint of madness. He quickly threw all of the small animals he had caught 3 days ago into the cave and carefully observed. The moment the few small animals fell to the ground, they ran to the corners of room with fear in their eyes and screamed non-stop. But what caused Wang Lin to frown was that the nascent soul ignored the small animals. The hint of madness disappeared and the soul became confused again. Wang Lin pondered a little and then he used his G-realm divine sense to force the nascent soul onto another small animal. When the small animal died, the nascent soul charged out. Its eyes were filled with madness again. But the nascent soul still ignored the other small animals. Wang Lin snorted and used his G-realm divine sense to force the nascent soul to devour the other small animals. Now the madness in the nascent soul's eyes was even stronger. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then went out. He caught a lot of beasts in the nearby mountains. He purposefully caught vicious beasts. There was even one that had a strange aura. After he returned to the cave, he made a few more rooms to separate the beasts. Then, he carried a beast with bloodshot eyes that kept roaring at him and threw it into the room with the nascent soul. After being forced by the G-realm to devour the beast again, the madness in the nascent soul became even stronger. Wang Lin observed from outside the room for a long time. He didn't know if the nascent soul would turn into a wandering soul, a so-called devil, if he continued this. The truth was that the best way to test this was to capture cultivators to use as guinea pigs, but he was afraid of the nascent soul's cultivation level increasing after devouring a cultivator. If the nascent soul's power exceeded the power of the G-realm, Wang Lin would be in danger. Thus, unless he absolutely had to, he didn't want to risk using cultivators. For days later, aside from the animal with the strange aura, all of the other beasts he had caught had been devoured. Today, Wang Lin held that beast and threw it into the stone room. The nascent soul was slowly forced by the G-realm to go toward the beast with the strange aura. Just as it was about to touch the beast, the nascent soul abruptly stopped itself from jumping on it and revealed a look of hesitation. Wang Lin's G-realm moved, forming red lightning and pressuring the nascent soul. The nascent soul finally entered the beast. For a long time the beast trembled. Half an hour later, the beast exploded as a red soul escaped from its body and let out a roar. The shape of the nascent soul had completely changed and was glowing red. It was releasing a powerful aura that even Wang Lin could feel through his G-realm restrictions. As of now, this was no longer a soul, but a devil. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, he opened up the cave and walked inside. The devil suddenly turned its head and jumped at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at the devil. Red lightning shot out of his eyes, pushing the devil away and causing it to let out miserable groans. A vicious expression appeared on the devil's face as it jumped at Wang Lin again, but Wang Lin waved his hand and grabbed the devil. "You're courting death." Wang Lin's voice was cold and his eyes flashed red. Every time his eyes flashed, the devil would shake. After a while, the vicious expression was replaced by a fearful one. In the end, the devil revealed a pitiful expression. Wang Lin held the devil and exited the stone room. After arriving at the room he was using to cultivate, he tossed the devil into the air. The viciousness appeared on the devil's face again as he rushed toward the ceiling to escape. Wang Lin sneered in his heart as his G-realm divine sense quickly caught up and punished it. The devil let out a miserable groan as a thin line of smoke appeared on its body and it visibly weakened. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of metal. Then he blandly said to the devil, "Hide inside here. You're not allowed to come unless I let you." The devil looked at Wang Lin with fear as it turned into a ray of red light and entered the piece of metal. After putting away the piece of metal, he regrettably looked at the cave. He exited the cave, waved his hand, and the cave collapsed in on itself. Wang Lin didn't look back as he flew eastward. According to my Lang's memories, the war god shrine was located in the east. Wang Lin had already decided. Since he couldn't find the location of Zhao in my Lang's memory, he would need to go check out the map that was in the war god shrine's treasury. In addition to everything that had happened so far, his blood-refined small, green sword was now just a piece of metal and its power had greatly weakened. If he was against Foundation establishment cultivators, he wouldn't need to use it. However, if he was against a core formation cultivator, then this piece of metal would be able to save his life. So he had to learn how to refine treasures. That was another reason he needed to return to the War God Shrine, because they have a refining house there. And in addition to all of that, he had to find a place of extreme ing, or he will be stuck at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Only with extreme ing can he form the third cold core and reach the late stage of Foundation establishment and then form his core. Wang Lin decided to not to give up cultivating the underworld ascension method. After all, Situ Nan told him that after he forms the 3 cold cores and fuses them, he will have a high chance of entering the core formation stage. When he was recovering his cultivation because he didn't have any Ying spirit liquid, he could only cultivate the War God Shrine technique from My Lang's memory, but what interested him was the divine path. Although the spiritual energy from cultivating the divine path had no attribute, from an objective point of view, it was worse than his previous Ying spiritual energy. But the divine path of the War God Shrine was not without its benefits. If the Ying spiritual energy was like an invincible sword, then this cultivation was flexible as silk. The War God Shrine was located on a heaven-piercing mountain in the eastern part of Ho Fun. The mountain was shrouded by clouds and was filled with spirit beasts. There were 4 sub-mountains that housed the 4 subsects of the War God Shrine. As one of the 4 head sects of the country of Ho Fun, the War God Shrine had more than 3,000 disciples. Even if you excluded the random outer sect disciples, there were still around 2,300 disciples. On this day, at a low, snowy peak 1 kilometer away from the War God Shrine, Zhou Zihong, Yang Xiong, and Lin Tao were waiting. 3 days ago, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls shake as Wang Lin sent them a message via their soul blood essence. He told them to bring a few items. The appointed time had long passed, but the 3 of them didn't dare to leave. Among the 3 of them, Lin Tao was the most scared as he looked for words to say. Zhou Zihong looked dazed as she bit her red lips. Her mind was blank. My Lang had been gone for over a year. She originally thought he would never appear again. However, when she got his message 3 days ago, her face immediately became pale. Yang Xiong's expression was the most composed. Aside from lights flashing from his eyes every now and then, he looked the most normal. However, upon closer inspection, his right hand formed a tight fist. Time slowly passed and night came, but Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion. At a mountain peak 2 kilometers away, Wang Lin coldly looked at the 3 of them. Since the upheaval in Zhao, Wang Lin had become very cautious. Although he had their soul blood essence, the 3 of them might be determined enough to fight to the death. Therefore, Wang Lin was waiting. If there was anything abnormal, then he would crush their soul blood essences and flee. At the same time, Wang Lin was also gauging their reactions. It has to be said that even if they were pretending, they couldn't do it for a long period of time. Among the 3 of them, Lin Tao's expression was the most normal. From the start, he had been scared and unsettled. Zhou Zihong had been in a daze the whole time. Confusion appeared on her face despite her best efforts to hide it. After observing the 2 of them, Wang Lin focused his attention on Yang Xiong. This person's expression was really composed at the start, but as time passed, his expression became more unsettled. Wang Lin stared at Yang Xiong's right hand and his eyes became cold. He pondered for a bit before quickly moving toward the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared before them. A cold aura spread out. After they saw Wang Lin, all 3 of their hearts trembled and all of their fatigue disappeared. In this past year, the various things that happened in the foreign battleground echoed in their dreams every night. They weren't really sure how powerful Wang Lin was, but the My Lang before them caused their hearts to tremble. They had a feeling that even if Wang Lin didn't have their soul blood essences, he could still kill them in an instant without them being able to protect themselves at all. This type of feeling reached its peak after Wang Lin coldly looked at them. Lin Tao was the first to hit his limit as he knelt to the ground and said, "Lin Tao greets Master." Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong weren't much better off. They were just withstanding the aura by sheer force. Wang Lin withdrew his G-realm divine sense. Only then did that sense of danger disappear. The 3 of them let out breaths of relief. Then Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong bowed to greet Wang Lin. As they bowed, a trace of bitterness flashed across Yang Xiong's face as he clenched the jade in his right hand. He came here with 2 thoughts in mind. One was to cheat Wang Lin to come back to the War God Shrine and ask the elders to help him steal back his soul blood essence. The second was if Wang Lin wasn't willing to go, then he would secretly emit his current location with the jade. Back at the War God Shrine, his junior apprentice brother was holding another piece of jade. If he were to insert spiritual energy into this jade, The jade his junior apprentice brother was holding would light up and his junior apprentice brother would call their master. But he now found out just how stupid his idea was. If he really did that, then he would have been the first one to die. This senior that possessed my Lang's body must have been a cultivator from a high-ranking cultivation country. How else could this senior, being only be at the foundation establishment stage, have a divine sense that caused his heart to tremble? Xianxia secretly sighed and gave up on any ideas of resisting. He took a deep breath and quickly slapped his bag of holding with his left hand. He then took out a jade and respectfully said to Wang Lin, "Master, I have gotten what you requested of me 3 days ago. This is the jade from the refining house." After Wang Lin received the jade, he scanned it with his divine sense. Without showing any expression, he nodded. His gaze then fell on Lin Tao. Lin Tao's heart sped up and he whispered, "Master, that map is placed at the top of the treasure pavilion. I can't go up there because my cultivation level isn't high enough." Seeing Wang Lin's deadpan face, Lin Tao clenched his teeth and said, "10 days. Master, just give me 10 days of time. By then it will be my cousin's turn to patrol. I will at least be able to get him to make me a copy." Wang Lin looked at him, nodded, then blandly said, "If you really manage to get it, then when I leave Ho Fan, I'll return your soul blood essence to you." With that, he looked toward Xianxia. His eyes became cold as he said, "Normally, I would have returned your soul blood essence to you, but the item in your hand voids your achievements. This time I won't kill you, but whether or not I return your soul blood essence to you will depend on next time." Xiaxia's body shook and his face immediately became pale. When he saw Wang Lin just now, especially because of the look in Wang Lin's eyes, he felt a strong sense of fear. He knelt on the ground and handed over the jade in his right hand. His face was very tense. Wang Lin no longer looked at him. He now looked toward Zhou Zihong. Zhou Zihong clenched her teeth, raised her pretty face and said, "Senior, that divine path is very strange. Although I saw it 6 months ago, I couldn't remember anything afterward, so I can't make a copy of the jade that contains the technique. Actually, Senior doesn't have to go through such a roundabout way. With my Lang's contribution in the foreign battleground, once you return to the sect, you will naturally be allowed to study it." The divine path was what interested Wang Lin the most from my Lang's memories. My Lang dreamed of studying it. For some reason, the War God Shrine was very strict when it came to their own disciples studying the divine path, but people outside the sect only had to pay spirit stones in appointed times in exchange for studying it. But for disciples of the War God Shrine, they must either have reached the core formation stage or have contributed greatly to the sect. Only after achieving one of these can they study it under the supervision of an elder. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this divine path must have something special about it. It could be that if someone at the foundation establishment studied it, it would be dangerous without someone protecting them. When he asked Zhou Zihong to make a copy, he didn't plan on it succeeding, so he wasn't disappointed. He carefully looked at the 3 of them and gently said, "The 3 of you don't have to be so on guard near me. As long as you don't mess with me, then when I leave Ho Fan, I'll return your soul blood essences. However, if you dare to plot against me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The 3 of you can return. Lin Tao, I'll wait for you here in 10 days. With that, Wang Lin's body floated backward and flew away in a rainbow-colored light. Lin Tao quickly responded and thought that once he got back, he would have to have a good talk with his cousin. This was a life-and-death situation, so no matter what, he had to get a copy of that map. Yang Xiong's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The cold breeze blew on his body, causing him to shiver. Waves of coldness came from his heart as he knew that he had just walked past death's door. Zhou Zihong calmly looked at Yang Xiong and left. Wang Lin aimlessly flew in the sky as he pondered in his heart. Before long, his eyes lit up. No matter what, he couldn't go to this War God Shrine. Not to even mention that if any of those 3 were thinking of rebelling, the secrets he was holding right now couldn't be hidden from a nascent soul cultivator at all. It was very likely that the nascent soul ancestor had already used some strange method and figured out that he had possessed my Liang. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a hint of fear as his face darkened and his speed increased. Wang Lin had already speculated this would happen, but Yang Xiong's group's actions made him even more convinced. As he was flying, a gentle voice suddenly entered his ears. "Little friend, could you please return my disciple's soul essence blood?" This voice was very beautiful. It was very sweet to listen to. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. Before him, an enchanting woman walked toward him. The woman's steps were as light as the clouds and each one created a rustling sound. She wore a blue court dress. The bottom half of the dress was covered in triangular emeralds. There was a belt around her waist, and from the belt extended many long ribbons. The court dress on this woman created a sense of intelligence and elegance. The woman was very beautiful. Without any makeup, there was a red glow on her face, and her skin was a creamy white color. As the woman walked forward, Wang Lin backed up to keep a constant distance between them. He put his hand on his bag of holding and coldly stared at her. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but in his heart, he was on full alert. This woman's cultivation level was something he couldn't see through. She was clearly a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin calmly looked at the woman and said, "What is the name of Senior's disciple?" The woman revealed a gentle smile and replied with a soft voice, "My disciple's name is Zhou Zihong." Wang Lin nodded without any hesitation and decisively said, "Okay. Once Junior is 1,000 kilometers away, I'll definitely send out the soul essence blood. Otherwise, even if Senior acts, I'll struggle to make sure the soul essence blood is destroyed." The woman looked at Wang Lin and said, "Little friend doesn't need to be so nervous. I have already heard about you from Zihong. It was all thanks to your help that the three of them were able to safely return to the War God Shrine. Just with that, we can ignore you possessing my Liang. Ignoring everything else, because you saved Zihong, I can forgive you for everything that has happened." Wang Lin was startled and carefully looked at the woman's eyes. He saw that the woman didn't seem to be lying. Then, he pondered a bit and said, "Please don't blame me, Senior. Please wait until Junior is 1,000 kilometers away before I return the soul essence blood." The woman raised her hand and made a pose that would shock any man's heart. She shook her head and laughed. 1,000 kilometers? I'll call you my Liang. My Liang, 1,000 kilometers is only a few breaths for me. If I wanted to kill you, then unless you could escape to 10,000 kilometers away, it would be pointless. Fine, if you insist, then go. Without a word, Wang Lin's body shot into the distance, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light. Half an hour later, he had already traveled 3,000 kilometers. He stopped at the mouth of a volcano to catch his breath. After adjusting the spiritual energy in his body, he pointed at his forehead and a silver speck of light floated out. Wang Lin didn't even take another look at it as his body jumped into the air and he left. Along the way, Wang Lin wondered if what the woman said was true or false, but no matter what, it was not wise for Wang Lin to offend a nascent soul cultivator right now. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to return Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. A few minutes later, the woman's figure appeared at the mouth of the volcano where Wang Lin left Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. She reached out with her right hand and Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood quickly came to her. The woman looked at the speck of light and revealed a tender and loving expression. After carefully putting away the soul essence blood, she looked at the direction Wang Lin went and softly muttered to herself, "Seeing that you saved Hong Air and readily returned her soul essence blood, I'll solve the issue of possession for you." For 2 days, aside from some necessary rest, he had been continuously flying. Because that woman had never appeared again, he relaxed a bit, but suddenly, his eyes focused on the ground not far from him. Just at this moment, several sword lights flew toward him from the distance. After seeing Wang Lin, they quickly changed direction and headed toward him. When they arrived, 7 or 8 youngsters landed near Wang Lin. They looked at him with hostile gazes. Among these people, the most prominent was a young man in the front. The man's face was as white as jade. He looked very refined. His cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and already at pseudo-core formation. He wore a purple robe and stood on top of a green flying sword. creating a very noble air. Beside him followed a girl dressed in red. There was a hint of red on her pale face, making people want to love her. The young man's eyes were cold as he looked toward the girl and whispered, "Wan Air? Is it him?" The girl looked at Wang Lin. She let out an apologetic smile and whispered to the young man, "Brother, it is not him. Although that person was good at the art of disguise, he couldn't fake this person's temperament." The coldness disappeared from the young man's eyes. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and honestly said, "Please don't blame us, fellow cultivator. I'm Li Qiqing from the Lu He sect. Please forgive our rudeness." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he calmly said, "No problem. Since it is a misunderstanding, then how could I hold it against you?" Li Qiqing let out a laugh and said, "I believe fellow cultivator is here to attend the Ravine Workshop Assembly. Maybe we can meet again in the future, but I still have an important matter to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." With that, he clasped his hands again, grabbed the girl next to him, and left with the other 6 or 7 people. After they left, Wang Lin looked at the ground and moved forward without a word. Before long, he frowned. He took out the piece of metal from his bag of holding and smashed it into the ground. The piece of metal was very quick and hit the ground with a bang. Then, a very pathetic figure came out of the ground 20 meters away. This person's appearance was very normal. Only his eyes contained a look of intelligence. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he quickly looked around and jumped up. A flying sword came out and carried him to Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, I'm Sun Yukai. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't want to purposely follow you, but I had to. That girl from the Lu He sect is looking for me, and since I can't beat them in a fight, I can only hide. They are still looking for me, but if I follow you, then that Li Qiqing won't be able to find me." Wang Lin looked at him. Then, he flew forward and completely ignored the guy. Sun Yukai quickly followed him up and slyly asked, "Fellow cultivator, what sect are you from?" "I'm a disciple of the evil devil sect." Wang Lin's brow slightly furrowed. He didn't say a word as he used spiritual energy to move faster. His speed suddenly increased and he left Sun Yukai behind. Sun Yukai looked at Wang Lin. He sneered in his heart, but his expression remained the same. He slapped both his legs and kicked off from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was next to Wang Lin again. He continued to say, "Fellow cultivator, I'm really sorry about before. It is all that girl's fault. Fellow cultivator, you are going to the Ravine workshop, right? How about we go together? I know a lot of people in the area and can even buy a few chi condensation females to use as furnaces." "What speed?" Wang Lin's heart moved as he turned to look at Sun Yukai and smiled. Sun Yukai saw this smile and suddenly felt his skin crawl. This feeling disappeared as soon as it appeared and Sun Yukai shook his head. He thought this person was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he couldn't be wrong. He slowly smiled and asked, "How about it, fellow cultivator?" Wang Lin sneered in his heart and decisively said, "Okay, then I'll bother Brother Sunday." Sun Yotsai's heart shook. He didn't expect Wang Lin to agree this easily. He had a lot of words he was preparing to say, but now they were all pointless. However, his reaction was very quick. He smiled and said, "No problem. It was originally my fault for using fellow cultivator to hide. What is your name?" "My name is Mai Liang. I'm a disciple of the War God Shrine." Wang Lin faintly smiled. In Sun Yotsai's eyes, the smile was filled with naivety, but only Wang Lin knew the truth. Sun Yukai let out a mischievous smile. He looked around and whispered, "Brother Mai, I heard your War God Shrine has a beauty named Zhou Ziwei. Our future sect leader saw her 6 months ago and was completely mesmerized by her. You're from the War God Shrine. Is she really that pretty?" Wang Lin was startled and asked, "Zhou Ziwei? Are you talking about Zhou Zihong, elder apprentice sister Zhou?" Sun Yukai suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled. "Looked at his memory of mine. That is right, it is Zhou Zihong. So, how does she look?" Wang Lin nodded and said, Elder apprentice Sister Zhou is indeed beautiful, but her personality is very cold, so I have only seen her a few times. Sun Yukai let out a laugh as he reached out to grab Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about her anymore. Brother Ma, there is a transfer array to enter the ravine just ahead." Wang Lin's shoulder moved to dodge the hand. He said, "That is good. Let's quickly go so we can enter the valley sooner." With that, he flew forward. Sun Yotsai's hand hit empty air, but his expression didn't change as he asked, "Brother Ma, did you come out by yourself this time?" He casually followed Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered, but his expression didn't show any abnormality as he answered, "That's right. I'm the only one that came this time." Sun Yukai let out a laugh and whispered, "I guess Brother Ma secretly left the sect and came to the ravine to get some technique jades. I heard that in 3 months, it will be the War God's Shrine's 5-palace competition. At that time, Brother Ma can use them to become famous." Wang Lin faintly smiled, but didn't say a word. Seeing Wang Lin's reaction, Sun Yukai sneered, "Little brat, it doesn't matter if what you say is true or false. Since you've met your grandfather today, consider yourself unlucky. I'll use your body to make a puppet. I believe that Li Qiqing won't be too on guard against you." He was thinking this, but to ensure that everything would go as planned, he took out a jade before Wang Lin and said, "Brother Ma, I'll call a friend over. He is very close. When he gets here, we can go through the transfer array together. That way, we can save a spirit stone." There was memory of a transfer array in Ma Liang's memory. It cost a spirit stone to open the transfer array, and every time it opened, it could transfer up to 3 people. So there was no issue with Sun Yotsai's suggestion. After seeing Wang Lin nodding his head, Sun Yukai placed the jade on his forehead and threw it into the air. After a few flashes of light, the jade disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin followed Sun Yukai. As they flew, he noticed that the farther they went, the more deserted it got. There were more and more big and small volcanoes around them. Some of the volcanoes spat out black smoke. Afraid that Wang Lin would become suspicious, Sun Yukai quickly explained, "Don't worry, Brother Ma. The transfer array is not far away. I don't know what has been going on recently, but all of the volcanoes have been releasing black smoke. I remember that the 4 great sects' nascent soul ancestors just finished sealing them last year." Wang Lin's expression became cold as he laughed. "Yes, this place is indeed deserted. A very good place. Especially these volcanoes. After killing someone, you can just toss their body into them. That will save yourself from using a fireball technique." Sun Yotsai's body suddenly stopped. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Ma." Before he even finished speaking, sounds of wind and thunder came in from the distance along with a black sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword arrived near them. When the light dissipated, it revealed a skinny, middle-aged man. His eyes revealed a ruthless light. This person was wearing all black. Even the flying sword under his feet emitted a black light. Both of his hands were covered in black smoke. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as he said to Sun Yukai, "He is the fat sheep?" Wang Lin looked at him and noticed that this person's cultivation level was higher than Sun Yotsai's. This person had already reached the pseudo-core formation stage and could compete with Li Qiqing. Sun Yotsai's face suddenly smiled like a flower. His voice sounded like he was trying to please the person as he said, "Senior Marshal Brother, it is him. I saw that girl, Li Muin, and her brother Li Qiqing have a good impression of him. If we turn him into a puppet and use him to approach them, we might have a better chance." The black-clothed man turned his head toward Wang Lin. He was surprised that Wang Lin didn't run away. Wang Lin was only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat at all as he coldly said, "Brat, you can die now." With that, the flying sword under his feet shot out toward Wang Lin's chest. At the same time, the black-clothed man jumped forward and clapped his hand a few times. The black mist spread out, forming a giant skull. It quickly followed the black sword toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He didn't even mind the mist or the flying sword as he pointed his finger at the middle-aged man and said, "Destroy!" The moment the G realm appeared, the sky darkened. The moment the G-realm divine sense appeared, the soul was destroyed. Wang Lin was invincible among foundation establishment cultivators. If he reaches the core formation stage, he will be the king of core formation cultivators. If he reaches the nascent soul stage, then he will be the #1 cultivator under the soul formation stage in countless countries. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly bulged out. He could feel that his soul was hit by a powerful destructive force. He didn't have any power to resist, so his soul instantly shattered. When he revealed a look of fear, he had already died. His body then went limp. Even until his death, he still didn't understand how it all happened. Everything happened too quickly. The flying sword didn't even travel half the distance to its destination when the divine sense from the middle-aged man broke and it fell from the sky. The black skull followed behind it and slowly dissipated with the death of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the black flying sword quickly flew into his hand. He slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal came out. Devour that black mist. After saying those words, Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to it and turned to Sun Yukai, who was completely dumbfounded. A flash of red light appeared on the piece of metal as the devil came out and jumped on the black mist. He didn't stop to consider whether or not he could even devour or digest the black cloud as he devoured it with a bitter smile. He didn't dare to disobey Wang Lin as he knew how scary Wang Lin was. Sun Yukai finally realized what was going on as he took a few steps back. He quickly jumped to the ground and disappeared. The devil's eyes turned and he slowed down on devouring the black mist. He was pretending to still be devouring. However, Wang Lin's next sentence caused him to frown again. "Follow me." With that, Wang Lin's body moved and his G-realm divine sense quickly spread out. He chased northwest. The devil revealed a struggling expression as he backed up instead of charging forward. Suddenly, he let out a miserable scream as green gas appeared on his body, causing him to not dare to hesitate anymore. Wang Lin retrieved the divine sense he used to punish the devil and focused on chasing Sun Yukai. He was very interested in Sun Yotsai's speed. He knew that his own speed was lacking compared to Sun Yotsai's, just like with the middle-aged woman who could travel 10,000 kilometers in 2 breaths. If someone like that wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even be able to run. When Sun Yukai caught up to him before, he was already using his full speed, so it showed how fast Sun Yukai was. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't kill him. He decided to catch him alive to get the technique out of him. Sun Yukai was scared now. Ever since he started cultivating 30 years ago, since he was a 15th layer Qi condensation cultivator, he had been killing people. But he had always been very careful and only killed people weaker than him. He never dared to kill people stronger than him. Over the years, he used all of the treasures he had found and traded them at the Ravine workshop for pills to increase his cultivation level. This caused his cultivation level to continue to rise, but as his cultivation level increased, normal pills lost their effect. High-quality pills were either hard to find or the prices were too high, so he set his sights on the Luohe sect. The Luohe sect was famous for formations and alchemy, especially when it came to pills. If the pill was refined by the Luohe sect, then it must be a high-quality pill. Sun Yotsai's target was the Luohe sect's Li Muin. He wanted to get some pills or pill recipes from her, but her older brother Li Qiqing's cultivation level was a step above his at pseudo-core formation, completely above him, who had just entered the late stage of foundation establishment. The current Sun Yukai wished his speed could be even faster. Even now, his mind was recalling the terrifying moment from before. Fourth senior apprentice brother was a pseudo-core formation cultivator, yet he was so easily killed. If that Maliang had used some powerful treasure, then he wouldn't be so scared. But he didn't even see the shadow of a magic treasure. He only heard Maliang say the word destroy, and fourth senior apprentice brother just died. What kind of technique is that? Thinking about this, Sun Yukai couldn't help but feel his skull go numb. The more he couldn't understand, the more terrified he was. What cultivation level would you need to be able to kill a pseudo-core formation cultivator with just one word? Could it be that Maliang had already reached the core formation stage? No. Sun Yukai quickly rejected the idea because he had met core formation cultivators before. Even if the core formation elders were to fight a pseudo-core formation cultivator, it wouldn't be this easy. Although they would win for sure, they couldn't just kill them with one word like it was some sort of heavenly decree. Sun Yotsai's heart trembled. Could it be a nascent soul cultivator? But he soon rejected this idea as well. He had seen a nascent soul cultivator act before. It was when the demon sect ancestor killed a late-stage Foundation establishment traitor. In front of everyone's eyes, he only threw out a sword and the traitor died while running away. He didn't even have any chance to dodge or resist. But still, in his eyes, when he compared Wang Lin killing a pseudo-core formation cultivator with just a word to the nascent soul elder who used a flying sword, it was clear who was stronger. With that, his mind suddenly went blank. Could it be that he is soul formation? When Sun Yukai said the words soul formation, all of the strength left his body. The more he thought about it, the more accurate it felt. Sun Yukai bittered muttered, "A soul formation expert. That is someone of legends. How is it possible? But if not soul formation, how could he kill fourth senior apprentice brother with just one word? Rumor has it that soul formation cultivators can control the ways of the heavens, so killing a pseudo-core formation cultivator with one word would make sense. I am being hunted by a soul formation expert." Sun Yotsai's body trembled as he escaped underground. The fear was making him feel like he couldn't even breathe. Just at this moment, he felt the ground before him warm up and he secretly complained. This earth escape move was an amazing technique anywhere else, but here in Hofun, where there were many volcanoes, there were some serious restrictions. If he accidentally tunneled into lava, then he could only blame himself. Normally, when Sun Yukai runs, he identifies the direction and immediately changes direction when he feels heat. But now, he believed that he was being chased by a soul formation expert. He didn't pay attention and now it was too late. All he could do was use all his might to raise his body up. With a loud bang, his body bursted out from underground into a cave inside a volcano. A wave of heat immediately hit him, causing his hair and eyebrows to immediately curl. He let out a scream as he quickly threw out his flying sword and moved onto a rock. After just these few moments in the heat, his skin was already cracking and his clothes were instantly turned to dust. Even the flying sword under his feet had turned red, and its temperature kept on increasing. The moment sweat appeared on Sun Yotsai's body, every drop turned into white vapor. Looking at him now, his entire body was surrounded by this white vapor. Although he was naked, there was still a hint of a divine being. Below him was a large pool of lava. There were many large bubbles in the pool, and every time one burst, black gas would rise up. Sun Yukai was able to bite the bullet and rush through to the other side of the volcano before he stopped in place as he looked at the lava below him with a look of terror. At this moment, Wang Lin had caught up. He didn't know the earth escape technique, but his divine sense had been locked onto Sun Yukai the whole time. He suddenly noticed that Sun Yukai had stopped, so he took out the piece of metal and pointed at the ground. The metal spun as it hit the ground and dug a tunnel. Wang Lin's body quickly followed and entered the lava pool Sun Yukai was at. The moment he entered the volcano, Wang Lin noticed Sun Yukai, who was staring at the lava below in terror. Wang Lin followed Sun Yotsai's gaze into the lava and saw triangle-shaped eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and backed out of the tunnel. He hid, not moving an inch, and stared at the eyes. According to Maliang's memories from when he grew up as a kid, there was no creature in Hofen that lived inside a volcano. If there was, then it would be impossible for them not to be found by the cultivators of Hofen. It has to be said that every few years, the ancestors of the four great sects seal the volcanoes for safety. At the same time, Sun Yukai seemed to be possessed as he stared at the eyes. He got off the flying sword and stepped onto the rock with his bare feet. The moment his feet touched the rock, the smell of burning flesh spread out. He only took 3 steps before his flesh and skin were completely burned off, revealing bones that had been burnt black. However, Sun Yukai didn't reveal any look of suffering as he jumped into the lava from the edge of the rock. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand reached out. The moment Sun Yukai started falling, he grabbed Sun Yotsai's bag and then quickly backed away without even looking back at the lava. A roar came from behind Wang Lin and the heat in the area suddenly intensified. As Wang Lin ran, the tunnel around him turned red. If someone were to look from above, they would see that all of the big and small volcanoes were spewing black smoke, especially one of the large volcanoes. Around it, a red light visible to the eyes spread out. Everything that was touched by this red light turned red. Wang Lin's face was dark as he followed the tunnel. He suddenly stopped as he saw an ocean of flames gathered in the tunnel before him. The fire formed a creature with triangular eyes and a single horn. It looked at Wang Lin with killing intent. Without a word, Wang Lin sent out his G-realm divine sense. One could only see a ray of red lightning shoot out from Wang Lin's eyes and enter the fire beast. The fire beast's fire dimmed for a moment, but it soon recovered. It then opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face darkened even more. He turned around, but his pupils suddenly shrank as another fire beast appeared behind him. At this moment, inside the narrow tunnel, there were two fire beasts blocking both sides. He clenched his teeth as he sent out the piece of metal. The metal began to dig another tunnel and Wang Lin quickly followed. But just at this moment, the two fire beasts suddenly let out roars. Wang Lin's heart sank. The dirt around Wang Lin suddenly turned red and hardened until it formed a cage. Wang Lin was trapped inside. This cage was closing around him until it completely surrounded him, finally trapping Wang Lin inside. At this moment, waves of cracks appeared on the ground. The ground collapsed inwards, forming a basin. A ball of black dirt was formed with Wang Lin inside. Around the dirt ball were 8 fire beasts that constantly spewed fire at the ball of dirt to make it smaller. Soon, the ball grew smaller and smaller, and the beasts eventually stopped. One of the fire beasts grabbed the ball of dirt and jumped onto the ground. The other fire beasts quickly followed. They soon returned to the cave they were in before. The fire beast threw the ball of dirt into the lava before jumping in with the other fire beasts. They all disappeared into the lava. The lava let out a few more bubbles before calming down. The surrounding volcanoes stopped spewing black smoke and the heat wave disappeared. Aside from the giant basin that was formed by the fire beast, there was no other evidence of what had just occurred remaining. And basins were very common in Hofun. Almost next to every volcano, there would be big and small basins. Wang Lin hugged his body as he resisted the high-temperature waves. The moment the dirt surrounded him, he covered his body in his G-realm divine sense. At the moment, his divine sense was slowly dissolving the dirt ball. He could clearly feel that he was shaking. With a shake, he could feel that he was thrown to the ground. Currently, his divine sense had broken through the restriction of the dirt ball, so he could clearly see everything before him. In front of him was an endless pool of lava. There were countless openings above it. Lava flowed down into this endless pool from the openings. The dirt ball he was trapped in was currently floating in the lava. Around him were 7 or 8 more dirt balls floating around. On top of each one sat a fire beast. Then he looked at the lava around him and saw countless triangular eyes. One of the fire beasts jumped up from the lava and sat down on top of Wang Lin's ball of dirt. The fire beasts didn't notice Wang Lin's divine sense at all. Time slowly passed and more fire beasts came from the tunnels above. Every group carried a dirt ball as well. At this moment, the entire pool of lava began to shake. Every fire beast quickly made an opening where a giant fire beast appeared. Wang Lin quickly withdrew his divine sense and began to observe carefully. A normal fire beast was only 3 feet tall, but just the head of this large fire beast was already larger than 10 feet. Slowly, a large portion of the big fire beast's body appeared. Along with this large body, a powerful pressure came, causing all of the small fire beasts to stop moving. Wang Lin's heart was shocked. The power this large fire beast was at was least at the nascent soul level. As for exactly how strong, Wang Lin was unable to determine as he had never met a soul formation cultivator before. This large fire beast looked around before moving to the left. Soon, another large fire beast came out. One by one, they appeared until there was a total of 16. These 16 fire beasts formed a circle. Once the circle was complete, A translucent ring of fire appeared in the middle. Rainbow-colored light emanated from it. Wang Lin carefully looked and saw a figure slowly become solid as it formed a ball of fire the size of his fist. Slivers of red lines lined the ball of fire to the ring of fire. The moment the ball of fire appeared, the 16 large fire beasts let out roars. One by one, their bodies jumped up from the lava pool. They then proceeded to kneel on the lava. All of the smaller fire beasts also jumped out of the lava and kneeled. Wang Lin was observing when he suddenly felt a shock in his brain as the heaven-defying bead appeared without him willing it for the first time. If he didn't quickly stop it, then it would have broken through the dirt. Just at this moment, a fire beast grabbed the dirt ball beneath him and threw it at the ball of fire. The dirt ball suddenly stopped in mid-air and the ball of fire quickly entered the dirt ball. The sucking noise was very clear in this silent cave. A chilling scream came from inside the dirt ball. The scream continued, but got softer and softer until no sound came out anymore. Soon, slivers of blood mist came from the dirt ball and the ball of fire came out. The dirt ball fell from the air and sank into the lava. Wang Lin's heart sank as well. He now understood that he wasn't the only person alive inside a dirt ball. Even if he didn't protect himself, the dirt ball wouldn't have killed him. At most, he would be asleep. Subsequently, more dirt balls were tossed at the ball of fire. Screams rang out as the ball of fire entered them. The screams lasted for more than half an hour. When the 5th dirt ball sank into the lava, the dirt ball Wang Lin was in was thrown out. The heaven-defying bead shook violently, and with a never-before-seen momentum, it broke through Wang Lin's hold. Just at this moment, the ball of fire entered the dirt ball Wang Lin was in. A wave of heat quickly spread throughout the dirt ball as the ball of fire smoothly entered it. However, at the exact same moment, the heaven-defying bead charged out, causing the ball of fire to pause and then turn away without any hesitation. But it was still too late. The heaven-defying bead ignored everything in its way and slammed into the ball of fire. The ball of fire let out a scream and began to struggle, but before it could struggle for long, it was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. The leaves that were on the heaven-defying bead disappeared and were replaced by a ball of fire. Soon, many more balls of fire appeared on the heaven-defying bead. The ball of fire became dimmer and dimmer until it dissipated completely. At this moment, the 10th ball of fire appeared on the heaven-defying bead, causing it to let out a bright light that could be clearly seen even from outside the dirt ball. At this moment, with the disappearance of the ball of fire, the fire ring began to dim and the red slivers that connected the ring of fire to the ball of fire broke. Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at what had happened. Not only him, all of the fire beasts were also completely stunned. They stood motionless in the cave, not knowing what to do at all. The heaven-defying bead quickly moved toward Wang Lin and retreated into his brow. Wang Lin didn't have time to check the bead as he moved his body and activated the attraction force technique. He carried the dirt ball up and into one of the tunnels. All of this happened in a very short period of time. It wasn't until Wang Lin's dirt ball left that the fire beasts realized what had happened. The 16 large fire beasts let out roars as they tore open the tunnel and chased after Wang Lin. Behind him, tens of thousands of fire beasts let out angry roars and chased him. Wang Lin's body was trapped inside the dirt ball as he moved through the lava. It has to be said that the lava was flowing down into the cave. Wang Lin was currently going against the current, so there was no way for him to move fast. But the fire beasts weren't slowed at all because they grew up in the lava. It could be said that they were fire spirits, meaning that the hotter it was, the faster they moved. Although Wang Lin didn't know what that ball of fire was, just the fact that it was able to complete the fire element for the heaven-defying bead was already a big enough shock. From the respect the beasts showed and how angry they had become, that ball of fire must have been very important to them. It was likely that the ball of fire was their king. Wang Lin's guess was not wrong. The fire beasts were born from the lava. It could be described as a fire spirit and was ranked fairly high. According to the Cultivation Union, they were universally called fire spirit beasts. From the moment of its birth, it had intelligence. It cultivated in the lava under Ho Fon for many years and its cultivation was very powerful. In the countless years it had been alive, it had transformed 5 times. If it changes 9 times, then it can change from a spirit beast to a desolate beast, but after every transformation, it is in a weakened state for 500 years, unable to use any spiritual energy at all. In order to protect itself, every time it's about to transform, it spreads out its spiritual energy to speed up the growth of the next generation to protect itself. At the same time, as it transformed more and more, it learned that there was a way to shorten the time of weakness. Devour cultivators. He didn't need to devour a lot, only a few cultivators every once in a while. So it used its offspring to catch cultivators that came into the volcano and fed them. To prevent the cultivators from harming the fire spirit, they would all be trapped in dirt. As a result, the fire spirit could leisurely enjoy its meal. But now, the weakened fire spirit itself was devoured instead. And the moment it disappeared, all of the fire beasts became angry. In their hearts, the fire spirit wasn't only their king, it was also their father. Their father was killed before them. How could they not be angry? Gradually, they got closer and closer. One of the 16 fire beasts in the front opened its mouth and spat out fire that was almost pure white. Inside the purple lava, the white flame was very eye-catching. When it hit Wang Lin's dirt ball, the dirt ball immediately shrunk one size. Wang Lin bled everywhere as the white flame hit his dirt ball. His G-realm divine sense could only stop so much. He clenched his teeth and used even more spiritual energy to escape. The fire beasts destroyed everything in their path as they charged at Wang Lin. They got closer and closer until 8 fire beasts spat out white flames together. The moment the flame hit the dirt ball, Wang Lin's body shook and he charged out from inside it. His body was surrounded by his divine sense as he withstood the unbearable heat and charged out. After he came out, he stopped for a moment as the piece of metal appeared from his bag of holding and flew to under his feet. The piece of metal formed a rainbow and carried Wang Lin out from the top. Looking from the outside, one could see a completely black figure with clothes that were almost all burnt charge out of the mouth of the volcano. Behind him followed the 16 fire beasts. They chased him all the way to the entrance of the volcano. They roared at him in frustration, but strangely didn't dare to follow him out. Only now did Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. He looked down and his scalp suddenly went numb. He saw that below the 16 fire beasts were countless triangular eyes looking up. Their eyes only had one point of interest, and that was him. Any one of those fire beasts could block his G-realm divine sense. This should be impossible, but if this was really true, then the only explanation was that these fire beasts didn't have souls or divine sense. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He looked at the countless fire beasts below him and flew into the distance without a word. Gradually, he became even more gloomy as along the way. Every time he saw a volcano, he would see fire beasts. These fire beasts all waited at the mouths of volcanoes, starting at him with cold gazes. All of them seemed to be waiting for a command, and once the command was issued, they would all charge out of the volcanoes. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as he rubbed his temple. He decided that he would get a map as soon as possible so he could leave Hofan and never come back. Thinking about that, he stopped moving and spread out his divine sense. After probing for a while, he changed directions and flew north. Although he didn't look at the volcanoes on the way anymore, he could still clearly see those cold gazes staring at him. At this moment, all of the nascent soul ancestors came out of their closed-door cultivation sessions. They, ones who stood at the top of the rank 3 cultivation country, could clearly feel the waves of destructive energy brewing inside Hofan. This had happened many times before. This meant that the volcanoes inside Hofan were about to erupt. Every time this happened, they would go to the volcanoes they were each responsible for to seal them to prevent them from erupting. Because if they were to erupt, then it would be a great disaster for Hofan. Mortals might be able to run to another country without my resistance. Even the royal family would have the cultivators coming out to speak for them. After all, even though mortals were like ants to cultivators, there was a higher chance of finding disciples among the mortals if they were more of them. Mortals could go, but cultivators couldn't because if a large amount of cultivators were to go to another country, there would be a great war. In the cultivation world, it is a huge taboo for a cultivation country to migrate because migration equates to a large amount of spiritual energy loss, chaos between all of the sects, and a large shift in ownership of spirit stones and magic treasures. On planet Suzaku, there is a fixed number of cultivation countries. If the volcanoes were to erupt, then the consequence would be a large amount of violent fire element spiritual energy escaping. This violent spiritual energy is impossible to cultivate, so for a long time, cultivators won't be able to survive in Hofun. But luckily, these kinds of things have not happened even once. Every time, the volcanoes would be sealed without any real problems. Even if there were eruptions, they would only affect small areas, not the entire country. 3 hours later, Wang Lin stopped above a main road. If his face was already dark, then when he saw what was on the main road, it turned green. On the main road were dozens of bodies, as well as several dead horses, on the ground beside a wagon. Most of the dead bodies were male. Without exception, all of their faces revealed looks of suffering. They were all still holding weapons in their hands. It was clear that they were still fighting when they died. Wang Lin stopped next to a carriage and waved his hand. A violent wind hit the carriage, causing it to fly into the air. As a dead body fell out from inside it, a flash of red light came out from the corpse, taking the form of a devil. He stared at Wang Lin with a look of terror on his face, but that expression soon turned vicious as he shouted, "You came at a good time. I was about to go find you. These mortal souls are too plain. I wonder how yours taste." With that, he jumped at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was extra careful. He was able to track this devil because he left a mark with his divine sense on all of the beasts he fed the devil with. If he keeps feeding it like that, then no matter how strong the devil gets, he will be able to easily control it. But now time was short, so he could only detect them if they were within a certain distance. However, when he was chasing Sun Yukai and met the fire beasts, the devil managed to run away. After Wang Lin came out of the volcano, however, when he was chasing Sun Yukai and met the fire beasts, the devil managed to run away. After Wang Lin came out of the volcano, he used his divine sense to chase after the devil. After devouring so many mortals, the devil had recovered its cultivation level to the peak of the foundation establishment stage and entered the pseudo-core formation stage. He believed that he was already stronger than Wang Lin, so he attacked. Wang Lin's gaze became cold as red lightning surged from his eyes. The devil suddenly let out a scream as the lightning struck him. He quickly stopped his attack and retreated. How could Wang Lin let him get away? He took one step forward and grabbed the air with his hand. The attraction force technique activated and caught the devil. The devil begged for mercy, but Wang Lin didn't pay any attention as his G-realm divine sense repeatedly pierced through the devil. His control was very good. He always stopped just before the devil was about to collapse. This cycle continued until smoke came from the devil's body. His scream became softer and softer until they stopped altogether. The fear in the devil's eyes deepened even more. After this incident, he truly begun to fear Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Wang Lin's cold eyes revealed a ruthless emotion. He stared at the devil and said, "If this happens again, you're dead." The devil trembled in fear as he meekly nodded. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal appeared. The devil didn't even need Wang Lin's order. He entered the piece of metal on his own. The piece of metal flashed red a few times before returning to the bag of holding. Wang Lin looked at the bodies of the people the devil devoured and pondered for a while. His current mentality was night and day compared to how it was back in Zhao. Before, the simple nature of a village boy was still ingrained in Wang Lin's personality, but after the death of his family, that simple nature had disappeared. The cultivation world was where the strong ruled. If he couldn't even protect himself and his family, then what right did he have to show compassion? Situ Nan had always wanted him to walk the demonic path, but Wang Lin always refused it. However, after dying once, he had discarded every reason to refuse it. "So what if I become a demon?" He let out a cold laugh as he waved his hand and jumped into the air. Wang Lin circled around a volcano in a deserted area of Hofun. After selecting a place, He landed and carved out a cave in the mountain with the piece of metal. After 1 hour, the cave was completed, and Wang Lin walked into it. He used the rubble to place a few confusion formations before sealing the cave entrance. After finishing all of that, he sat down on the ground, pulled out the bags of holding he got from the middle-aged man and Sun Yukai, and searched through them for a while. He took out 3 pieces of jade from them. He placed the first piece of jade on his forehead. After viewing it for a while, he placed it to the side. This one contained a cultivation method from the evil demon sect called No Restraint Cultivation Method. The evil demon sect was one of the demonic sects in Ho Fan, and their cultivation method would make one's skin crawl. This No Restraint Cultivation Method had 6 levels and focused on ruthlessness. The jade's instructions were, kill someone, then refine their heart. As you refine their heart, use this experience to transform your own heart into the heart of a killer and walk down the path of ruthlessness. Immerse yourself in the path of ruthlessness to form a Shura soul to replace your nascent soul. Then this cultivation method is complete. There was a strict requirement to cultivating this method at the start, and that was to kill 1 person a day. He guessed that the middle-aged man was cultivating this method and that this jade came from his bag of holding. Wang Lin didn't have any interest in this cultivation method, but was interested in some of the techniques. Although these demonic techniques were cruel, they were also very practical. He picked up a second jade. Its contents made him smile. There was only 1 technique recorded on this jade. It was named Earth Escape Technique. This Earth Escape Technique was one of the 5 elements escape techniques. Speaking of the 5 elements escape techniques, they were extremely famous techniques even back in the ancient cultivation world. After the cultivation Inyan appeared, this technique became extremely rare. But the 5 element escape techniques were too famous, and thus countless branches appeared from it. Most of these branches used the name, but they really weren't that much different from any other type of escape techniques. The jade in Wang Lin's hand didn't contain the real 5 element escape technique either. It was slightly more refined than the other imitations. However, just that little refinement created a world of difference. Time slowly passed as he immersed himself in studying the Earth Escape Technique. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a look of understanding. Instead of standing up, he hit the ground with both of his hands. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared 30 feet away. A look of joy appeared on Wang Lin's face as he couldn't help but mutter, "This Maoliang's body is much stronger than my previous body. Although it is not top grade, it is still middle grade, so it is not hard to learn this Earth Escape technique. But I will still need to practice for a long period of time to truly master it." Wang Lin took out the wooden bucket filled with spirit liquid. He drank it all, then began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all of the fatigue from practicing the Earth Escape technique was gone. He casually picked up the 3rd jade and looked through it. This jade contained recordings of Sun Yotsai's daily activities. It seemed Sun Yukai had a habit of keeping a daily log. This jade roughly contained his 30 years of being a cultivator. It also contained information on his complicated relationships with several women. Wang Lin skipped over all these things. What interested him was the summary of all of the pills Sun Yukai had taken in the last 10 years. The jade contained information about more than 10 different types of pills, including the effects they would have on the body, amount of spiritual energy given, and how fast they would raise his cultivation level. In addition to these, it contained information on 7 or 8 pills that he really wanted, but could not get his hands on. After that, he looked through the bags of holding for other things. Besides a few bottles of pills, Sun Yukai didn't have any magic treasures. If it was before, Wang Lin would have been suspicious, but after reading his logs, he knew that Sun Yukai traded everything he had for pills to increase his cultivation level. The black-clothed middle-aged man had one thing that caught Wang Lin's attention. It was a yellow paper with a black symbol on it. The symbol released waves of a powerful aura. Wang Lin knew what this yellow paper was as he had owned one before. It was made by a core formation cultivator and contained one of that cultivator's attacks at full power. Wang Lin couldn't help but sneer as he held the yellow paper. If the middle-aged man had been more careful and had taken this out, then he wouldn't have died. But it was obvious that this was the middle-aged man's ace in the hole. He wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, he met Wang Lin's G realm. Adding on the fact that he underestimated Wang Lin, he didn't even have time to take out this treasure. Compared to this talisman, nothing else in the bag of holding was worth mentioning. After he finished organizing his spoils, he pointed at his brow and the heaven-defying bead floated out. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile as he looked at the bead. The heaven-defying bead had already returned to having 5 leaves on its surface. Wang Lin pondered a little. The heaven-defying bead needed to complete all 5 elements to release its true power. Water and fire were done and wood was half completed. He still needed earth and metal to complete all 5 elements. Wang Lin couldn't wait to see what power this heaven-defying bead will have once the 5 elements are complete. Looking at it now, the only ability it had was access to another space. However, how could a treasure that caused Planet Suzaku's #1 expert, Situ Nan, to lose his body be this simple? Staring at the bead, Wang Lin's eyes trembled. He put it back into his brow. Next, he shook his bag of holding and a jade flew out. His divine sense entered the jade. This jade contained the refining technique Xianxia had copied for him from the war god shrine. This whole time, Wang Lin hadn't found the time to check the jade. Now he could finally study it in peace. At this moment, the countless volcanoes in Ho-Fan emitted black smoke. The smoke became even denser as it spread spiritual energy filled with rage across Ho-Fan. In addition to all of this, the disciples of the various sects noticed the fire beasts at the mouths of the volcanoes. They were all shocked and used various methods to report the information back to their sects. The 4 major sects were very used to sealing the volcanoes and were very used to the fire beasts. However, only cultivators at the nascent soul level knew about them. At this moment, in the main hall of the war god shrine, there were 4 males and 2 females sitting inside, silently frowning. One of the old men to the left spoke with a grim voice. "What does everyone think of this matter? Senior Brother Song, I have only seen these fire beasts in some old records. The records only say that they are spirit beasts. The descriptions are overly dramatic, but I believe they shouldn't be ignored. However, since they are spirit beasts, I believe they can be tamed. If the 6 of us move, we should be fine. I refuse to believe 6 nascent soul cultivators can't deal with mere fire beasts." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Although his face was gentle and his voice soft, they were filled with pride. The beautiful woman who met Wang Lin ruthlessly said, "Absurd! Master has met the fire spirit beasts once when they were only at the core formation stage. It is a nature fire spirit, so all fire-based techniques have no use on them. Only ice-based techniques can hold out for a bit. Don't even talk about killing or taming them." The middle-aged man didn't feel embarrassed. He looked at the woman awkwardly and no longer spoke. "This matter is really simple. The fire spirit beasts have existed for a long time, but they never left the volcanoes. I believe there are some natural restrictions preventing them from leaving. I just need to increase the intensity of the seals. Instead of wasting time here talking, we can be doing that right now. I'll go ahead." The person who spoke waved his sleeves, stood up, and walked out. This person was 6 feet tall and with a forehead that extended 3 extra inches forward. Seeing that everyone went silent, the old man named Song said, "Forget it. I hope that the appearance of the fire beasts won't cause the seals to fail. Let's do what we normally do and seal the volcanoes we are responsible for." The same scene happened at the Lu He sect, Evil Demon sect, and Corpse sect. The results were roughly the same, and all of the nascent soul cultivators in Ho-Fan went about sealing the volcanoes. Suddenly, the entire county of Ho-Fan could see various nascent soul cultivators from different sects floating around volcanoes, sealing them. The fluctuations of spiritual energy became more violent in these past few days as well. As they sealed the volcanoes, all of the nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but feel that something was off. Every volcano had countless fire beasts just waiting at their mouths. They didn't stop the sealing or attacked the cultivators. They just waited with cold gazes. Their actions gave the feeling that they didn't even mind the seals at all. Gradually, the hearts of the nascent soul cultivators that had joined the sealing became heavier and heavier. Even those that had optimistic views changed their minds. Wang Lin wasn't ignorant to all of this while he was immersed in learning how to refine magic treasures. He knew that the fire beasts would appear one day, but he had to wait 10 days for Lin Tao to bring him the map. Only at that moment could he leave. It would be too difficult to find a map after entering another country. There were still 4 days left before the day Wang Lin was supposed to meet Lin Tao. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Although he was tired, he revealed a joyous expression. The refining technique was very deep and not something he could master in a short period of time. Once he realized that, he focused his attention on refining flying swords. After putting away the jade, he waved his hand and the piece of metal immediately flew out of his bag of holding. It circled around his head once before stopping in front of him. After being used so much recently, the piece of metal had shrunk. The edges were all black, which was caused by all of the high-speed flying. The edges had melted more and more each time he flew. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then closed his hands. When he opened them, there were thin lines of spiritual energy between his hands. This was the first step to the War God Shrine's refining technique. The refining technique from the War God Shrine was different from the traditional refining techniques. It could be said to walk its own path. It didn't involve using fire to refine, placing formations, or mixing materials. Instead, it was a very mysterious system that was like a Pegasus appearing out of thin air. This special system required 3 steps: adjust, fuse, and harmonize. The War God Shrine also required a very important tool called the reaction furnace that was mentioned many times in the jade. The effect of the reaction furnace was to stimulate the various elements of each material. Only after successfully creating a reaction furnace could one be considered to have taken the first step in this refining technique. Both of Wang Lin's hands moved very quickly as the amount of spiritual energy threads between his hands increased. Soon, he formed something like a sheet of cloth made of shining spiritual energy between his hands. Once this thin cloth of spiritual energy was made, he waved his hands and it floated into the air. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he recalled the methods of making the reaction furnace. There was one very difficult requirement, and that was the skull of a spirit beast to use as the body of the furnace. Wang Lin didn't know that just this requirement caused many disciples in the War God Shrine to be stuck forever. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. The corpse of a snake with a head and body that were as thick as a small wooden bucket floated out. This snake came from the bag of holding he got from Su Hao in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin wasn't sure where he had gotten it and he didn't really care. But now that he needed to make the reaction furnace, he took it out to try. According to his analysis, this snake was once the pet of some powerful cultivator. Su Hao got lucky and found its body while cleaning up the foreign battleground. He carefully cut the snake's head off and got rid of all of the skin and meat. What appeared before him was an oval skull. After removing the insides, the body of a reaction furnace was complete. Next, Wang Lin carefully controlled the layer of spiritual energy and delicately placed it over the skull. He only heard a snap as cracks appeared on the skull. The cracks increased until the skull broke into pieces. At this moment, the layer of spiritual energy began to slowly dissipate until it completely disappeared. The production of the reaction furnace failed. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. Although he was disappointed, he was still somewhat prepared for this result. The jade said that the chance of creating the furnace was low. He would need to gain better control over the strands of spiritual energy, but the most important part was still the material for the furnace's body. It would be best if he could get the skull of a beast that had just died or the skull of a powerful beast. A desolate beast would be even better. If the beast had been dead for a long time, the chance of succeeding was very slow. If it was not a spirit beast, then the success rate was basically 0. The quality of the reaction furnace will affect his refining capability in the future. The jade repeated this many times. Wang Lin pondered a bit after the production of the reaction furnace failed. As for spirit beasts, he only had the one snake in his bag. Now that the snake's skull had shattered and there was no way to make a reaction furnace, Wang Lin could only take a step back and look for another way to refine treasures. He pointed at the piece of metal and it immediately began to spin rapidly. Soon, Drops of liquid metal fell from the piece of metal as it shrank. Finally, the piece of metal turned into a puddle of liquid metal. The devil had already left the metal and looked at Wang Lin sheepishly from the side. The image of the little Saiyan sword flew out and floated around Wang Lin. He then took out the black sword that belonged to Sun Yotsai's senior apprentice brother. This made it easy for Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed at the image of the little sword. It flew into the black sword and slowly fused with it. This method was the most direct and the worst type of refining. It really couldn't even be considered refining, more like finding a new body for your flying sword, much like how cultivators possess bodies. Wang Lin frowned as he tested the flying sword. The sword was much faster than the piece of metal, but still far from what it was back in Zhao. However, this was the best result he could get for now. The devil didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and obediently entered the flying sword. Wang Lin put away the flying sword. He did some calculations to figure out the time for a bit, then took a break to cultivate. After recovering his spiritual energy, he took a step without any hesitation and disappeared. Wang Lin didn't know that during the few days he had been in closed-door training, some earth-shattering changes had occurred in Hofun. The source of this change was a volcano a nascent soul cultivator from the Lu He sect was sealing off. One of the volcanoes he had sealed suddenly erupted, spewing lava hundreds of feet into the air. At the same time, large amounts of black smoke filled the sky. This wasn't much, but what caused the nascent soul cultivator's scalp to go numb were the countless fire beasts that charged out with the lava. Among these spirit beasts, there was one that was especially large. After the nascent soul cultivator fought the giant fire beasts, he found that he was no match and escaped with injuries. Luckily, the fire beast didn't chase him. It went to destroy the seals on the other volcanoes instead. Suddenly, many volcanoes across Hofun erupted, filling the air with violent spiritual energy. If anyone were to cultivate that spiritual energy right now, if they were lucky, they would just go mad, but if they were not, they would burn themselves to death. The moment this happened, the entire country of Hofun went into chaos. The first to be affected were the mortals as they couldn't defend against the fire beasts at all. All of the mortals were moving out of the country. Second were the various small and medium sects and families. They all looked toward the four main sects to see if they were fighting or running. The nascent soul cultivators of the four sects met at the war god shrine. After reporting the news to the upper cultivation country, they gave out the order to migrate. After all, there was a chance that the rank 4 cultivation country would show up at any time. Even if they were to win, their losses would be heavy and they were likely to drop back down to rank 2. Bordering Hofun was the country of Xianwu. Compared to Hofun, Xianwu was much messier as there were a lot more sects there. When Wang Lin exited the cave, it was just as the four main sects were migrating. A migration of sects sounded simple, but because such a thing rarely happened, it was anything but. Because of the fire beasts' constant attacks, the sects had to keep sending out disciples to hold them off. As a result, once the four main sects finally grouped together, adding on the various other families, they formed a group of 20,000 plus cultivators. At this point, not only had all of the fire beasts broken open the seals on all of the volcanoes, they also formed a 100,000 fire beast army, which was closing in. After several large battles, the cultivators broke out of the encirclement. They left behind a group to hold off the fire beasts as everyone else closed in on Xianwu. The moment Wang Lin left the cave, his pupils shrank as he saw 7 or 8 cultivators get jumped on by fire beasts and instantly die. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the earth escape technique to move toward the war god shrine. As he moved, he found fire beasts everywhere. The more he traveled, the more shocked he became. He quickly changed directions. Meeting Lin Tao wasn't his objective anymore. Instead, he moved toward the border of the country using information from Ma Liang's memories. He could no longer stay in Hofun, but before he got very far, a giant divine sense swept by him. This divine sense quickly moved back and concentrated on him. Shocked, he scanned the sky. What he saw were 16 giant fire beasts in a circle with a ring of fire in between them. Threads of fire from the fire ring were connected to the fire beasts' heads. The powerful divine sense came from the ring of power. This was clearly a special technique the fire beasts were born with. It was something they could only use when working together. When they found Wang Lin, all 16 fire beasts' eyes went cold. They all roared as they descended from the sky and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sped up without a word and escaped. The 16 giant beasts all let out angry roars and spat out fire, causing the ground to turn red and split apart. Wang Lin had already seen this before, so how would he let it hit him twice? As the fire came out of the beasts' mouths, he came out of the ground and disappeared in a ray of rainbow light. The 16 beasts didn't give up. The only reason they left the volcano was to find and kill the cultivator that killed their ancestor. This was the only thought in their minds right now. At the same time, because of Wang Lin, these fire beasts now hated all cultivators. They basically wanted to kill every single one they saw. Their losses were heavy too, especially under the powerful cultivator's magic treasures. To be more accurate, these fire beasts don't have a souls. They exist in a special way. Normal flying swords cannot damage their hard bodies. The best way is to hit them with powerful blunt weapons. However, there were just too many of them. Even now, there were endless fire beasts coming out of the big and small volcanoes in Hofun. As for exactly how many there were, no one but the ancestor fire spirit, who was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead, would know. As Wang Lin flew more, he got faster. These fire beasts were faster than him when they were inside the lava, but out here in the open, Wang Lin managed to keep his distance. However, Wang Lin didn't feel very well. The surrounding spiritual energy was filled with fire element. Every time he absorbed some, he would feel waves of pain. In addition to the constant roars of the 16 giant fire beasts behind him, there were countless fire beasts coming to obstruct him. More and more fire beasts accumulated behind him, chasing after him. He spread out his divine sense and felt his scalp go numb. There were so many fire beasts behind him that he couldn't tell how many there were right away. If he were to pause for just a moment, the fire beasts would tear him apart. But Wang Lin was not one to be hunted. Back when he was only at the Qi condensation stage, he dared to sneak attack Teng Li, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, a vicious gaze flashed across his eyes. He took out a bucket full of spirit liquid and drank it as he ran to recover the spiritual energy he had consumed. Next, a black light flew out of his bag of holding and disappeared. It reappeared before a fire beast and stabbed it. The sound of two pieces of metal hitting each other rang out. A bloody wound appeared on the chest of the beast and it was knocked far away. It let out a roar as it got up and continued chasing. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his face darkened. Not only were the fire beasts immune to his G-realm divine sense, but their bodies were also this tough. The flying sword was only able to wound that beast's body, and from the looks of it, it could only be considered a light wound. Wang Lin was unwilling to give up. As he flew, he continued to attack the fire beasts. Using its ability to teleport, the sword moved in a very strange way until it stabbed in between the brows of a fire beast. The sword sunk in and the fire beasts exploded, releasing waves of heat. Wang Lin's hair immediately curled as the smell of burning hair reached him, but his eyes lit up. Although these fire beasts were tough, they were not without weaknesses. After this, Wang Lin continued to control the flying word to ambush the fire beasts. One by one, the fire beasts were beheaded by him. Based on his calculations, the normal-sized fire beasts were only at the Qi condensation stage, but because they had no souls and tough bodies, it was difficult to kill them. But because Wang Lin was only one person, and adding on the fact that the fire beasts knew no fear, they continued to chase after him. Eventually, the flying sword teleported too much and its shape began to change. After all, the sword spirit was simply possessing a new body. It was not fused with it. There were dents on it and some parts of it had completely melted. If the flying sword's original owner were to be revived, even he wouldn't be able to recognize it anymore. Wang Lin realized that this was not a long-term solution as more and more fire beasts showed up. Even though he had spirit liquid, once he runs out and can't recover fast enough, he will die. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and changed directions. He no longer went to Shenwu, but flew toward the war god shrine. He didn't believe that the war god shrine would have been wiped out by these first beasts. If he was the war god shrine's ancestor, he would definitely decide to move, and that would take time. And even if they were going to move, it wouldn't be too quick because there were too many people. He had only been in the cave for a few days. Even if the fire beasts had moved on the first day he went into the cave, the war god shrine still wouldn't able to move this fast. These were merely guesses by Wang Lin. What made him make this decision was the soul blood essences telling him the general location of Yangxiong and Lin Tao. The moment Wang Lin changed directions, the fire beasts closed in on him. They spewed lava at him, and many times he was almost hit. He clenched his teeth as he moved even faster toward the war god shrine. Not long after, Wang Lin felt a powerful aura from a distance. He spread out his divine sense and noticed a group of tens of thousands of cultivators slowly closing in. The scene of tens of thousands of cultivators on their swords shocked Wang Lin for a moment, but he quickly recovered and charged toward the army of cultivators. Among the army of cultivators, there were many war chariots that emitted waves of spiritual energy. The fire beasts suddenly stopped, and the 16 large fire beasts blocked the army of cultivators. The army of cultivators didn't stop. More than 10,000 flying swords attacked without any hesitation under the orders of 10 nascent soul cultivators. Soon after, 2 more groups flew out from the army and 2,000 more people joined the battle. Before Wang Lin even got to the army, 2 lights flew out and surrounded him. The person in the middle was an ordinary-looking young woman, but there was heavy killing intent coming from between her eyebrows. She looked at the fire beasts behind her and revealed a look of hate. She turned to Wang Lin and asked, "Fellow cultivator, which sex disciple are you? Quickly, say your name." Wang Lin revealed a look of fear and quickly replied, "I'm a disciple of the war god shrine, Maoliang." The woman looked at Wang Lin coldly and said, "Chang Xian, take him to the war god shrine to verify his identity. If he isn't a disciple of the war god shrine, kill him." A young man flew out and nodded at Wang Lin, gesturing Wang Lin to follow him. Then he flew toward the army. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the young woman before following the young man. Soon they arrived at the center of the army of cultivators. The closer he got to the center, the more he realized how terrifying an army of cultivators large enough to cover the sky was. The fluctuations of spiritual energy here had already reached an unimaginable level. Although the entire country was covered by the black smoke coming out from the volcanoes, under the fluctuations of the spiritual energy from the army of cultivators, a path has been cut open in the huge cloud of black smoke. Everywhere the black smoke was split apart, unable to stop the army at all. What was even denser than the fluctuations of spiritual energy was all of the sword chi. It was so dense that it could cause the sky to change colors. The sword chi revealed its might as it clashed against the black smoke. Especially now, at dawn, and adding on the fight before them, it created this very majestic feel. Various flying sword and magic treasures shined in the sky like fireworks that were too chaotic to keep track of. This scene was something Wang Lin will never forget. After all, this scene was something that only appeared in large-scale battles. Compared to the collapse of the foreign battleground, there was an extra sense of everyone working together and the need to charge out of Hofun. This power wasn't something an individual could wield. It was achieved because the entire country had been forced to move to survive. Only the horde of fire beasts could compete with it. Wang Lin couldn't help but enter a trance. By the time he regained himself, he had already reached to the center of the army with the young man. Xianxia shouted, "Scout from Luhe sect, Qingxian, has brought war god shrine disciple Maoliang. Would someone from the war god shrine confirm his identity?" Wang Lin's expression was normal. That nascent soul woman didn't act against him, and her voice was filled with the intention of bringing him to their side. But even without that woman's intent, Wang Lin would still come here. After all, this was the only place he could go while being chased by the army of fire beasts. But Wang Lin was a very cautious person, so he was prepared to escape the moment things looked bad. With the battle with the fire beasts before them, there wouldn't be many people willing to chase him. As for the nascent soul cultivators, none of them would take time away from managing the migration to come and kill him. Core formation cultivators were the main fighting force against the fire beasts, so the best people to send after him would be late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators at the pseudo-core formation stage. But Foundation establishment cultivators were no threat to Wang Lin. If one came, he would kill one. If 10 came, he would kill 10 without any fear. The moment Xianxia finished speaking, the expression of a female cultivator, who was standing on a flying sword, suddenly darkened and became unsettled after hearing the words, Ma Liang. She clenched her teeth, stopped, and turned around. This woman was very beautiful, but her expression was very ugly as she came over. This woman was the person who Ma Liang couldn't get out of his mind even in the foreign battleground. His junior apprentice sister Susi. She greeted Xianxia, then looked at Wang Lin with an ugly expression and cold eyes as she said, "Where did this evil doer come from? You dare to pretend to be a disciple of the war god shrine? Brother Xianxia, please help me kill this person." With that, she slapped her bag of holding and a 2-inch black rain needle appeared in her hand. She gently moved her wrist and the rain needle violently attacked Wang Lin. Strands of gray light spread from the needle, creating a shower of needles. The shower of needles covered the sky, then rained on Wang Lin. Xianxia was startled. He didn't act, but took a few steps back. He stared coldly at Wang Lin without saying a word. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he sneered on the inside. He reached out, formed a giant hand with his attraction force technique, and easily caught all of the needles. He wiped off the divine sense on them, snorted, then casually placed them into his bag of holding. The young woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as a stream of blood flowed down from her red lips. Her body shook, and the flying sword under her feet lost its shine. She stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. In her memory, Ma Liang couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Not to mention stopping her magic treasure, but also to be able to so casually wipe her divine sense away from it. Her heart was in turmoil as she thought about this. Just at this moment, 3 sword lights came from the middle of the army of cultivators. When they arrived, they revealed 3 young men. One of them was Yang Xiong. He looked at the woman once, then turned around to Xianxia and said, "Sorry for bothering you, brother Xianxia. Junior apprentice Ma Liang is indeed a disciple of the war god shrine. Thank you for guiding him here." Xianxia looked at them meaningfully. He let out a chuckle as he shook his head and left. After he moved away a bit, he turned around and saw Yang Xiong being very respectful to Ma Liang. This startled him. After pondering for a bit, he changed directions and went toward the He-Tu sect. Yang Xiong ignored everyone around him and whispered to Wang Lin, "Does Master know Ancestor Fengwan? The person on the 5-colored phoenix chariot is her. She ordered me to bring you to her." Wang Lin raised his head to look at the constantly moving army of cultivators. In the center, there was a 5-colored phoenix chariot, and standing on it was a woman wearing a court dress. She seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze and glanced at him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he knew what was going on. This Ancestor Fengwan was the same middle-aged woman who had come for Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. After pondering a little, he moved toward her with Yang Xiong. When he passed Susi, he shot her a vicious look and silently placed a sliver of his divine sense on her. This divine sense will activate after 1 month and then this girl will die. After experiencing the events in Zhao, Wang Lin decided he would eliminate anyone who had ill intent towards him, whether they were man or woman. He would nip the bud before anything else could happen. Since this Susi attacked first, then she couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Yang Xiong guided the way and whispered. When Lin Tao was making a copy of the map, he was caught by Ancestor Fengwan, so the map is currently in her hands. Lin Tao was also punished. If it wasn't for the migration, he would have been locked away for 10 years. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but he became even more cautious and followed Yang Xiong to the 5-colored phoenix chariot. Yang Xiong stopped after arriving near the chariot, but Wang Lin went past him. He arrived before Ancestor Fengwan, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Wang Lin greets Senior." The woman withdrew her gaze from the battle and looked at Wang Lin. She gently asked, "Wang Lin is your real name?" Wang Lin silently nodded. The name Wang Lin was simply too common, so there was no need to hide it. If it was discovered by her that he was lying about his name, then it would be bad. The woman looked at the advancing army of cultivators. She pondered a bit before saying, "Currently, the country of Hofun is in danger. Once we reach Xianwu, there will be another big battle. Thus, we can forget about this matter so you don't have to worry about it. If someone bothers you, I can protect you, but only once. After I help you, then I no longer owe you for saving Zihong." Just as Feng Luan finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. In the distant battlefield, 10 large volcanoes were ripped out from the ground and tossed aside by the 10 nascent soul cultivators. The fire beasts all scattered, but some of them were hit by the impact and were turned to paste. Using this chance, the army of cultivators charged through the opening and broke through the army of 20,000 or so fire beasts that were chasing Wang Lin. Flying swords charged into the gap one by one. Once a gap was opened, the cultivators had already won. After all, their goal wasn't to eliminate the fire beasts, but to escape. Feng Luan stared at the battlefield. The phoenix chariot suddenly charged forth and broke through as well. The 16 giant fire beasts were held down by the nascent soul cultivators. They roared repetitively, but eventually stopped and stared coldly at the escaping army of cultivators. Then they linked their hands together in a weird wave, and waves of roars like before came from their mouths. Shortly after, red lines came out of their foreheads to form the ring of fire. The moment the ring of fire appeared, the 16 giant fire beasts revealed looks of devotion and let out sad growls. Their bodies shrank rapidly as bursts of dark red energy entered the ring of fire. This process lasted more than an hour. Some cultivators noticed the change and came to stop them, but when they got close, they were turned to dust by a destructive force. After seeing this, no one else dared to come too close. 1 more hour later, the bodies of the 16 giant beasts had dissipated. They had all fused with the ring of fire. The ring didn't grow any larger, but the color was now dark red. Finally, it silently shattered into tiny red specks and disappeared. At this moment, all of the fire beasts inside Hofen stopped moving and knelt on the ground, letting out sad sounds at the same time. Suddenly, one of the fire beasts fell to the ground and started twitching. If one looked closely, they would see a speck of red light on its forehead. Its body rapidly expanded, and in less than 1 hour, it grew to 10 feet tall. Shortly after, one fire beast after another was touched by the red speck, and their bodies rapidly grew. In less than 2 hours, all of the fire beasts in Hofen seemed to have undergone a change. Their powers were also increased tenfold. The beasts that changed flew into the air and chased after the army of cultivators. More and more changed fire beasts joined the chase. This scene looked very intimidating. As for the army of cultivators, of the 10 nascent soul cultivators that returned from the battle, came back to the War God Shrines group. One of the old men with a pale face swept the chariot and locked onto Wang Lin. His voice was cold as he asked, "It was this junior who lured the fire beasts here?" Wang Lin stared at the old man with his cold gaze and nodded. The old man let out a few cold snorts. Then his giant hand reached toward Wang Lin. Feng Luan's face slightly darkened as she slapped the 5-colored phoenix chariot. A 5-colored phoenix appeared and let out a chirp. It flapped its wings and a 5-colored light spread out. The old man withdrew his hand. He stared at the woman and angrily shouted, "Feng Luan, what are you doing? Not only did this guy possess a disciple of our war god shrine, but also lured the fire beasts here. You have to know that more than 1,000 disciples of Hofen died in that battle." Feng Luan revealed a determined look and decisively said, "As long as I'm here, you can't kill him." Zhou Jin stared at Feng Luan with a dark expression. He pondered for a bit, then said, "This person isn't Ma Liang, so he isn't a disciple of my war god shrine. Although I can't kill him, he can't stay here either." Feng Luan turned toward Wang Lin and asked, "Wang Lin, are you willing to become my honorary disciple?" Wang Lin quickly thanked her and nodded. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed and became cold. Feng Luan's cultivation level was the same as his, at the early stage of nascent soul, but her cultivation partner, Xianxia, was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. It wasn't really worth it to offend two nascent soul cultivators over something this small. Zhou Jin snorted and said, "Since junior apprentice Sister Feng Luan is willing to take this person as her disciple, then I naturally won't pursue this matter anymore." Putting the identity of this person aside, seeing that there are more battles to come, with his mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation level, it would be hard to ensure his safety. With that, he waved his sleeves and left. Of the three remaining nascent soul cultivators, only one flew toward Feng Luan. The other two wryly smiled and scattered. The person who flew toward Feng Luan looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that Zhou Jin dreaded, Xianxia. He looked at Wang Lin and frowned. He then sighed at Feng Luan and asked, "Junior Sister Luan, why did you do this?" Feng Luan coldly stared at the middle-aged scholar and said, "If it wasn't for him, Hong Er would have died in the foreign battleground. If it wasn't you for inciting her, how could Hong Er have entered that dangerous place?" The middle-aged scholar turned toward Wang Lin and deeply bowed. After he finished, he took out a piece of jade and swiped his hand over it. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "This jade is a nascent soul-level treasure I made in my earlier years. I have already removed my divine sense from it. Once you imprint yours, you will be able to use it to protect yourself in the coming battles." Wang Lin revealed a joyous expression as he accepted the jade talisman. The middle-aged scholar no longer said anything to Wang Lin. He entered the Phoenix chariot to talk to Feng Luan. Wang Lin was not someone who didn't know his place. The moment the middle-aged scholar walked into the Phoenix chariot, he left and joined the army's ranks. At the border of Hofan was Xian Wu. Along with the cultivators, all of the mortals were also migrating with their families to Xian Wu. Those fire beasts that underwent change rarely attacked mortals now. Their only target was Wang Lin. As time passed, the fire beasts began to catch up. More and more fire beasts appeared behind the army of cultivators, causing a heavy pressure to weigh above everyone's heads. There was a giant basin at the border of Hofan. After the army of cultivators arrived there, the heads of various sects and cultivation families, along with the 19 nascent soul cultivators, began an important secret meeting. After the meeting was over, 19 figures flew into the air above the basin. One of the Lu He sect cultivators shouted, "After many years of studying, my Lu He sect has determined this to be the ancestral home of the fire beasts, the birthplace of the fire spirit beasts. If we lay a seal here, it will affect all of the volcanoes in Hofan. Then, if we use the country sealing array left by our ancestors from more than 1,000 years ago, we can seal the fire beasts within Hofan." One of the evil demon sect's nascent soul cultivators looked at the ground and snorted. If our ancestors already had things prepared, then why didn't they just wipe them out back then instead of letting things become like this? The three nascent soul cultivators of the corpse sect had no coffins behind their backs. That meant they were close to completely possessing their bodies. The three of them had the most calm expressions. It was as if nothing interested them. If it wasn't for the fact that Hofan's current spiritual energy made it impossible for them to recover, they wouldn't even be involved in this migration. Ancestor Song of the War God Shrine rolled his eyes and said, "Even the ancestors wouldn't be able to predict that this disaster would come. Even if they did predict it, they wouldn't be able to help. To be able to leave something behind from 1,000 plus years ago to give us a chance to live is good enough. Fellow cultivators, let us begin." After Ancestor Song finished speaking, 6 nascent soul cultivators, including the middle-aged scholar and Feng Luan, stood together in a certain formation and formed a strange seal with their hands. The 6 of them let out shouts together and 6 lotus flowers flew out toward the eastern corner of the basin. The entire basin shook as a cloud of red smoke floated into the air. After that, the Lu He sect, Corpse sect, and Devil Demon sect shot lotus flowers at the south, west, and north corners respectively. More roars echoed in the basin as more and more red smoke appeared. The red smoke gathered in one place and formed many shapes before turning into a hollow ring. At this moment, the nascent soul cultivators from the cultivation families who hadn't acted yet let out bitter smiles. They hit their own foreheads and their nascent souls appeared. Then they flew into the empty space inside the ring and stayed there. One of the Lu He Sex cultivators shouted, "Fellow independent cultivator, act now. What are you waiting for?" One of the nascent souls inside the ring replied with a sharp tone, "Forget it. Since the four great sects are willing to repay us with nascent pills, it is only losing 100 years of spiritual energy. I'll do it." With that, the nascent soul formed a seal and charged into the smoke. The moment he entered the smoke, his nascent soul disappeared as if it had fused with the fog. The rest of the nascent souls clenched their teeth and changed in. The ring of fog didn't change in size, but there were movements of spiritual energy within it. The country sealing array left by this ancestor not only required all four sects to act, it also required nascent soul cultivators to use their nascent souls to ensure that the seal was perfect. The color of blood became stronger and stronger on this ring of smoke as it floated higher into the air. Soon after, the ring quickly expanded toward the four corners of Ho Fun. All of the volcanoes that the red ring passed released red smoke. The red smoke from the volcanoes joined the ring and increased its expansion speed. After 1 hour, the ring covered the entire country of Ho Fun like a bowl. The country sealing array had successfully opened. Once the country sealing array had opened, only mortals could freely enter. Anything with spiritual energy and under the soul formation stage would not be able to pass. As the sealing array opened, the 19 nascent soul cultivators of the four sects grabbed the bodies of the independent nascent soul cultivators. Those who had families had entrusted their bodies to them, while those without had entrusted their bodies to the Lu He sect. Several cultivators of Lu He sect stood outside the array. They bowed and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, please be at ease while you maintain the array. We promise to keep your bodies safe. This array only needs to last 3 months. I believe we will have a spot in Shenwu by then. I believe that by then, the higher cultivation country will also come to wipe out the beasts. We will personally come to greet your return." The moment those words were said, the nascent soul cultivators of the other 3 sects sincerely bowed without a hint of dishonesty. After the country sealing array opened, the fire beasts let out angry roars and slammed into the red cover. Every time they slammed into it, the barrier would tremble, but none of them could break through. Now that they had managed to temporarily stop the fire beasts, the cultivator army moved at top speed. One could see ray of light left by the flying swords charging toward Shenwu. At the border of Shenwu were some mortal armies. These mortals gawked at the sky as countless flying swords flew over their heads. No one knew who, but someone let out a scream and began to kowtow toward the sky. Soon, everyone was kneeling on the ground, praying to the sky. There was one person who was dressed like a cultivator within the army. His face was pale as he muttered, These are the cultivators of Ho Fun." He sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back, but just at that moment, a creepy laugh came from the sky. One of the devil demon sect's core formation cultivators came by on a flying sword. 3 flying swords quickly pierced through the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator let out a miserable groan as he was cut into pieces. The mortal army immediately scattered. Even the mortal general ran away, afraid of getting caught in this mess. Tens of thousands of flying swords charged into Shenwu in the blink of an eye. They stopped at a mountain covered in fog. An old man with a gloomy expression moved to the front of the army. He waved his hand and a powerful force smashed down on the mountain. Rays of golden light appeared, forming a screen to block the descent of the hit. Below the light screen were thousands of cultivators. They looked at the sky with fear in their faces. An old woman walked out and shouted, "Fellow cultivators of Ho Fun, what is the meaning of this?" The war god Shrine's Xianxia gently moved his body and appeared on top of the light screen. His expression was plain as he grabbed with his right hand. The light screen immediately cracked under the pressure and shattered. The old woman's pupils shrank. She turned around and left without a word. Her body disappeared and reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. However, clouds gathered before her in the shape of young senator. He looked at her with a cold gaze and waved his hand at the old woman without a word. The old woman let out a roar as she hit her head and her nascent soul came out. The moment her nascent soul appeared, her body was disintegrated by a destructive force. The old woman was frightened. She was only at the early stage of nascent soul, while her opponent was clearly at the peak of the mid-stage of nascent soul. There were only 3 people at this cultivation level in Xianwu. She didn't even have the heart to resist. She only wanted to survive this. Yang's son let out a snort and shouted, "You won't be able to run!" Ignoring Yang Sen, the moment the light screen failed, all of the core formation and foundation establishment cultivators of Hofan attacked. They killed everyone they saw, and in the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak was covered in blood. No one was left alive. This large mountain was now completely occupied by the 4 sections. Tens of thousands of disciples stood on the mountain peak with all of the nascent soul cultivators other than Yang San above them. The war god Shrine's ancestor Song's eyes were like lightning. His voice was filled with killing intent as he shouted, "This is a war without right or wrong. If we can't establish a foothold in Xianwu within 3 months, then we must face the fire beasts. The fire beasts aren't scary. What is scary is not having spiritual energy to cultivate." As of today, the War God Shrine, Evil Demon Sect, Lu He Sect, and Corpse Sect will become the Hofan Union. Every disciple of the Hofan Union will be gifted a core formation treasure, and every core formation disciple will be gifted a nascent soul treasure. During the war, everything you seize belongs to you. The Union will not take it from you. Disciples, this is war, but I personally want you all to see it as an invasion for survival. A nascent soul cultivator of the Lu He sect on the side let out a cough and said, "Aside from the treasures, each of you will receive a jade talisman that can be used to record the number of enemies you have killed. Anyone who kills 105th layer chi condensation or higher cultivators, or 10 foundation establishment cultivators will be gifted 10 medium quality spirit stones. Anyone who kills 205th layer chi condensation or higher cultivators, 20 foundation establishment cultivators, or 1 core formation cultivator will be rewarded 10 bottles of spirit pills." A very skinny and old man walked out of the Lu He sect section. He was wearing a black robe and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were dull, as if his soul wasn't there. His eyes turned and then he said, "Whoever kills the most enemies each month will be given a distance heaven pill." The moment the distant heaven pill was mentioned, Wang Lin noticed that all of the surrounding cultivators became tense and their breaths became ragged. There was some information about the distant heaven pill in Ma Liang's memory. There were no more than 30 of these pills in Hofan, and it could be considered one of the top pills in Hofan because it could increase one's chance of forming their core. If someone who just formed their core consumes it, then they would immediately enter the early stage of core formation and stabilize. The key ingredient had long gone extinct. These 30 or so pills were carefully preserved from over 1,000 years ago. After that, 5,000 cultivators were split into teams, each with their own mission. Wang Lin was among them. The teams were to spread out and kill any cultivator they saw. The nascent soul cultivators would also be around to help deal with enemy nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin was assigned to the 8th Squad of the 10th Brigade. There was a total of 30 people in the 8th Squad, all from various sections. It contained 5 foundation establishment cultivators, while the rest were 13th or 14th layer chi condensation cultivators. The person leading them was a core formation cultivator from the Evil Demon Sect. For some reason, Wang Lin was the only person from the War God Shrine in his squad. Their mission was to help the 10th Brigade take control of a medium-sized spirit vein. As a foundation establishment cultivator of the War God Shrine, Wang Lin received a core formation treasure. This treasure wasn't very strong. It could be used many times, so the quality of each attack was low. It would not be inappropriate to say it was quite weak. Before he left, Feng Luan ordered someone to call Wang Lin over. Feng Luan stood at the window of a beautiful loft looking over Hofun. After a long time, she threw out a piece of jade and said, "Hong Er said that you were extremely powerful in the foreign battleground. So why is your cultivation level only mid-stage foundation establishment?" Wang Lin caught the jade. After sweeping it with his divine sense, his expression became strange. This jade contained a small portion of a map. It included about 7 or 8 countries north of Ho Fun. It even showed the rank of each country and what products they were known for. After pondering a little, his eyes lit up. He was able to guess the hidden meaning behind her words. Feng Luan waved her hand and said, "There are a total of 3 pieces to this map. If you can kill 50 Foundation establishment cultivators, I'll give you the second piece. If by the end of the war you can kill 150 or more Foundation establishment cultivators, I'll give you the last piece." Wang Lin left without saying a word. He understood what Feng Luan wanted. There was no such thing as charity in this world, only unfair exchanges. In comparison to the other nascent soul cultivators in Ho Fun, this Feng Lu was at least quite sympathetic. Because of the matter with Zhou Zihong, she dealt with the matter of him possessing Ma Liang's body. As for the map, her intentions were clear. If Wang Lin had the ability, he could have the map, but if he didn't, then he couldn't blame anyone if he were to die on the battlefield. Wang Lin originally didn't intended to get mixed up in this war, but now he had other plans. The map was only one reason. That distance heaven pill was the main reason. A pill that could increase the chance of his core forming was something he must have. According to his plans, he already had a high chance of forming his core once he created his 3 cold cores, but there was still a chance of failure. Wang Lin was really anticipating reaching the core formation stage. Once he successfully forms his core, he will be the number 1 cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Thus, he won't allow any mistakes to be made. With the distance heaven pill and the underworld ascension method, he was 80% confident in forming his core. Thinking about this, his eyes released a powerful killing intent. The invasion team from the Ho Fun Union spread out on the second day. 10 nascent soul cultivators circled the area. The moment an enemy nascent soul cultivator appears, they will immediately teleport over. A team of 30 cultivators flew north on their flying swords and stopped above a desolate mountain. An ordinary-looking old man, whose eyes would occasionally reveal powerful killing intent, proudly said, "The cultivators of the 10th Brigade have already began their attack on the people around the Spirit Vein. I believe they will have reinforcements coming. So our job is to stop anyone from passing this 500-kilometer area. All of you, spread out and immediately report to me if you find anything." With that, the old man sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. This old man, Zhang Zili, was the captain of the 8th Squad, an early-stage core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect. He only cared about the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. The rest weren't worth his attention. Wang Lin took one step and flew far into the distance. He landed on top of a canopy and began to cultivate. As for the rest of the team, they all spread out to look for places to cultivate. Soon, it was completely silent in the area aside from the sound of breathing. Zhang Zili opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings with contempt. He was very dissatisfied with being assigned to this place. In his mind, he should be in the main army, attacking the enemy's sections. If that was the case, there would be enough targets for him, but now he was assigned to this place where there wasn't even any guarantee that there would be any reinforcements for them to stop. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and sneered. At this moment, Zhang Zili also noticed the change and stood up. He looked into the distance and saw more than 10 flying swords coming this way. He licked his lips and spat out a black light. The moment the black light appeared, it turned into a pair of scissors. He waved his hand and the scissors flew out. He let out an insidious smile and shouted, "Kill!" With that, he took a step and his body shot out like a sword. The rest of the 8th Squad flew into the air to form a blockade. The two sides didn't waste any time talking. The moment they saw each other, they attacked. The 15 or so cultivators of Xianwu were all Foundation establishment cultivators. So when they saw Zhou Zili, 8 of them placed down a very strange sword formation and surrounded Zhou Zili. Suddenly, Zhou Zili was trapped inside the formation, unable to escape. This caused him to curse loudly. The remaining 7 people began their battle with the 8th Squad. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. He didn't have any time to waste as he had to get the map and distance heaven pill. At this moment, his body moved and he shot out his flying sword. Like lightning, the sword went through a Foundation establishment cultivator's chest, causing blood to spray everywhere. His G-realm divine sense spread out and the remaining 6 foundation establishment cultivators' eyes immediately dimmed. Then his flying sword quickly stabbed through their chests. From an outsider's point of view, these 7 foundation establishment cultivators died to Wang Lin's sword. Little did they know that these cultivators' souls had been destroyed. The moment the 7 foundation establishment cultivators died, both sides were completely startled. Whether it was the 8 cultivators surrounding Zhou Zili, or the rest of the 8th squad, they all had their gazes locked onto Wang Lin. That killer flying sword was currently floating around Wang Lin, releasing a very cold aura. The faces of the 8 people surrounding Zhou Zili immediately turned pale. One of them quickly shouted, "Retreat!" Shortly after, the 8 of them quickly retreated and tried desperately to escape. Zhou Zili looked at Wang Lin and revealed a hint of dread. He wasn't confident he could kill 7 foundation establishment cultivators in an instant like that. He believed that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level to look like a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He secretly cursed, but suddenly thought that this idea was really good. Once the enemy drops their guard, it would create great opportunities. But none of those things were important right now. Those 8 foundation establishment cultivators were able to use some kind of formation to trap him. This was a bit too embarrassing, especially when it happened in front of his own team. Zhou Zili's face was gloomy as he charged out to chase them. Just as he was about to catch up, the 8 cultivators used some strange technique that made white gas come out of their bodies. The white gas surrounded their legs and made their speed increase by 1-fold. Zhou Zili sneered. He formed a seal with both of his hands and pressed it on his chest. Suddenly, he spat out a golden core that was emitting thick spiritual energy. After pointing with his finger, the golden core shot out and quickly caught up to the 8 foundation establishment cultivators. The golden core smashed into 3 of them before returning to him. The 3 who were hit coughed out blood and fell from the sky. The remaining 5 didn't even bat an eye as they pushed their bodies to the limit to escape. Zhou Zili let out an angry roar just as the bodies of the 5 that escaped suddenly went limp and fell from the sky. Zhang Zili suddenly became very cautious as he saw Wang Lin approaching from the distance. After seeing this, his expression quickly changed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Wang Lin's voice. "There are no less than 100 cultivators coming from behind us." With that, he passed by Zhou Zili's body and disappeared into the distance. At the same moment, Zhou Zili also noticed more than 100 flying swords in the distance. He turned around to leave and saw that Wang Lin had already disappeared. He couldn't help but secretly curse. The rest of the 8th squad saw that things were going south and retreated toward the spirit vein. After Wang Lin flew far away, he made sure no one was around before entering the ground with the earth escape technique and moved south. He had killed 12 foundation establishment cultivators just now, so he only needed 38 more to get the second piece of the map. This would be very difficult if he traveled with his teammates. Although it wouldn't be as safe, he would need to move alone if he wished to get enough kills to get the distant heaven pill. Hundreds of flying swords flew by toward the spirit vein. Wang Lin stared at them with a cold gaze and followed them. The flying swords were fast, but the earth escape technique was even faster. Wang Lin trailed them from a distance as the 100-plus cultivators flew across the sky and arrived at the location of the spirit vein. There were powerful spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the many holes on the ground. There were limbs all over the place and a strong stench of blood covered the area. The moment the 100 cultivators arrived, countless cultivators from Hofen appeared and the battle began. At the same time, 8 rays of light charged in and a powerful aura surrounded the area. Wang Lin's eyes squinted. Those 8 were all nascent soul cultivators. The moment they came close, they were targeted by the patrolling nascent soul cultivators of Hofun. Nascent soul cultivators from both sides began fighting. The earth shook and the sky changed colors. Shortly after, 100 more teams appeared in the distance and joined this battle. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. After looking for a while, his G-realm divine sense shot out from the ground and charged into the battlefield. A foundation establishment disciple of Shen Wu had just killed a 15th layer disciple of Hofun. Just as he was about to attack again, a red light flashed past him. He felt like his head was hit with a giant hammer and lost consciousness. His soul was destroyed without any resistance, and he fell from the sky. 8 Foundation Establishment Cultivators of Xianwu used a sword formation to trap a core formation cultivator of Ho Fan, but after a red light flashed by, the 8 of them trembled and their faces froze. They felt their souls being stirred into a mess and lose their shapes as their bodies fell from the sky. The trapped core formation cultivator was startled, but the current situation didn't give him time to think as he charged toward the enemies. After a pseudo-core formation cultivator of Xianwu killed several cultivators of the same level with the help of a nascent soul-rank flying sword, he grabbed the neck of a female early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. He ripped off her clothes, revealing her pink pocket. She let out a scream which sounded very weak in this messy battle. The pseudo-core formation cultivator licked his lips. His eyes revealed an evil look as he quickly backed up with the female cultivator in his hand. However, a red light flashed by him and his body trembled. He let go of the female cultivator and his body fell from the sky. After he died, not only did his flying sword not stop, it charged toward the ground. Just as it got near the ground, a hand came out, grabbed the sword, and retreated back into the ground. As more and more Foundation Establishment cultivators from Xianwu fell from the sky for seemingly no reason, the cultivators of Xianwu began to pay close attention to this matter. A purple-robed core formation cultivator from Xianwu stared at the ground and pointed with his finger. He used some unknown method to send out a message. Then, 10 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators charged toward that direction. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He turned around to leave at a leisurely pace using the Earth Escape technique. One of the 10 cultivators held a compass and chased after Wang Lin. After moving more than 10 kilometers, Wang Lin stopped and sent out his G-realm. Before Foundation Establishment cultivators, Wang Lin was king, with full control over their lives and deaths. The 10 of them didn't even have time to react as their souls were destroyed. The current Wang Lin no longer had the naive nature or the kind heart of a village boy. He would now kill anyone who dared to get in his way. There was no right or wrong on the battlefield. Only life and death. If he had a sliver of pity, then the person to die would be him. Along with the power that the G-realm had brought him, it also quietly changed his nature. The G-realm focused on the extremes. If the user planned to walk the path of good, then he would be a hero of the generation who would fight all evil. If one walked the path of evil, then that person would definitely be a demon king, evil enough to even cause the demonic cultivators to fear him and be worthy of the title of demon king. Under the influence of the G-realm, it was impossible to have a personality that switched between good and evil. Wang Lin, with his honest personality, wanted to become an immortal hero and create a righteous path to honor his ancestors. Unfortunately, Situ Nan's appearance caused his personality to slowly change, which eventually led to disaster. What family was there to honor when his family had been wiped out? The G-realm caused his personality to change. Since he couldn't become a hero of his generation, then he would become a demon king. Wang Lin's eyes were emotionless as he collected the bags of holding without even looking at the bodies. He returned to the ground and headed toward a different part of the battlefield. But soon he came out again. He looked at the battlefield, then took out a few spirit stones, formed a formation, and threw the 10 bodies inside it. Each body exploded into a bloody pulp before being absorbed by the formation. When the last body exploded, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto a spirit stone. Suddenly, a sliver of purple smoke came out of the formation and circled it once. The purple smoke disappeared along with the spirit stones. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice any difference. After finishing all of that, Wang Lin sank back into the ground and returned to the battlefield. The battle had become even more tense as everyone was engaged in the fight. The battle between the nascent soul cultivators also became more intense, forcing the rest of the cultivators to avoid them. Just at this moment, Foundation Establishment cultivators of Xianwu started to mysteriously fall from the sky. Their bodies became bloody messes as they hit the ground. As more and more Foundation Establishment cultivators of Xianwu died due to mysterious circumstances, the cultivators of Xianwu panicked. The cultivators of Ho Fan took this opportunity to attack. The purple-robed middle-aged man who had sent the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators to kill Wang Lin frowned. His eyes swept the ground like lightning before locking onto a spot on the ground. He pointed at the location and an early-stage core formation cultivator charged out without a word. The moment the core formation cultivator charged over, Wang Lin quickly escaped. The core formation cultivator sneered as he slammed his hand into the ground. A huge handprint appeared on the ground, forcing Wang Lin to come out. Wang Lin came out from underground and quickly ran toward the formation he had set up. The core formation cultivator revealed a mocking smile. He believed that Wang Lin was only able to kill so many Foundation establishment cultivators because he was using a powerful magic treasure. He thought that, with a bit of caution, he could easily kill Wang Lin. With that in mind, he waved his hand and a golden awl appeared before him. He paused for a moment before lunging toward Wang Lin. The awl's speed was too quick. It created ripples in the air as it traveled. Wang Lin didn't even turn his head as he threw out the treasure passed out by Ho Fan. The treasure turned into a silver fist and attacked the awl. The moment they collided, the awl spun even faster and pierced through the silver fist. The awl dimmed, but it didn't slow down. It continued to chase Wang Lin. Wang Lin was calm. As the awl caught up to him, he jumped into the ground again. He activated the Earth Escape technique to move a few dozen meters before coming out again. Wang Lin did this several times before arriving at the formation he had laid down. The core formation cultivator casually caught up. His eyes were filled with disdain as he shouted, "You little rat! Do you have no other ability besides ambushing people?" Wang Lin didn't say a word. He charged through the formation without pausing. After going past it, he stopped and turned around to see the core formation cultivator above the formation. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Open!" The moment he shouted that word, purple smoke came out of the formation and trapped the core formation cultivator inside. If someone were to look from a distance, they would be unable to see what was going on through the thick purple smoke. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and sneered as he threw out the treasure Xianxia had gifted him. Suddenly, a ring of energy came out from the treasure and surrounded Wang Lin. The awl hit the ring of energy, but it only caused it to ripple slightly. Wang Lin didn't even pay attention to the awl as he stared at the purple smoke and took out his flying sword. After he touched the sword, red smoke escaped from it and the devil appeared. The devil stared at the purple smoke with greed in his eyes. He wanted to go devour the person inside, but he was hesitant because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes without a word. Rays of red light came together to form a red cloud, which charged out of Wang Lin's consciousness. This was the first time the G realm had gone all out and left Wang Lin's body. The moment the devil saw the red cloud, his face became filled with fear and he stepped off to the side. The red cloud immediately turned into a circle and circled the devil once before dragging it into the purple smoke. The core formation cultivator sat cross-legged inside the formation with a dark expression on his face. There was a gourd floating around the cultivator. It was slowly absorbing the purple smoke. This was a very vicious formation called Heaven-Devouring Demon Formation. The key ingredients were the bodies of cultivators to use as the base of the formation. Wang Lin used 10 Foundation establishment cultivators to set up this formation, so it wasn't too big of a deal to trap a core formation cultivator for a while. If he had the bodies of core formation cultivators, then he would only need 5 to kill any mid-stage or lower core formation cultivator. But this formation had a high requirement for the bodies. He had to have killed the people himself, making this formation very inconvenient to use. The moment Wang Lin's G-Realm Divine Sense entered the purple cage, the core formation cultivator noticed that something was off and opened his eyes. Wang Lin quickly charged into the core formation cultivator's consciousness with the devil while completely ignoring the gourd. Inside the core formation cultivator's consciousness, the cultivator's soul took the form of a giant and angrily roared at Wang Lin. The G-Realm Divine Sense activated its full power against the cultivator's soul. Wang Lin commanded the red cloud to send out countless bolts of red lightning to attack the core formation cultivator's soul. The giant revealed a painful expression and his body shrank. He quickly waved his hand and a chunk of red lightning was split in half. Shortly after, the red cloud turned into more red lightning bolts and once again charged toward the giant. The giant's body became smaller and smaller, but his fists became more and more deadly. Every time he punched, a large number of red lightning bolts were destroyed. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could barely handle early-stage core formation cultivators. If he were at the pseudo-core formation stage, it would be much easier for him. But Wang Lin was not a reckless person. Why would he take a fight he only had a chance of winning? As the fight reached its peak, the devil received an order from Wang Lin and reluctantly attacked. The giant panicked. He immediately hit the devil with his hand and the devil shattered into pieces. The giant let out a sigh of relief before panic filled his face again. He saw the devil reappear on his hand. The devil began taking large bites out of his soul. No matter how hard the giant swung his arm around, the devil clung onto him like it was part of his body. Eventually, the giant gave up on fighting the red lightning and used his other hand to constantly smash the devil. Every strike would cause the devil's body to dim a bit, but the devil not only never let go, it began to devour even faster. The truth was the devil was also in a pretty sorry state. If he were to let go now, Wang Lin would surely kill him. If he let go, he would die, but if he held on, there would be a chance for him to survive. If he could devour this core formation cultivator, there would be a chance for him to become powerful enough to deal with Wang Lin. Once he deals with Wang Lin, he will be free to do as he pleases. With that idea in mind, the devil became determined and started to devour even faster. It can be said that the devil focused all of his power on devouring. The giant began to weaken. His strikes became weaker and weaker. His giant body rapidly shrank until it became a smaller, golden soul, which was devoured by the devil. The devil revealed a look of ecstasy as he attempted to quickly devour this soul, but the red cloud suddenly surrounded the devil. The devil let out frustrated roars as it slowly spat out the core formation cultivator's soul. After having passed through the devil's body, the soul's consciousness had been wiped out. It had become divine sense without an owner. Wang Lin controlled his G realm to leave the collapsing consciousness with the divine sense and return to his body. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cold smile. The core formation cultivator's divine sense was floating in his consciousness and being slowly devoured by his G realm. The golden all-attacking Wang Lin lost its glow and fell to the ground. Wang Lin put away the treasure that had been protecting him. He grabbed the all and, after examining it, put it away. Then he walked forward and stopped at a corner of the formation. He dug out a piece of spirit stone from underground and crushed it. The purple smoke dissipated, revealing the corpse of the core formation cultivator. Wang Lin stood next to the corpse. His hand pointed at the corpse's brow and he shouted, "Come out now or I'll immediately kill you." A ray of red light unwillingly came out of the cultivator's head and turned into the shape of the devil. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he soon let out a sigh and obediently returned to the flying sword in Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin stared at the cultivator's body. Ideas flashed through his mind. He took the cultivator's bag of holding and waved his hand. The body was lit on fire and burned to ashes, but within the ashes there was a shiny, golden core. The golden core was rapidly shrinking and its color was becoming dim. It seemed like it was about to disappear. Wang Lin grabbed the golden core and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. He then took a step back and sunk into the ground. Wang Lin sunk more than 1,000 feet into the ground and sat down cross-legged. He began digesting the core. The core immediately dissipated and spiritual energy surged through his body. This spiritual energy was too powerful for Wang Lin's body to handle, so he bled out of his mouth and nose. Wang Lin pointed at his brow and the heaven-defying bead appeared. He grabbed it and disappeared into the heaven-defying bead's space. Inside the heaven-defying space, Wang Lin immediately flew to Situ Nan's nascent soul and began to cultivate. He began bleeding all over his body and his veins began to show through his skin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. He entered a weird position where one hand was on his forehead and the other on his stomach. This formed a complete loop. The large amount of spiritual energy rapidly cycled through his body, and with each cycle it would strengthen his body. After 2 months had passed inside the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. However, his eyes were cloudy and it took some time before they became clear again. The jade from the evil demon sect said that one can raise their cultivation level by devouring cores. This seems to be true as long as I follow the seal and chant in the jade. Sadly, I have to use the same cultivation method as them to absorb more than 20% of the core's spiritual energy. Right now, I can only absorb 10%. Wang Lin stood up and checked his cultivation. He secretly thought, I only absorb 10% of the core's spiritual energy, yet it allowed me to break past the mid-stage of foundation establishment into the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, putting me at the pseudo-core formation stage. The 2 months in the heaven-defying space were like 10 days outside. Once Wang Lin left the heaven-defying bead, he immediately moved away with the earth escape technique. It was currently late at night. Wang Lin arrived at the scene of the battle. There were many corpses strewn about and the spirit vein had been pulled out of the ground by someone, leaving a bottomless chasm. After checking for a bit, he quickly charged toward the mountain the Hof and Union was at. Once he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he came out of the ground and jumped on his flying sword. There were a lot of cultivators patrolling the area, but once they saw the jade Wang Lin used to record his kill count, none of them stopped him. Wang Lin went straight to one of the side buildings at the mountaintop. This was where Fan Luo had summoned him last time. There are 2 female core formation cultivators cultivating outside. They opened their eyes as he walked toward them, but when they noticed that it was Wang Lin, they closed them again. Wang Lin stood outside the building and loudly said, "Disciple greets master. Come inside." Fan Lu's gentle voice came from inside the building. Wang Lin walked in without a word and saw Fan Lu sitting on a stone bench. There was another person beside her. Young Senator, he nodded at Wang Lin before turning his gaze back outside and furrowing his brow. Feng Lu's expression seemed tired as she looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin didn't say a word. He only threw out the jade. Feng Lu was startled. She hadn't checked the jade yet, only Wang Lin. After her divine sense entered the jade, her expression became strange. Yang San took the jade from Feng Lu and scanned it with his divine sense. His face brightened up and he smiled. "Not bad. You killed 61 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 core formation cultivator. If you can continue this, then you have a chance of getting the distant heaven pill. But I am very curious. You were only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment before. How did you reach the pseudo-core formation stage so quickly? And even so, it should be almost impossible for you to kill a core formation cultivator. How did you do it?" Near the end, his voice became more serious. Wang Lin had already expected these questions before he came here. His expression was calm as he plainly said, "That core formation cultivator was already heavily wounded by other people before escaping. I was lucky to catch him off guard and took his core. Then I used the evil demon sex technique to devour his core to reach the pseudo-core formation stage." Devouring technique. Yang Sen's eyes pierced through Wang Lin. He noticed the trace of core spiritual energy inside him. This made him believe Wang Lin's story a bit and he remained silent. Feng Lu shot Wang Lin a meaningful look, then threw the jade back to him. She said, "This is the second piece of the map. I'll count that core formation cultivator as 10 foundation establishment cultivators. If you manage to kill 150 foundation establishment cultivators, then you can come to me for the third piece." Wang Lin nodded. He checked the jade with his divine sense and found that it was indeed the map. If he were to combine the 2 maps, then he would have a clear understanding of Hofun's surroundings. Hofun bordered the Sea of Devils. According to the map, there was no Zhao around Hofun. According to the description on the map, there was another continent on the other side of the Sea of Devils. He believed that on the third piece there would be some information on that other continent. There was also a detailed description of the Sea of Devils, but Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to it as he withdrew his divine sense. Yang Sun looked at Wang Lin in a favorable light and said, "The cultivators of Xianwu have gathered together for a big fight. If you want to get credit, then this will be your best chance. Wang Lin was about to speak when a scream suddenly came from outside. Yang San and Feng Lu immediately disappeared as they charged outside. Wang Lin quickly walked out and saw a nascent soul that had many wounds. It was leaking spiritual energy everywhere. The nascent soul said, "Fellow cultivators, the country sealing array has been broken. The fire beasts are on their way." Wang Lin's expression became unsettled as the country sealing array being broken was very bad news for him. Once those fire beasts get out, their first target will be him. The thought of the fire beasts chasing him made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. He immediately made up his mind. He had to get the map no matter what, and it didn't seem like he could wait until the end of the month for the distant heaven pill. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's brow furrowed. The last piece of the map was in Feng Luan's hands, and he didn't have enough time kill the required cultivators. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. He immediately found Lin Tao and Yang Xiong with his divine sense and then quietly moved away before flying toward Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was one of the disciples responsible for patrolling the area. He didn't dare to relax at all as he vigilantly kept watch. But his eyes couldn't help but move toward the top of the mountain. When that broken nascent soul flew past him, he had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Yang Xiong let out a sigh as he suppressed the heavy feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to go patrol the northwest area, he suddenly felt something, so he flew into the dense forest in the north. After he entered the dense forest, he looked around and respectfully said, "Yang Xiong greets master." Wang Lin came out of a tree. He examined Yang Xiong before asking, "Where is Zhong Zihong?" Yang Xiong was suspicious, but he didn't dare say anything. He pondered for a bit before replying, "If I remember correctly, junior sister Zhong should be in the 3rd Squad of the 4th Army, but I don't know the exact details." Wang Lin looked at Yang Xiong and said, "I have already returned Zhong Zihong's soul essence blood." Yang Xiong's body shook and his breathing became rough, but he quickly calmed himself down. He raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "If you can make Zhong Zihong come here, then I'll return your soul essence blood to you." Yang Xiong's eyes became bloodshot and his breathing became rough again. After a long time he whispered, "Is what master is saying true?" Wang Lin frowned but still nodded. Without a word, Yang Xiong took out a piece of jade and placed it on his forehead. Wang Lin only saw the jade gleam a few times before being thrown. Yang Xiong then disappeared into the distance. After 1 hour, the sound of flying swords came from the distance and a very beautiful woman with red lips, white skin, and a curvy figure arrived. This person was Zhong Zihong. She put away her flying sword, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Wang Lin beside Yang Xiong, making her face immediately go pale. Wang Lin waved his hand and Yang Xiong's soul essence blood flew toward Yang Xiong. He felt very shameful as he caught it and left without daring to look at Zhong Zihong. Zhong Zihong's face was pale and she bit her red lip. After a long time, she talked with a chill on her back. "Ancestor Feng Luan is my mother." When she saw me, she immediately noticed that something was off. So, Wang Lin shook his head. He sighed and said, "This matter is over, so there's no need to mention it again. Zhong Zihong, I would like you to help me with something." Zhong Zihong was startled and asked, "Is it the map?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "My home is very far away. It would be impossible to find it without a map." Zhong Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a very complex gaze and said, "Help me kill 2 people. Wang Lin raised his brow. "What cultivation level?" Zhong Zihong's eyes became cold as she answered, "One is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and the other is at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment." "Okay." Wang Lin didn't hesitate to agree. "You should know the 2 of them. One of them is Ma Liang's precious junior apprentice sister, Su Si. The other is Zhou, who is always fooling around with her. You don't have to kill them now, you can kill them when you leave. As for the map, I'll bring it to you within 1 hour." After Zhong Zihong finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin meaningfully before leaving on her flying sword. "Ma Liang, this is the last time I'm helping you. Zhong Zihong revealed a melancholy look as she slowly flew away. Wang Lin meaningfully looked at Zhong Zihong's back before spreading out his divine sense to find Su Si. He left a sliver of his G realm on her before, so it was very easy to find her. After finding Su Si's location, Wang Lin took a step forward and went underground. Half an hour later, Wang Lin resurfaced. He sat down cross-legged, waiting for Zhong Zihong's return. There was a strange look on his face as when he found Su Si and Zhou. The two of them were in a remote area of the mountain. They were having fun with their two white bodies colliding and creating popping sounds. Wang Lin took one look and placed a sliver of divine sense that would activate in half a month on Zhou before quietly leaving. After waiting in the dense forest for a while, the person that came wasn't Zhong Zihong but a female qi condensation disciple. She threw a piece of jade into the forest and ran away without even looking back. Wang Lin's right hand moved and the jade quickly flew into it. He checked the jade with his divine sense before putting it away. Then he took a deep breath, entered the ground, and quickly left. After the three pieces of the map were fused, Wang Lin could tell that Hofen belonged to the Zhou continent. A place called the Sea of Devils was between here and the continent Zhao was on. If he wanted to return to Zhao, he would have to cross the Sea of Devils, which was rumored to be filled with demonic cultivators. The map contained only some details of the Sea of Devils. It only said that it was a very dangerous place and that even nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to casually enter. And the map even pointed out that the Sea of Devils wasn't a real sea anymore. Back in ancient times, the sea was evaporated by a very powerful cultivator to kill his enemy. Since then, the entire Sea of Devils was filled with fog, so it's more accurate to say that it's a fog sea. The creatures living in the Sea of Devils have adapted to survive in this fog too. At the same time, because of the special fog of the Sea of Devils, the fog becomes seawater for 1 month out of the year. Due to the harsh landscape, resources are very lacking, there are very few spirit veins, and killing people is very common. All of this caused the Sea of Devils to become a gathering point for demonic cultivators. Even criminals from high-ranking cultivation countries being hunted by their countries escape to the Sea of Devils. The name Sea of Devils comes from this. As for its real name, no one even remembers it. The Sea of Devils is a very messy and chaotic place. Very few non-demonic cultivators are willing to enter that place. Wang Lin digested the information in the jade as he was using the earth escape technique. He suddenly stopped when his divine sense spread out from the ground and saw 2 flying swords flying across the sky. The one in front was a girl whose face was very flustered and pale. Her body seemed like it was ready to fall over. This girl was as beautiful, graceful, and elegant as a fairy. She was Li Muan from the Lu He sect who he met once. The person chasing her was a young man with slicked hair. Not only was the young man not in a rush as he casually chased her, but he also loudly teased, "Little darling, I have killed everyone else in your 13-man squad. Where can you possibly run to?" Li Muan remained silent as she bit her lower lip and flew forward. The young man waved his hand. Li Muan let out a scream as a large piece of the clothes on her back was torn off, revealing her white and tender skin. The young man let out a laugh as he sniffed the ripped piece of cloth. His eyes lit up. Wang Lin only looked for a bit before withdrawing his gaze. That young man's cultivation level was very high, at the mid-stage of core formation. He doesn't want any trouble as his goal is to leave before the fire beasts arrive. He only met Li Muan once, so there was no real reason to risk his life to save her. But just at this moment, the young man's eyes lit up and he threw a black light toward where Wang Lin was hiding. "There is a junior who knows the earth escape technique hiding here. Since we met, you might as well stay." Wang Lin let out a sigh and jumped out the moment the black light hit the ground. Li Muan noticed a change, so she turned around. She revealed a joyous expression and shouted, "It's you, senior apprentice brother. Please save me." With that, her flying sword turned and arrived next to Wang Lin in an instant. The young man let out a laugh. He waved his hand, making 8 flying swords appear. They all shot toward Wang Lin and Li Muan. The flying swords closed in, but most of them were targeting Wang Lin. Only one sword was targeting Li Muan, and it wasn't trying to kill her. Clearly, The young man wanted to keep her alive. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh as he grabbed Li Muan's arm and dangerously dodged the flying swords. He pulled her underground and activated the Earth Escape technique to run away. The Earth Escape technique was really a technique of the ancient cultivation world, even if this was just an inferior branch of it. Even when Wang Lin was carrying another person, his speed barely dropped. The youth controlled the flying swords to attack the ground. He showed a mocking smile as the shock waves transferred underground. But as Wang Lin's speed became faster and faster, the youth's expression became more serious and he focused on chasing. Although he was a core formation cultivator, he wasn't specialized in speed. If Wang Lin was using a normal flying sword of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be nothing, but against the specialized Earth Escape technique, his weakness was exposed. The more he chased, the bigger the gap between him and Wang Lin became. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he looked back at Li Muan with a merciless expression. Li Muan's heart began to pound. She knew that she had dragged him down with her. She bit her lower lip and quickly said, "That person is the Xian Wu's double cultivation sex elder. He somehow knew that I had a distant heaven pill. That's why he disregarded his status and came after me." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, "You have a distant heaven pill?" Wang Lin's gaze caused Li Muan to become very frightened. She was a very clever person, or else she wouldn't have risked saying the 3 words, "distant heaven pill," to get him to save her. After all, they were both from Hofun, so falling in his hands would be better than falling in the hands of that core formation cultivator. Thinking about this, she immediately said, "I don't have a finished distance heaven pill, only a semi-complete product." Her eyes began to turn red as she saw Wang Lin's unkind gaze and quickly explained, "None of the Lu He Sex distance heaven pills are complete. They are all in a semi-complete state. However, it would only take half an hour of refining to make it a complete product. This is because once the distance heaven pill is complete, there is no way to store it. It must be consumed within 1 year, otherwise its effectiveness will drastically decrease." Wang Lin's mind quickly turned. He originally planned on going around Hofan to get into the Sea of Devils, but now he grabbed Li Muan's soft little hand and charged toward Hofan's border. Wang Lin had 2 options right now. One was to return to the Hofan Union. There were many powerful cultivators there, and the moment they arrive, they would be safe. However, that core formation young man might not even let them get that far. If Li Muan changes her mind once they get to safety, then it would be very hard for him to get the distance heaven pill. The second option was to go to the border of Hofun. Considering how long it had been since the country's sealing barrier broke, the fire beasts should be on their way. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to choose the second option. The young man kept chasing. Seeing his prey getting farther and farther away, he let out an angry grunt and took out a crystal leaf from his bag of holding. The young man looked at the leaf for a bit before throwing it out. The leaf immediately grew longer and wider until it was 10 feet long. The young man jumped on the leaf. Then his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Quick!" The moment he said that word, the leaf flew forward at an incredible speed. It was so fast that it left an afterimage that took a while to dissipate. The distance between the 2 parties began to lessen and Li Muan's face became even more pale. She didn't dare to think of what would happen if the young man caught up. She was angry that Wang Lin didn't go toward the Hofan Union, but she only dared to kept it inside as she didn't want to show her face in fear of Wang Lin leaving her behind. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he carefully calculated the time. It had been about 3 hours since the news of the country sealing array breaking arrived. Adding the time it took for the nascent soul to use all its power to teleport here and the time after the fire beasts broke the array, the fire beasts must have arrived at the border of Xianwu by now. As he was calculating, he detected a red cloud rolling in from the distance with his divine sense. When the young man saw the red cloud, he immediately stopped and gave up the chase. With his position, he knew the reason Hofun was invading Xianwu. The reason was that the fire beasts were forming that red cloud. The herd of fire beasts was very fast and Wang Lin's earth escape technique was also very fast, so when they passed each other, a huge gap was created. Li Muan's heart pounded rapidly as she watched the red cloud. She finally calmed down a bit when she noticed that they moving farther away from it. However, she suddenly realized something and shouted, "Quickly! Stop! We need to go back and report it. Aren't the fire beasts supposed to be sealed by the country sealing array?" Wang Lin looked at her coldly and said, "They already know. There is no need for you to worry." Just then, a powerful divine sense spread out and suddenly locked onto Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin realized that something was wrong, so he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it all. He throttled the Earth Escape technique to 120% of its normal speed and quickly escaped with Li Muin. The fire beasts that had already flown far away suddenly stopped. They all let out roars, then turned around and started chasing after Wang Lin. However, the distance between them was very large and Wang Lin's reaction was very quick. Instead of slowing down, he sped up, so even though the fire beasts were chasing, they could only follow far behind and were unable to catch up anytime soon. Li Muin was horrified as she noticed the change, but then she suddenly had a very strange thought. It felt as if the fire beasts weren't out to destroy Ho Fun but were after this cold youth. The real 5-elemental escape technique is a legendary technique. Not only does it require a large amount of spiritual energy, it also has strict requirements for one's talent. However, what Wang Lin learned was only a branch variant called the Earth Escape technique. Aside from the large spiritual energy consumption, the amount of talent required isn't very high. He could even fine-tune the technique after many uses. Although he hadn't known the technique for long, he had used it a lot since learning it, so now he could use it with ease. As for the spiritual energy consumption, well, to be honest, the last thing Wang Lin was afraid of was the consumption of spiritual energy. Wang Lin continued to use the Earth Escape technique for 3 days straight as he brought Li Muin across Ho Fun. The fire beasts chasing him had gotten closer and their roars could now be heard. At the border of Ho Fun, Wang Lin came out of the ground. He looked at the Sea of Devils. Then he turned to Li Muin, who had a pale and weary face, and asked, "Are you confident you can finish refining the pill before the fire beasts catch up?" At this point, Li Muin feared Wang Lin from the bottom of her heart. She was now sure that the fire beast's target was the person before her. Why would those fire beasts ignore the Ho Fun Union and all turn to chase him otherwise? Also, looking at the fire beasts, it was as if they all had some deep hatred for this person. Most importantly, Li Muin knew a bit about the Earth Escape technique. Unless one reaches the core formation stage, it is impossible for a cultivator to use for it 3 days straight. She became very curious about the liquid Wang Lin always drank whenever he ran low on spiritual energy. Now that she heard Wang Lin's words, her face became even more pale. With how smart Li Muin was, how could she not realize the hidden meaning in that question? If she could do it, then he might give her a way out, like luring the fire beasts away or something. But if she couldn't, she believed that this cold youth would take away her half-completed distant heavens pill and leave her behind. Thinking about it, Li Muin's body began to tremble. She had seen a lot of cultivators being torn apart by the fire beasts, so she was terrified right now. Wang Lin's brow furrowed. Time was of the essence right now, yet this girl was in a daze. How could he possibly know what was going through her head right now? Li Muin's guess was a bit off, however. Even if she couldn't finish it now, Wang Lin would have taken the semi-complete product. But he still would have given her a life-saving treasure. Adding on the fact that the fire beasts were after him, she would have had a high chance of survival. Li Muin's heart trembled when she saw Wang Lin frown. She bit her lower lip and said with a trembling voice, Senior apprentice brother. Time is too short for me to produce a complete product, but I can refine pills. I know how to refine almost every pill from the Lu He sect and I have memorized many ancient recipes. As long as I have the materials, I can refine them. Wang Lin was startled and looked at Li Muin a few times. Then he saw the red light coming in from the distance and grabbed Li Muin. He then charged toward the Sea of Devils. Li Muin didn't know that her words had really tempted Wang Lin. In his eyes, Li Muin was a walking pill furnace. If he used her properly, his cultivation level would be able to increase greatly. Wang Lin obtained this idea from Sun Yotsai's life journal. The Sea of Devils was very large, and it was basically a big hole. It wouldn't be wrong to call the Sea of Devils a giant basin, only this basin had many mountain ranges within it. There weren't any trees, but there were many strange plants. If one were to check their ancestry, they would find that these plants would trace all the way back to ancient sea plant life. The season Wang Lin entered the Sea of Devils was when the fog was the thickest. Shortly after, the fog will turn into water, and then 1 month later, all of the water will become fog again. Li Muin was dragged into the thick fog by Wang Lin. Her charming body trembled as she bit her lower lip and whispered, Senior apprentice brother, this is the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin coldly replied, I know. Li Muin secretly let out a sigh and no longer said a word. The moment they entered the Sea of Devils, slivers of Ing energy entered their bodies. This caused Wang Lin to become alert. He didn't expect to find Ing's spiritual energy here. This made him very happy. Compared to Ho Fun, the Sea of Devils was like a piece of ice, creating a vast contrast with Ho Fun. This was the first time Li Muin had come to the Sea of Devils. Various stories she had heard about the Sea of Devils entered her mind, causing her face to become ever paler than it was before. Wang Lin stopped in the middle of the fog. The fog in this spot wasn't too thick, so the border of Ho Fun was visible. He saw the red cloud closing in from the distance, but once the fire beasts arrived at the border, none of them crossed it. They could only roar at Wang Lin. Gradually, more and more fire beasts gathered, but not one fire beast entered the Sea of Devils. It was as if there was a giant crevice in the way and they didn't want to cross it. After a long time, one fire beast finally charged out, but the moment it touched the fog, it let out a miserable scream. Its body quickly shrank and its skin went from white to red to gray. This scene looked exactly like throwing a hot coal into ice water. After seeing this, Wang Lin's heart calmed down a bit. According to his plan, even if the fire beasts charged in, the beasts and cultivators from here would stop them. And the Sea of Devils was the size of several thousand ho fens. Although the map did not show it, it clearly pointed out the difference in size. With how large the Sea of Devils was, if Wang Lin were to hide here, it would be hard for the fire beasts to find him. Wang Lin's body moved and he grabbed Li Muin, the portable pill furnace, and quickly flew away. His G-realm divine sense spread out. He kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. He had to make a cave and reach the core formation stage as soon as possible. Only after reaching the core formation stage and becoming the number 1 cultivator below the nascent soul stage would he have any confidence in surviving in the Sea of Devils. The fog was very thick in the Sea of Devils and it was filled with Ing energy. Wang Lin had only been here for a short while, but his clothes were already soaked. The sticky feeling of his clothes clinging to him was very uncomfortable. As for Li Muin, her face was no longer pale but slightly red, and her skin was silky smooth. Her clothes were also soaked by the fog, revealing her exquisitely charming body. Wang Lin took one look and withdrew his gaze. His heart wasn't moved at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Muin could make the Distance Heavens pill and various other pills, he wouldn't have allowed her to follow him. The Sea of Devils was a huge basin. After descending for a long time, he still hadn't seen the bottom. However, he noticed that the deeper he went, the stronger the Ing energy was. Soon, strange creatures started to appear in the fog. Some of them even had spiritual energy fluctuations. This made Wang Lin very surprised, but luckily, he was able to detect them soon enough. So there were only a few scares and never any real danger. Li Muin was extremely nervous, as she had heard too many rumors about this Sea of Devils. There was no reasoning with people here as power was the only thing that mattered. There was also a lack of female cultivators, so unless she had a powerful backing, she would likely have a very miserable fate. Before the upheaval in Ho Fun, there were always a lot of cultivators stationed at the border of the Sea of Devils. This often included nascent soul cultivators. Their sole purpose was to prevent demonic cultivators from raiding their country. Luckily, the powerful forces in the Sea of Devils were all in the center. The groups on the edges were all small, so as long as they were careful, nothing too big would happen. Wang Lin didn't know how long they had been flying for when he suddenly stopped. Li Muin wasn't able to react fast enough, so she ran into his back. Wang Lin coldly looked at the fog in the distance and said, "Come out now!" 3 thin and tall figures appeared in the fog, but the fog was too thick for Wang Lin to see their exact figures, though it was obvious that they were 3 male cultivators. One of them shouted in a sharp voice, "Arrogant! This area belongs to my fighting evil sect. If you are smart, leave behind the female cultivator or else." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Noisy! Die! The map had stated that there was no reasoning in the Sea of Devils. Only the strong were respected. He waved his right hand and his G-realm divine sense spread out. Those 3 were only mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, so Wang Lin could kill them at will. The red lightning suddenly flashed by the 3 of them. Their eyes became dimmer and dimmer before their souls shattered and died. Wang Lin walked forward and grabbed their bags of holding. He then kicked their bodies into the thick fog and left without taking another look. Li Muin was horrified as she looked at what occurred before her. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin act. The other 3 were all at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment just like she was, but they had all died mysteriously without any means to resist. She was shocked as she looked at Wang Lin's back. Then she suddenly thought back to half a month ago, when her brother Li Qiqing said something about the great battle over the spirit vein where thousands of cultivators participated. During the early stage of that battle, something strange was happening to the cultivators of Xianxia. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianwu were mysteriously dying and falling from the sky. If it was only 1 or 2, then it wouldn't be so bad, but Xianwu only had 200 or so Foundation establishment cultivators, and almost half of them died mysteriously like this. When she initially heard of this, she didn't believe it. She thought that it was only rumor, but looking at how those 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had died, she couldn't help but remember that story. She followed behind Wang Lin and asked, with a trembling voice, Senior apprentice brother, back in the Ho-Fan Union, which army were you part of?" Wang Lin didn't turn his head as he coldly said, "The 10th Army." The moment the words, "the 10th Army," entered Li Muin's ears, it was like lightning had struck her mind. She clearly remembered that her brother had said that the 10th Army was the one that fought that battle. Now she was almost certain that this cold-looking youth was the one responsible for massive amounts of deaths of the Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianwu. Thinking about this, her last sliver of will to resist evaporated completely. She couldn't even summon the strength to back out. But just then, she suddenly remembered a description of a strange technique that she had read back in the Lu He sect and blurted out. "The technique you just used? Was it the death spell?" Wang Lin's heart was slightly startled, but nothing showed on his face. He calmly replied without turning his head, "You also know about the death spell?" The moment Li Muin heard Wang Lin's words, she was even more certain that he knew the legendary death spell. The death spell was known as a technique from the ancient cultivation world that was incredibly hard to master. However, once mastered, all one had to do was look at someone, say the word "die," and that person would immediately die. This type of technique was considered to be one of the most evil techniques among demonic cultivators. It requires one to fuse 3 types of energy. The first is Yin energy, which comes from female cultivators' nascent souls, using the Yin harvesting technique. The second energy is death energy, which is obtained by absorbing energy from the bones of the dead. Although this is similar to Yin energy, the quality is very different. The third energy is killing energy. Once someone has killed enough, their body will produce its own killing intent. Once this killing intent gains its own consciousness, it becomes the killing energy needed. Fusing the 3 energies pushes the person to have to survive a trial to continue cultivating this technique. However, every night the user suffers unimaginable pain, and they have to survive this trial again every 3 years. Only after having gone through this cycle countless times can an early stage of the death spell be considered complete. If one wishes to continue cultivating it, the chance of death is even higher. According to some calculations, the chances of completely mastering the death spell are basically 0. Although this technique is very powerful, it is simply too vicious. Only a few demonic cultivators were willing to try to learn it. After listening to Li Muin describe the death spell with her trembling voice, Wang Lin's expression slightly changed and he remained silent. This silence caused Lu Muin to become even more scared, and her heart pounded violently. After traveling in the Sea of Devils for a while, Wang Lin had finally entered the sea part of the area. The fog was much thicker now, and the Ying energy was a lot stronger. Staring at the ground below him, Wang Lin muttered a bit before taking a few steps back. He jumped around until he found a mountain peak. He stood on a rock that was protruding from the mountain as he took a flying sword out of his bag of holding and then pointed at the mountain. The flying sword flew toward the mountain and began carving. Sounds of metal scraping rock entered Wang Lin's ears. He couldn't help but frown as the mountain was too tough and the flying sword was very weak. He let out a snort and then slapped his bag of holding again. This time, more than 30 flying swords came out. His G-realm divine sense entered each sword and the swords rained down upon the mountain. This way, the progress immediately sped up, and a cave appeared on the side of the mountain. Li Muin had gotten used to Wang Lin during their travels. Since this guy could complete the death spell, then controlling 30 flying swords wasn't really anything surprising. She knew that the amount of flying swords one could control was dependent on a cultivator's divine sense. Time slowly passed and a cave with 4 rooms was slowly carved out. Thus, a simple cultivation cave was formed. Wang Lin took out spirit stones and set down various formations around the cave. After Li Muin saw the formations, she revealed a surprised expression. But after seeing the formation, the surprise disappeared and a sliver of disdain appeared. However, that sliver of disdain quickly disappeared as she hid it. However, this sliver of disdain was still caught by Wang Lin. Although he was focused on placing the formation, his divine sense had never left Li Muin. Even on the way here it was still the same. If Li Muin had made any unusual movement, Wang Lin wouldn't care that she was a woman. He would have mercilessly killed her. After Wang Lin finished placing down the spirit stones, he didn't even turn around as he coldly said, "I plan to stay in this cave for a long time. If the formation is broken, I can easily escape, but you will have to rely on yourself." With that, he turned around and looked at Li Muin. Li Muin clenched her teeth and moved up without a word. She took out black flags from her bag of holding and placed them around the cave. However, she still felt unsafe, so she placed more formations down around the cave and even organized Wang Lin's formations to connect them all. After doing all of this, she clenched her jaw again and took out a blue, crystallic, beast bone. She used her flying sword to cut it into pieces and, after calculating for a while, she placed one piece down. She continued to place them. When all 18 pieces of the beast bone were in place, 3 hours had passed. Li Muin's forehead was covered in sweat. She looked very tired as she said, "Including the formations you have placed, there are a total of 214 formations. However, they are only beginner formations that can only stop foundation establishment cultivators from entering. I just used the bone of a crystal beast to lay down the 9 skeleton formation. Although the formation is only at 30% power due to the lack of bones, it can still block a core formation cultivator for 1 hour. I only have this many crystal beast bones. If you want the formation to be even more stable, then we need more spirit beast bones." With that, she waved her right hand and tossed out a piece of jade. Wang Lin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside was information on how to enter the formation. After he finished reading it, he crushed the jade, then looked at Li Muin and pointed forward. Li Muin knew that she couldn't trust him, but there was nothing she could do, so she walked into the formation. Wang Lin left a sliver of his divine sense on her and followed behind. After safely passing through the layers of formations and entering the cave, Li Muin took out another small flag. She gently waved the flag and all the formations activated, releasing a thick fog. From the distance, one couldn't see anything at all, and even if they were to take a closer look, they would only see the mountain. Inside the cave, Wang Lin examined Li Muin, which caused her face to become even more pale. She took a few steps back and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother, should I refine the distance heaven pill for you now?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't dare to eat the pills you refine." Li Muin's eyes immediately became red as she silently lowered her head. After a long time, she raised her head, revealing a crying face, and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother has saved my life. Just tell me what I need to do for you to believe me." The current her was very beautiful and alluring. Wang Lin wasn't affected by Li Muan's beauty at all. His expression was still calm as he said, "I don't like forcing people, so I won't demand too much from you. All I need you to do is refine enough pills for me to reach the core formation stage. Once I have reached the core formation stage, I'll escort you out of the sea of devils. But during this period of time, I'll need you to hand over your soul essence blood to ensure nothing goes wrong with the pills during this period of time." Li Muan pondered for a bit, then nodded. She pointed her finger at her brow and forced out her soul essence blood. Then she sent the drop to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin received the soul essence blood, he threw out several bags of holding and said, "All of the materials are here. See what kind of pills you can refine." Li Muan checked the bags with her divine sense and immediately exclaimed, This is desolate wood root, and there is yellow core grass. There is burning golden root and heaven spirit grass." The more she looked through the bags, the more shocked she was. A large majority of the materials were for refining pills, and some had long been extinct in Hofun. Only disciples that came back from the foreign battleground every 100 years would bring back some. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and threw out more than 10 bags of holding. These were his recent spoils. After removing all the treasures and spirit stones, all that was left were materials he didn't know about. So it was perfect to have Li Muan identify them. After checking all of the bags of holding, all of Li Muan's grief from before disappeared and her face was now glowing. Her face was filled with excitement as she raised her head and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, I can freely use all these materials?" Wang Lin nodded. "I only want pills. As for the process, you can do whatever you wish." Li Muan smiled at Wang Lin for the first time. Her smile was very sweet as she said with confidence, "Senior apprentice brother can rest assured. I have calculated that I can make 300 yellow spirit pills that can help increase cultivation, 50 poison-avoiding pills, and various other pills with various effects. Once I have finished, I'll hand them to Senior Apprentice Brother. Senior Apprentice Brother, among the materials you have, the most valuable one is this demon blood vine." With that, she took out a very ordinary-looking redwood strip. This redwood strip is one of the ingredients for making the distance heaven pill and one of the most important. I have only seen this demon blood vine in ancient records. With this, I have confidence in refining one distant heaven pill. However, the effect will be a bit weaker as I need to find replacements for the other materials. Wang Lin's expression remained dull as he calmly said, "I won't ask much about matters relating to refining pills." He pondered a bit and said, "I plan on making a trip outside, at least 3 days and at most half a month. Watch out for yourself." With that, he was ready to leave. Li Muan hesitated for a bit, then quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, when you go out, can you find me a pill furnace? I'm fine with the materials and the pill furnace I carry is fine for normal pills. However, if I were to use my current pill furnace, the success rate of the distance heaven pill would only be 50%. Normally, the completion of the distant heaven pill uses the sex heaven fusing furnace." Wang Lin slightly frowned. He looked at Li Muan, then left without a word. Li Muan secretly sighed. She originally didn't want to lie, but she was afraid that if she had told the truth earlier, he would have left her. However, now that they had reached this stage and she had even turned over her soul essence blood, she decided to bring up the matter of the distance heaven pill's success rate. If anything were to happen in the future, he might kill her in a moment of rage. After leaving the cave, Wang Lin checked his direction and looked toward where Zhao was. His eyes became cold as he muttered, "Tang Huayuan, I'm about to reach the core formation stage. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll kill my way back to Zhao and uproot your entire clan. Tang Huayuan, you better not die early. Live and wait for my return." The coldness in his eyes slowly disappeared. He took a step, activated the Earth Escape technique, and quickly charged into the distance. The reason he was going out was to find more spirit beast bones. According to Li Muan, only by adding more spirit beast bones could the 9 skeleton formation be at max power. Wang Lin knew that he was in a rush to reach the core formation stage, and in a place as dangerous as the Sea of Devils, he needed a relatively safe place to ensure nothing went wrong. Another reason was that he needed the skulls of spirit beasts to make the reaction furnace for the refining technique of the War God Shrine. With both the formations and the reaction furnace, spirit beast bones were now a necessity for Wang Lin. According to the description given in the map Jade, there were spirit beasts within the fog and spirit beasts' bones at the bottom of the sea. However, many of those spirit beast bones had already been dug up by others, so even after walking for a long time, Wang Lin still hadn't found any. Also, the fog was very thick at the bottom of the sea, so his eyes were useless and he could only see with his divine sense. As he moved, his expression suddenly changed and he took a step back. Then a flying sword, flying in a wavy pattern, flashed by where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin was at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, the pseudo-core formation stage, so he was able to completely see through this 40-something-year-old man who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. This person's face was dark purple and his breathing was very rough. It was clear that he had been hit with a powerful poison, causing him to not be able to fully control his spiritual energy. The moment that flying sword passed by, another ray of light chased closely behind it. Wang Lin's face became very strange as the person chasing the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was a young man at the peak of the 15th layer of qi condensation. This person's face was snow white, had slender eyes, and had a hint of evil on his face. The evil-looking young man was holding a black beast bone. As he leisurely chased after the middle-aged man, he kept on blowing on the bone. Every time he blew on it, black smoke would come out. The moment the black smoke appeared, it would quickly catch up to the foundation establishment cultivator and enter his body. Senior apprentice brother, run faster. Your junior apprentice brother wants to see how long you can last with those 16 deadly poisons inside your body. The young man blew at the black bone again and continued, in a creepy voice. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother here has spent a very long time preparing these 16 different deadly poisons for you. How else would I dare to act against you with your foundation establishment cultivation? Senior apprentice brother, you won't be able to run away. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and remained silent as his flying sword crookedly flew up the mountain. Senior apprentice brother, you are already very old. How about you accept death and let me devour you with the foundation stealing technique? The evil-looking youth said very slowly as he closed in on the middle-aged man. Wang Lin was interested in the beast bone in the young man's man. He moved forward and silently followed behind them. After the middle-aged man heard what the young man said, he didn't even turn his head as he cursed with a raspy voice. Xianxia, you bastard. If it wasn't for me pleading for you back then, how could Master have accepted you as a disciple? You dare to do such a vicious thing to your fellow disciples? Are you not afraid of Master finding out? The evil youth let out a hysterical laugh and said, Master? If Master didn't agree to this, how would I dare to openly ambush you like this? The middle-aged man's body trembled as he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His body weakened and he fell off his flying sword. The evil youth let out a cold snort and stopped 3 feet away from the body on his flying sword. He stabbed the corpse several times with this flying sword to make sure it was dead before grabbing it to leave. However, he suddenly stopped as he stared at a dark figure in the fog. Cold sweat covered his forehead. When he was chasing his senior apprentice brother, he had his divine sense spread out and didn't notice anything. However, this person now appeared silently before him, meaning that this person's cultivation level was far above his own. He threw the body on the ground, then immediately clasped his hands and bowed. The evil expression disappeared from his face and was replaced with a simple and honest expression as he said, Junior is the fighting evil sex disciple. Xianxia. What has Senior stopped Junior for? Junior will do his best to help Senior. Wang Lin slowly walked out of the fog and coldly glanced at the youth. The youth felt like his simple and honest expression was seen through at a glance by Wang Lin, so he suddenly felt terrified. He had only felt like this when he was faced by his master, but his master was at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment and had foot in the core formation stage. Could this young man, who didn't look much older than him, be at the pseudo-core formation stage already? The youth's heart trembled and his expression became even more respectful. "Bring your beast bone here." Wang Lin's voice was cold and void of any emotion. The more Wang Lin acted like this, the more Xianxia panicked in his heart. He had grown up in the Sea of Devils and had heard of all kinds of demonic techniques. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he had managed to cultivate a pair of demonic knowledge eyes. He knew that those powerful demonic cultivators were cold and ruthless, and although he had seen many demonic cultivators with those eyes, most were only an imitation. But this senior before him seemed to be cold and ruthless from the soul, especially that pair of eyes that caused even his heart to feel cold. He quickly threw out the beast bone that was in his hand as he didn't dare to have any thoughts of resisting. Wang Lin flew at a low altitude near the bottom of the sea with a flag in his hand. This was a soul flag with over 100 souls sealed inside, including the soul of Xianxia from earlier. The soul flag used to belong to Xianxia, and he didn't expect it to be his own grave. After talking with Xianxia, Wang Lin learned that everything within a 1 million kilometer radius was considered the outer rim of the Sea of Devils. There were countless large and small sects in this area, and the Fighting Evil sect was one of them. The highest level cultivator of the sect was the sect head, Lu Sen, who was Xianxia's ancestor. He was at the peak of mid-stage core formation and was somewhat famous in this area. The outer rim of the Sea of Devils was very lacking in resources with very few spirit veins. There were very few nascent soul cultivators here as many weren't willing to live in this area. Most of them lived in the middle section of the Sea of Devils. In addition to all of this, Wang Lin also learned that there weren't any spirit beast bones in the outer rim of the Sea of Devils. Those powerful spirit beasts all lived in the middle section of and even if one were to wander out here, it was not something the demonic cultivators that lived here could kill. But Wang Lin still managed to obtain some useful information. Within the outer rim of the Sea of Devils, there were 3 danger zones. One of the 3 danger zones, the Corpse Valley, had many beast bones. If nearby sects needed such materials, they would go there. The strange thing was that every so often, new corpses of newly dead spirit beasts would appear in the Corpse Valley. Some of these spirit beasts were very powerful when they were alive. There was actually no explanation for how they appeared there, much less how they died in the Corpse Valley. Although the Corpse Valley was mysterious, as long as one doesn't enter the central part of the valley, then generally nothing dangerous happens. As for the bone Xianxia was using to deal with his senior apprentice brother, it came from the Corpse Valley. It was made from the bones of a mysterious crow beast. After studying it for a long time, Wang Lin found that this poison only worked on Foundation Establishment cultivators. The effect was drastically weaker against more powerful cultivators. Wang Lin's current destination was the Corpse Valley. He quickly flew toward the direction Xianxia pointed to. What he saw when he arrived outside the Corpse Valley were countless mountain ranges. There were tall and low mountains, and where the mountain ranges met, there were large and small valleys. This was the Corpse Valley. The fog here was very thin and didn't affect visibility at all. However, as Wang Lin entered, he felt an energy that was very different in terms of quality to the energy outside. Wang Lin immediately formed a seal and began to chant. Then slivers of light gathered before him. Eventually, they formed a ball of white light, but right after it appeared, it began to change colors until it finally settled and became blue. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the technique to determine the type of energy in the area. Based on the color of the ball, it would tell him which of the 4 energies it was. There were 4 colors: purple, blue, silver, and red, which represented heaven, earth, mysterious, and death. Since the light was blue, then this place contained the very rare earth energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed forward. The ball of light immediately flew forward. Wang Lin slowly followed behind the ball of light and observed its color as he searched for beast bones. Wang Lin's divine sense found several cultivators inside the Corpse Valley, but they were all focused on looking for beast bones. Even if they were to meet, all they would do was nod at each other as they passed by. Wang Lin pondered a little. There wasn't only one corpse valley but countless ones of varying sizes. There were fewer cultivators deep inside the valley, meaning there was a higher chance of finding beast bones there. After passing through the 9 valleys, there were much more remains of beasts. Some of them were terrifyingly large as they took up a majority of the valley. Wang Lin was standing on top of a giant beast corpse, but after examining it for a while, he gave up on the idea of taking it away. Although this corpse was large, there wasn't spiritual energy in the bones, meaning this wasn't a spirit beast. It just had a large body. As he got closer and closer to the center of the corpse valley, the deeper the color of the ball of light became. After he passed the 9th valley, he no longer saw any cultivators, and the amount of corpses increased. Wang Lin paused in the 9th valley for a while. He was very careful and had his divine sense spread out. For some reason, after he arrived at the 9th valley, he felt that it was different from the previous 8. He couldn't clearly say what was different, but he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were gathered on him the moment he entered. Wang Lin sneered in his heart as he swept the surroundings with his G-realm divine sense. The eyes on him immediately disappeared and the valley became silent again. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then casually collected beast bones before moving to the 10th valley. When he arrived at the 13th valley, the ball of light split into 2. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that this meant that the quality of Yin energy had broken past rank 10 normal quality and entered rank 1 good quality. Waves of Yin were coming from the 14th valley. Wang Lin felt his body stiffen. Wang Lin looked around and let out a sigh. In truth, this was the best place for him to go into closed-door cultivation. However, although this place looked calm, for it to be considered one of the 3 danger zones, it must have its dangers. Wang Lin didn't dare to go into closed-door cultivation for long no matter how good the conditions were. Before he fully understands this place, he won't stay here for long unless he absolutely has to. He hesitated for a bit. He had already collected a few beast bones. Although their quality wasn't very high, they should at least be able to increase the power of the 9 skeleton formation a bit. But he was a bit unwilling to walk away now. From his current position, he could see just how big the 14th valley was. This 14th valley was clearly different from the 13 before it. Its size was almost the same as the previous 13 combined. In addition to all of this, what was most strange about the 14th valley was that there were no corpses in sight. The entire ground was covered in shining blue frost that looked very mysterious. From a distance, Wang Lin could see that the 14th valley wasn't the center of the corpse valley. It could only be considered the halfway point. Wang Lin shook his head and decided to head back. Just as he was about to leave, a roar came from the distance and a giant dragon over 1,000 feet long appeared from the fog. Wang Lin's expression changed as he took a few steps back and entered the ground. His divine sense spread out and was locked onto the giant dragon. The dragon's body was very large. As it moved its body, it created huge gusts of wind. In one jump, it crossed 13 valleys and entered the 14th valley. As the giant dragon passed over Wang Lin, a large amount of fresh blood fell from the sky. Wang Lin looked up and saw that there was a giant wound on the dragon's stomach. The wound covered half of the dragon's body length. Wang Lin looked at the direction the dragon came from and saw a trail of blood. It seemed the dragon was bleeding non-stop on the way here. The dragon stopped above the 14th valley and seemed indifferent about the amount of blood he was shedding as he let out one last roar. The moment this roar came out, the air around the dragon rippled and spread out like waves in the ocean. The bones in the other valleys were turned to dust and were pushed outward by the air waves. Wang Lin could feel that 3 inches of the ground were peeled off. He was extremely shocked. This dragon was probably even stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. This roar lasted for 1 hour before the dragon's eyes dimmed. It used the last of its strength to smash into the blue ice on the ground and dug into it. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped out of the ground and charged toward the dragon without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the 14th valley. As he floated in the air, he grabbed the tail of the sinking dragon and pulled with all his might. He only heard crackling sounds as the dragon's body was pulled out by him. His heart pounded as he carried the heavy body and flew out of the corpse valley. The dragon was too heavy. Even when using all the spiritual energy in his body, he could just barely carry it. He could hear his own bones compressing under the pressure. But when he thought about obtaining the body of a dragon that had just died, Wang Lin completely ignored the pain. After shakily flying out of the corpse valley, Wang Lin could see the cultivators that were collecting bones on the outer rim. All of them had activated defensive treasures as they looked at him. They were stunned. These cultivators were used to these kinds of things happening. So the moment the dragon appeared, they all scattered, opened up their defensive treasures, and found a sturdy place to hide. Even so, there were still people who had their bodies shattered by the roar. In order to survive, not only would they need a certain level of cultivation but also a quick mind. These people were here year-round as they relied on selling the bones from the corpse valley for a living. Because they were here year-round, they did sometimes see spirit beasts dying inside the valley, but this was the first time they had seen someone carry out the body of a spirit beast that had just died. They have never even heard of it, let alone seen it. However, this person had not only done it, but was carrying a complete dragon corpse. A complete body that hadn't rotted. At this moment, most of the cultivators had lost their reasoning and revealed looks of greed. Wang Lin could feel countless eyes looking at him. He let out a cold snort as he stepped on the ground and went underground using the earth escape technique with the entire dragon. The moment he sunk down, his G-realm divine sense shot out. All of the cultivators here were below the core formation stage, so every single one of them died. The dragon's body was simply too large. Even though he was constantly drinking spirit liquid, he couldn't move very fast. He could only ever so slowly move toward the cave as he was carrying the dragon. It took Wang Lin 10 days to slowly move from the corpse valley back to the cave. After he appeared outside the cave, he carefully checked his surroundings. When he was sure that nothing was wrong, he came out and dragged the dragon out with him. The ground shook and alerted Li Muin. She opened the formation and poked her head out after Wang Lin called her. However, the moment she poked her head out, her eyes were drawn to the 1,000-foot-long dragon. She was dumbfounded for a long time. Wang Lin dragged the dragon into the formation and said to Li Muin, "Would the bones of this dragon be enough for the formation?" Li Muin nodded in a daze as her mind was a complete mess. She had seen records of this type of dragon. They were powerful enough to kill late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and their entire bodies could be considered treasures. Inside the head of the dragon was a dragon pill. It was a natural pill that only needed a bit of refinement to become a real pill that will increase cultivation. The dragon's skin was top-quality material for making armor, and the dragon's bones and tendons were also rare materials. The most precious material of all, though, was the marrow. The quality of the marrow depended on the age of the dragon. The older the dragon, the less marrow. Once it reaches a certain age, it will become a dragon pill. The dragon pill was something even ancient cultivators would dream of. It would allow one to obtain a dragon's body and allow them to switch back and forth. Also, from that point on, they will never reach a bottleneck when cultivating. However, for a dragon to form a dragon pill, it would need to be alive for 9,990,000 years. This was why no exact records of the dragon pill existed. Its effects were still only rumors and legends. After passing the dragon to Li Muin, he no longer bothered with it and went on his way. He had obtained everything he needed besides a furnace in this trip, but he learned that there was a place called the Treasure Refining Pavilion where he could buy one. The Treasure Refining sect had a lot of shops all over the Sea of Devils. The closest one was in North Dipper City, 40,000 kilometers away. However, things like a pill furnace usually cost a lot, and after hearing Xianxia say that the head of the Fighting Evil sect had spent almost all of the sect's spirit stones for one pill furnace, he gave up on the idea of going to buy one. He decided to put the matter of the furnace aside for now. Because they had the dragon's bones, the 9-skeleton formation will be strong enough to provide them decent protection. Wang Lin was going to go into closed-door training, aiming for the core formation stage. Wang Lin sat down in one of the stone rooms and sealed it with a large rock. Then he took out 30 flying swords and pointed at the ground. The flying swords immediately flew into the ground and started digging a tunnel to the bottom of the mountain. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he shot out some spiritual energy that became a ball of fire. The color of the fire gradually became light blue. Wang Lin slightly frowned, but his face immediately lightened up. Rank 1 Common Earthine. Although it couldn't compare to the Corpse Valley, it was more than enough for common cold cores. His body moved and jumped into the bottom of the pit. It reached rank 3 Common Earthine. This was clearly the limit, so he put out the ball of fire and began to cultivate. Wang Lin had already learned the underworld ascension method once, so he was able to quickly pick it up again. Time slowly passed, and 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a contemplating expression before he took out the heaven-defying bead and gathered the spirit liquid. Time quickly passed by. Aside from cultivating, Wang Lin only gathered the spirit liquid from the heaven-defying bead every day. Once he had gathered enough dew, he would spend part of the day cultivating inside the heaven-defying bead with the spirit liquid. As a result, his progress was very rapid. It only took him 1 month to form 2 cold cores. He only needed to form the last one to attempt to reach the core formation stage. This last cold core would take longer to make. After all, he had only formed 2 cold cores last time. However, he was at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, so at least it wouldn't take him years of cultivation for it to finally form. Wang Lin was confident that he could form his 3rd cold core within 3 months. As a result, he wasn't in a rush at all. Aside from cultivating and gathering spirit liquid, he found time every day to nurture some devils. Wang Lin had tried many times, but he couldn't imprint his divine sense onto the devil, so he had to work around it by slowly nurturing them. Speaking of the devil, he was of great use for Wang Lin. He slowly took out souls from the soul flag and fed them to the devil. All of the souls inside this soul flag were cultivators from the Sea of Devils, and a majority of them were disciples of the Fighting Evil sect. According to Xianxia, all of these souls belonged to people who fought with him for the attention of their master. After they were killed by him, he sealed their souls inside. Time slowly passed, and by the time the devil had devoured most of the souls in the soul flag, a sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense developed inside the devil. The devil itself hadn't realized that this sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense had developed within itself as it thought about ways to escape. 3 months had passed since he had gone into closed-door cultivation. The prototype for his 3rd cold core had already formed. In these 3 months, he had gone outside several times. The room Li Muin was in was filled with materials. She even managed to get some soil from somewhere and planted some spirit herbs. There was also a formation of low and medium quality spirit stones laid out around the spirit herbs to ensure they had enough spiritual energy to grow. A small pill furnace was placed in the center of the room with a pile of failed pills beside it. Li Muin had started refining pills when Wang Lin had gone into closed-door cultivation. Aside from the failures on the ground, there were also jades scattered on the floor. Whenever Li Muin gets stuck or had some inspiration, she would immediately search through the jades. Of the 4 rooms inside the cave, 1 was used for Wang Lin's cultivation, 1 was for alchemy, 1 was for growing plants, and the last one had been renovated into a shower room by Li Muin. The Sea of Devils was filled with fog, so the air was very humid. The inside the cave was no exception. Clothes will get wet very quick and stick to your body. Li Muin was a girl, and adding on the sticky feeling the wet clothes gave her, she really couldn't stand it anymore, so she put in a lot of effort to make this shower room. Wang Lin didn't care about the shower room at all because all he had to do was cycle his spiritual energy and all of the yin energy would be sucked into his cold core. The 9 skeleton formations power had greatly increased with the dragon's bones. However, Li Muin said that it should be called the 9 dragon bone formation instead of the 9 skeleton formation. The moment the formation was turned on, it could trap a core formation cultivator for months, or block a nascent soul cultivator for a few days. However, Li Muin regretted that they couldn't catch the dragon while it was alive, because if they had infused the dragon's soul into the formation, it would be even stronger. Not only would it be able to defend, it would also be able to attack. Any core formation cultivator would die instantly, and a nascent soul cultivator would be forced away in a sorry state. Unfortunately, the soul of a dragon was too hard to obtain, so she could only dream about it. As for the dragon, Li Muin took out the dragon's pill and stored it until she obtains a better pill furnace. As for the skin, Li Muin spent a month removing it from the dragon and stored it for later. In addition to all of this, there were the dragon's tendons. This was the third mysterious part of the dragon aside from the dragon's pill and marrow. If a treasure refiner was here, they would be able to refine the tendons into weapons that could change their size at will and split into countless branches. The last part was a small bottle of bone marrow. It was so precious that Li Muin was scared of using it to refine pills. She handed these things over to Wang Lin and painfully withdrew her gaze. Wang Lin kept the dragon's marrow and veins and gave everything else to Li Muin. With her tender hands, she made 2 inner armors from the dragon's hide. After Wang Lin put one on, he looked at the other one that was clearly made for a woman and threw it at Li Muin. She let out a smile as she silently put it away in her bag of holding. There was still a lot of dragon's hide left after the armor was made, so Wang Lin put it all away to exchange for other resources in the future. The entire dragon became various treasures. Another month passed and Wang Lin finally formed his third cold core. The Yin energy cycled through the cold core at his head, chest, and dantian. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed an excited look. He closed his eyes and decided to do it all in one go, so he fused the 3 cold cores into one. Situ Nan had explained in detail before about the process of fusing the 3 cold cores into one. The fusion was divided into the initial step and completion. If he could reach the initial step, then he would truly be half a step into the core formation stage. If he were to take the distant heaven pill at the same moment he completes the fusion, then he would have an 80% chance of reaching the core formation stage. He didn't let Li Muin complete the distant heaven pill because it required a better pill furnace and there was only one incomplete pill. He had to ensure the highest success rate of the pill being completed. At the same time, he made the backup plan of using the demonic bloodroot to make a fake distant heaven pill. Before, he thought buying a pill furnace would be too expensive, but now that he had the dragon's hide, he could try to get one. If it was still not enough, then he would do whatever was necessary to get a pill furnace. He took a deep breath and began to attempt fusing his cold cores. There were cold cores in his head, chest, and dantian. He had to break the balance between the 3 so the cold core at the head would sync and fuse with the one in the chest. If that succeeded, then that was the initial fusion. The next step would be for that fused cold core to sync and fuse with the one in the dantian. The moment the 3 cold cores fuse, there is a chance for a real core to form. Wang Lin quietly sat inside this small, stone room filled with Yin energy. His eyes were cold, his divine sense was in his body, and his focus was on the cold core in his head. The first step for him was to make this cold core sync. Wang Lin knew that it would be difficult to fuse the 3 cores before, but after experiencing it, he felt like difficult was an understatement. It was more like unimaginably difficult to fuse the 3 cold cores. Wang Lin had already tried to sync the first cold core for more than a month, and he never stopped trying the whole time. There seemed to be some mysterious force blocking him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. The requirements to cultivate the underworld ascension method were to break the ancestral point, Qi Si, and Dantian 3 times each, with each time being harder than the last. The first time could be said to be difficult, the second time was very difficult, and the third time was extremely difficult. However, what Wang Lin was attempting to do right now was really making his ancestral point break a 4th time, so one could only imagine the difficulty. After attempting to break through many times, Wang Lin changed tactics and decided to slowly grind the barrier down. As time went on, that force that was blocking him weakened greatly. However, the pain caused when grinding it was not something a normal person could imagine. Every time he grinded it, his body would shake and his forehead would be covered in sweat. His clothes had been dry ever since he had started this process. Turning 3 cores into one was not something that could be achieved without great determination. However, determination was not something Wang Lin lacked. Even back in the Hangyu sect, his determination had left 2 streaks of blood on the road up the mountain. If it wasn't for his bad talent, he would have definitely been the focus of the Hangyu sect's nurture and care. However, all of this was pointless now with the destruction of the Hangyu sect. Wang Lin's determination was unimaginable. After enduring 3 months of this pain, the ancestral point finally broke once more. The fist-sized cold core slowly sank down toward his chi. As it sunk, slivers of energy from the cold core entered his body. Every time the cold core sunk, more and more of these threads of energy appeared until the core was finally right above the chi. Wang Lin took a deep breath and started grinding the barrier in front of the chi without any hesitation. Another 3 months had passed before the barrier finally broke and opened. At the same time, the two cold cores collided with each other. Wang Lin heard a boom as a terrifying energy surged through his body. Wang Lin's face immediately became pale. After his throat moved a bit, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood came out, it froze and hit the wall, causing the wall to be covered in blood-colored ice crystals. After coughing out the blood, he quickly took out 8 medium-quality spirit stones, all of which he crushed and turned to dust. The dust quickly circled around him and formed a strange symbol. The symbol faintly glowed before disappearing. Then a black flying sword appeared and circled Wang Lin once before stopping before him. The devil's figure slowly appeared from the sword. The devil first looked at Wang Lin and began to struggle on what to do. Just at this moment, the divine sense implanted in the devil activated, and it lost every urge to attack Wang Lin, then started to obediently guard him. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin's body fell to the ground. He only had enough time to place a formation before he passed out. Speaking of this formation, Wang Lin had prepared several simple formations to use during emergency situations. The devil guarded the cave and secretly glanced at Wang Lin a few times. He began to struggle again and thought, should I attack him? Well, he doesn't seem to be faking it. It's hard to say. This guy is just too sly. Should I fight with him? But if I can't defeat him... The devil shivered and threw this idea out of his mind. After one day, the idea he had thrown out of his mind came back again and he began to struggle. Should I attack him? This is the perfect time. If I miss this chance now, then I might never have another. No, this Wang Lin is too cunning. How could he not have some sort of defense against me? He was passing out, yet he still let me out. This doesn't make any sense. The devil shook his head and looked viciously at Wang Lin. I'm not going to fall for it. You can continue to pretend. The idea was once again thrown aside. Another day passed. The devil looked at Wang Lin and became tempted again. Forget it. Let's fight. I don't think this guy is faking it. I want to fight. 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 His eyes turned red and he jumped at Wang Lin. The defensive formation had no effect, so he managed to touch him. But shortly after, the devil let out a miserable scream as green gas came out of his body, and he seemed like he was about to disappear. He quickly backed up while miserably crying, I knew this guy was cunning. Why else would he let me out without a care? Damn it, when did he leave that divine sense inside me? How am I going to live from now on? The devil slumped to the ground and began wailing. After experiencing this, the devil obediently stayed in a corner. He stared at the wall with eyes filled with anger. On the third day, Wang Lin woke up and let out a bitter smile. He underestimated the difficulty of the fusion. The destructive force created by the fusion was the key part of the process. He couldn't let this energy escape or the fusion would fail, but if he were to keep it in his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Lin's expression was very dark and unsettling. In truth, his body couldn't handle this level of energy, which confused him greatly. How did the senior that practiced the underworld ascension method fuse the 3 cold cores? Forget about others. How did Situ Nan succeed in cultivating the underworld ascension method? Wang Lin thought very hard but couldn't come up with an answer. This was one point Situ Nan had never brought up. How could I make my body be able to withstand the energy? Wang Lin muttered to himself for a long time before letting out a sigh. Then his gaze landed on the devil in the corner. After Wang Lin woke up, the devil had constantly been taking peeks at him. Now that Wang Lin looked at him, his body quivered and he quickly said, I have been guarding you this whole time and was always vigilant. Wang Lin grabbed the devil and threw him into the flying sword before leaving the stone room. Wang Lin looked into Li Muin's room and saw her slumped over a table, sleeping soundly. Her silky hair was tied up in a ponytail. Part of the ponytail was on the side of her face and the rest was behind her ear. Her face was slightly red and had a glow like sunlight reflecting off snow. The purple dress she had on made her look like a painting and would cause anyone's heart to beat faster. At this moment, there were slivers of white smoke escaping from the pill furnace next to her, making her look like a fairy in a painting. The decorations Li Muin had added to her room, like the green vines she had picked up somewhere, made this scene look even more like a painting. A faint aroma of herbs came out of her room. When Wang Lin breathed it in, his mind immediately became clearer. He looked for a long time before withdrawing his gaze and looked at the other stone room. His room. Half of the room was filled with herbs and the other half was filled with other materials. The dragon's skull was among those materials. The dragon's corpse was too large, especially the bones. It would be too wasteful to use it all on the formation, so Wang Lin came out once to tell Li Muin to save some of it. After giving out that order, he began fusing the 3 cold cores. Wang Lin began to ponder. There was a bit of purple on this bone that make it look more like metal than bone. He thought that this must have been formed due to the dragon's unique bodily structure. Just as Wang Lin was observing, his heart suddenly moved and he turned around. Li Muin stood up with a yawn and opened the door. She was surprised to see him. All of her drowsiness went away. In these past few days, Li Muin's mentality had been slowly changing. At the start, she was always on guard against Wang Lin because she was afraid he might suddenly attack her. After all, people who practiced the death spell often harvested Yin energy. But then she realized that this Wang Lin was almost always in closed-door training. Before, she thought that her brother was diligent in cultivation, but after seeing Wang Lin, she felt that he was truly diligent. In her view, Wang Lin was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and only one step away from the core formation stage. However, how could the core formation stage be that easy to reach? In Li Muin's memory, the youngest person to reach the foundation establishment stage was 17 years old, but that person took 30 years from there before they reached the core formation stage. This person was Ho Fan's ancestor, the first person to reach the nascent soul stage, and the person who raised Ho Fan from a rank 2 to a rank 3 cultivation country. But looking at Wang Lin's appearance, she thought that he was only in his 20s. It would be impossible for him to form his core in a short period of time. When Wang Lin told her that he will send her home once he reaches the core formation stage, she secretly sighed. She believed that it would take him a few decades to successfully reach the core formation stage. She felt a hint of disdain toward Wang Lin. If he wanted to keep her, he could have just said so instead of using this trick. Li Muin pondered for a bit, then asked, Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck? Her soul blood essence was in his hands, so if he were to ever have some crazy demand, she wouldn't know how to respond. This question had been in her mind for a long time. Today, when she saw his frown, she couldn't help but remember that the death spell required the user to absorb Yin energy from females to cultivate. Based on her calculations, it has been months since he had last killed anyone or touched any woman. Wang Lin didn't know what Li Muin's was thinking. He looked at her and nodded. Li Muin's heart skipped a beat. She took a few steps back and her face became pale. She struggled a bit as she bit her lower lip and said, I only promised to help you refine pills. Even if I die, I won't agree. Wang Lin was caught off guard by Li Muin. He turned his gaze toward the dragon skull and asked, Why is the skull of the dragon this color? She bit her lower lip and softly said, The dragon's body is filled with poison, so it is not surprising that the bone is this color. Filled with poison? Wang Lin was shocked as he carefully examined the skull. Before a dragon dies, its body gets filled with deadly poison. Once it dies, the poison can change its body to become a type of treasure. The most poisonous part of the dragon is its marrow, and the most valuable part is also its marrow. Li Muin's expression gradually became cold and her voice calm. Wang Lin silently stared at the dragon's skull and began to ponder, his expression unsettled. He muttered, A body filled with poison. Why isn't the dragon affected by the poison when it is alive? An idea flashed across his mind. The idea came quick, but it left just as quick. Wang Lin only got a hint before becoming confused again. Li Muan coldly looked at Wang Lin. Seeing that his frown had become tighter, she couldn't help but say, "The dragon's body is made of poison from its flesh, bone, innards, and even its saliva, so it naturally won't be affected." An idea suddenly flashed across Wang Lin's mind. The idea became clearer and clearer, and his frown gradually loosened up until he finally let out a laugh and put the dragon's skull inside his bag of holding. "Since my body couldn't withstand the Yin energy, then let my body completely become one with the Yin energy. As a result, I will be able to withstand it." Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked at Li Muan, and walked toward her. Li Muan's face became every paler. She backed up to the wall, her body trembling, and just as she was about to kill herself with a bitter smile on her face, Wang Lin said, "When I reach the core formation stage, I'll send you back to the Luhe sect." With that, he turned around, rushed out of the cave, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Muan was completely stunned. Her mind was in chaos as various thoughts flooded her mind. Finally, she sat down with her back against the wall. Wang Lin activated his Earth Escape technique to its peak as he charged toward the Corpse Valley. After gaining insight from Li Muan's words, he was now 100% confident in making the 3 cold cores fuse. His speed was very fast. He arrived at the Corpse Valley in 3 days. He charged directly in and flew from the first valley to the 13th valley. Outside of the 14th valley, he took a deep breath and stepped in. In the 14th valley, the ground was covered in a layer of frost. As Wang Lin walked on it, slivers of Yin energy entered his feet. Wang Lin hesitated a bit before slowly sinking into the ground with the Earth Escape technique. As he sank, the Yin energy became even more powerful. After he sank about 100 meters, he had to stop as the powerful Earth Yin energy had frozen his body. This was his limit. If he were to go any deeper, then even his soul would freeze. As for how deep the 14th valley was and what secrets might be within it, Wang Lin didn't care. He carefully controlled his heartbeat and moved his body into the lotus position. "I'm not leaving this valley until the 3 cores fuse into one." Wang Lin muttered this in his heart and closed his eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. The disaster at Hofun was finally resolved. The rank 4 cultivation country had sent 3 soul formation cultivators. They had spent 19 days taming all of the fire beasts. They refined them all together into a medium-quality spirit beast, then returned to their country. The quality of spirit beasts have very wide gaps. They are categorized into abnormal, spirit, desolate, and celestial beasts. Each stage has high, medium, and low quality. The fire spirit that was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead was half a step into becoming a desolate beast. According to this scale, it would be at the peak stage of a high-quality spirit beast. All of its descendants were low-quality spirit beasts. This clearly shows the difference between high, medium, and low quality. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire spirit was in a weakened state, it wouldn't have been so easily devoured. It has to be said that a high-quality spirit beast is the equivalent of a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. A medium-quality spirit beast is the same as a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and an early-stage spirit beast is the same as a peak late-stage core formation cultivator. The dragon that died was a medium-quality spirit beast. Although the fire beasts were gone, the fire spiritual energy in the country made it impossible to cultivate. They could only wait for the fire spiritual energy to slowly dissipate with time. The battle with Xianwu continued, but battles between hundreds of people were very rare now. Most of the battles now were between a few dozen people. After taking a bout of Xianwu, the cultivators of Hofun really didn't have any more power to push further, so everything stabilized. As for the battle between the 2 countries, it turned from killing each other to a training ground for the disciples of the 2 countries. This was a great insult to all of the disciples that had died during the start of the war. As for Wang Lin, after he sunk 100 meters into the ground of the 14th valley, he sat there like an old monk. His heartbeat slowed down even more as an endless amount of energy entered his body and spread to his flesh and bones. Gradually, more and more extremely energy gathered in his body, so his flesh was now blue. It was as if it was about to turn to ice. In the past 6 months, his heart had beaten 9,837,543 times, and he had sunken down to 180 meters. Another 6 months passed. The Yin energy had invaded all of his internal organs now. His flesh and blood started to freeze, and his hands and feet had become ice crystals. It felt as if any amount of force would shatter them. In these 6 months, his heart had only beaten 487,659 times, and he had sunken down to 730 meters. Another 6 months passed. The ice crystals had extended to his arms and legs. If one looked at it closely, they would see his bones inside the ice. His torso was also starting to turn into ice. His heart had beaten a total of 3,865 times, and his body had sunken down to 1460 meters. 6 more months passed. His entire body, besides his head, had become an ice crystal, and his heart had stopped beating. His body had sunken down to 3,672 meters. 2 more years passed. Halfway through the 3rd year, his head turned into an ice crystal as well. There was no more signs of life from Wang Lin. He had finally reached the underworld state required in the underworld Ascension cultivation method. His body had sunken to 7,979 meters and appeared in a dark blue space. His surroundings were filled with bones of beasts. For some reason, all of the flesh of these beasts had disappeared, leaving behind this sea of corpses. All of the bones here had been turned into blue ice crystals. Wang Lin sat inside the sea of bones and spent 1 month to restore his heartbeat, 2 months to recover his divine sense, and 3 months to feel the 3 cold cores. Afterward, the cold cores from his ancestral point and Qi Sea collided, creating a surge of powerful Yin energy. However, compared to the Yin energy currently in Wang Lin's body, it felt a bit underwhelming. He easily fused the 2 cold cores together and condensed them into one. Shortly after, the fused cold core sank and arrived at the dantian. The barrier at the dantian lasted only half an hour before it collapsed. The fused cold core sank and collided with the cold core in the dantian. Suddenly, more than 10 times the Yin energy from last time surged forth. This Yin energy was very dense, but it was still a bit short of the Yin energy in Wang Lin's body. Slowly, the 3 cold cores fused into one. However, its color wasn't golden but a very full gray. Wang Lin didn't know that the underworld ascension cultivation method had undergone some changes due to the heaven-defying bead and the G realm. It could be said that the difficulty he faced had never happened before. The reason the underworld ascension cultivation method was said to be the fastest way to reach the core formation stage was because it formed a prototype cold core first. It would then use spiritual energy to turn it into a golden core. He had now completed more than half of it, so he only needed more spiritual energy to make that final push. However, the core formation stage wasn't that easy to achieve. There was a certain chance of failure. If he were to fail, the prototype core would shatter and he would have to start again. The 3 cores fused into one to form the prototype core. The next step will be for it to fuse with the body. If his body doesn't reject it, Wang Lin will begin to nurture it with his spiritual energy and divine sense. After a certain point, it will turn into a golden core. When that happens, Wang Lin will have stepped into the core formation stage. The final push with spiritual energy would require the help of the distant heaven pill. As Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, cracks started appearing below his head. His body let out crackling sounds and soon, the cracks covered his body. As his body moved, the cracks became even larger. Wang Lin slowly stood and violently shook his body. The ice fragments quickly fell as if there was a powerful wind blowing them away. The clothes on his body also turned to dust and disappeared. Only the dragon hide inner armor still remained tattered on his body. Wang Lin silently stood in place and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. A blue light shined from his eyes. Although he was only half a step into the core formation stage in terms of cultivation, his underworld ascension cultivation method had reached completion. A mass of blue flames came out of his prototype core and flowed through his body before appearing in his hand. At this moment, 3 inches above his hand, there was a silently burning mass of blue flame. Instead of releasing heat, the flame emitted cold. This flame was the essence of the underworld ascension cultivation method, the underworld flame. The moment the underworld flame appeared, the blue ice around him immediately started to emit a white gas. It was as if it was going to melt. Wang Lin waved his hand and the blue flame disappeared. The white gas slowly dissipated and a dent was revealed in the ice. Wang Lin examined the power of the flame before looking around and putting on another set of clothes. With his eyes locked onto the bones, he began to think. After a while, he sat down in the lotus position and took out the dragon's skull. Staring at the skull, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He decided to go to Nando City to trade for a pill furnace so Li Muin could complete the distant heaven pill. Although 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, he knew through the soul blood essence that Li Muin didn't meet any danger. However, after seeing the countless frozen beast bones, he hesitated. The War God Shine's refining technique required a reaction furnace. After the first failure, he never gotten his hands on more skulls of spirit beasts. He told Li Muin to save the dragon skull, because he wanted to use it to make the reaction furnace. However, due to him trying to fuse his 3 cold cores, plus the fact that he wasn't sure he would succeed, he hadn't tried it yet. After all, should he fail, it would take a lot of effort to find another one. But now that he found that he was surrounded by bones, his urge to make a reaction furnace surfaced again. He recalled the steps to make the reaction furnace from his memory before taking out the jade to double-check. He put his hands together. Then, as he reopened them, threads of spiritual energy connected his 2 hands. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he threw his hands up. The threads of spiritual energy flew up as well. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he joined his hands again and repeated this process over and over again. More and more threads of spiritual energy gathered before him until they were like a tense bundle of glowing silk. After doing all of this, Wang Lin let out a sigh. The first step to making the reaction furnace was complete. Now he had to see if the skull could withstand the fusion of the threads. He pointed at the dragon's skull and the threads touched it. The threads slowly fused with the skull and the purple of the skull gradually lessened. But before long, cracks started to appear where the threads were touching. Then the skull shattered into pieces, leaving only the threads of spiritual energy hanging in the air. Wang Lin let out a dark sigh, but then he quickly revealed an unwilling expression. He stood up, grabbed the threads, jumped to another corpse and pressed them down. This corpse was about 500 or 600 meters long and was gray. His head was very big, almost the same as the size as the dragon's skull. The moment the thread reached the corpse, it went right through it. Wang Lin was startled. He tried again and the threads once again just went through the bones. Wang Lin stared at the beast and his eyes lit up. The bones were covered in his blue ice, as if they were frozen. Wang Lin reached out and squeezed the bone. There was a series of crackling sounds, but the bones didn't break. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then took out the underworld flame. The moment the flame got near the bone, waves of white gas floated out of the beast bone. The closer the flame got, the more white gas appeared, and the blue ice melted at a visible rate. Eventually, all of the blue ice melted, revealing the gray bone within. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He pressed the threads of spiritual energy down. This time, the threads directly warped around the skull. But after half an hour, the skull changed colors 3 times before shattering. There were now a lot less threads. It seemed they had lost a lot of spiritual energy. Wang Lin frowned. The difficulty of making this reaction furnace was far higher than he threw. It seemed the reason there were so few people who had managed to learn the refining technique was due to this reaction furnace. It already took a large amount of luck to even obtain the skull of a spirit beast, and for a reaction furnace you want the skull of a spirit beast that had just died, and the higher quality the spirit beast, the better. If you use the skull of a spirit beast that has been dead for a while, the success rate drastically lowers. Of course, if one could get the skull of a desolate beast, then even if the beast had been dead for a long time, the success rate would increase several-fold. As a result, the difficulty became exponentially more difficult. If he had tried right as the dragon died, then his chance would have been higher. However, back then, He didn't have any time to think about it as all of his focus was on reaching the core formation stage. Wang Lin let out a soft snort as he looked at the endless sea of corpses around him. As for how much spirit beast bones there were, he didn't know. I don't believe that I can't make one reaction furnace with this many spirit beast corpses. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he closed his hand and created more threads of spiritual energy. After replenishing the threads, he grabbed them and placed them on another skull. 1 hour later, the skull shattered again. Just like this, he continued trying. Wang Lin didn't even remember how many skulls he had shattered, but he knew that he had replenished the threads more than 100 times. His eyebrows furrowed even harder. Finally, he jumped into the air and coldly looked around. He threw the threads of spiritual energy out and they began to circle around him. His hands constantly opened and closed. Every time he did this, more threads were made. His hand moved faster and faster and the threads appeared like rain. Gradually, the amount of threads of spiritual energy increased. The number of threads of spiritual energy greatly increased and he didn't stop as he used up all of the spiritual energy in his body. He quickly took a few gulps of spirit liquid and continued to make threads. Time slowly passed and the mass of threads became larger and larger. It was now more than 100 meters wide. Wang Lin looked at the size of this sea of corpses and thought, still not enough. Then he drank more spirit liquid and began to make more threads. Finally, when the mass of threads was more than 1,000 meters wide, he stopped. He spread out his divine sense to control all of the threads, then pressed them down. With that, blue flames appeared as well. There were thunderous rumbles as the threads pressed down and kicked up waves of ashes. The wave of ashes roared forth and all of the bones in its path were turned to ashes and joined this wave. Along with this wave, there was also a mass of white gas. This sight was very breathtaking. Once all of the white gas dissipated, nothing was left. Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he drank more spirit liquid and created more threads before pressing them down again. Waves of ashes roared across the area. After the white gas dissipated, Wang Lin's eyes locked onto the corpse of a small beast all by itself in this 1,000-meter radius open area. Wang Lin revealed a happy expression and immediately flew toward the corpse. He took a closer look and found that there was nothing unusual about it. The bone was very white and looked very normal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pointed at the sky. He quickly grabbed the threads of spiritual energy and pressed them against the small beast's skull. The skull's color quickly changed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After it changed color 9 times, the skull detached from the spine and floated into the air. The threads had completely fused with the skull. After the skull changed color 9 times, it slowly morphed into a bowl shape while emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Lin caught it in his hand and began to examine it. The origin of the War God Shrine's refining technique was very mysterious. Rumor has it that it was found with the Heaven's Way technique by the War God Shrine's ancestor. The later generations spent a lot of time developing it into the current refining technique. The reaction furnace is a part of this and has 10 ranks of quality. The higher the rank of the reaction furnace, the better it is. It's also easy to identify the rank. When it is being made, the number of times it changes colors determines what rank it is. Rank 9. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He felt very regrettable. With this vast amount of spirit beast bones at his disposal, he still wasn't able to make a rank 10 reaction furnace. However, a rank 9 was better than none. Wang Lin took out the jade and checked it again. What the jade didn't mention was that even the nascent soul cultivators in the War God Shrine only had rank 6 reaction furnaces. As for the rest, almost all of them were rank 3 or lower. Wang Lin's reaction furnace being rank 9 had a lot to do with the corpse of that little beast. This little beast was a rare desolate beast in this sea of beast corpses. After a desolate beast dies, its bones aren't much different from a spirit beast's. Unless you are an expert on this, it is hard to tell them apart. After Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew from the jade, he began to ponder. The War God Shrine's refining technique focused on 3 key points: transfer, melt, and fusion. Wang Lin became very focused as he took out materials from his bag of holding and threw them into the reaction furnace. These were some of the materials recorded in the jade. After he got familiar with the contents of the jade, he was able to find some in his bag. Chicken bloodstone. When infused with spiritual energy, it can produce a lot of heat. Violent moonvine. A type of plant that can produce decomposition effects after being refined by the heaven star wood. Heaven star wood. A type of wood with corrosive properties. Wang Lin had all three of these materials in his bag. Although it was not much, it was enough for refining a treasure. Wang Lin had always been very confused about the materials he had obtained in the foreign battleground, but at least he knew a bit now. He started putting the violent moonvine inside the reaction furnace. Every time he placed a piece, he would crush it with a piece of spirit beast bone. His divine sense was focused on the inside of the reaction furnace. Gradually, the reaction furnace was filled with a thick violet paste. Staring at the reaction furnace, Wang Lin muttered as if he was waiting for something. Then his eyes lit up and he flicked a drop of his blood inside. At this moment, bubbles appeared inside the reaction furnace. Wang Lin didn't panic as he calmly sent spiritual energy into it. The jade gave a detailed description of what the reaction furnace did. The reaction furnace takes a side route in refining by using the reaction furnace as a medium to allow the refiner to directly manipulate the materials inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After hesitating for a bit, he took out the heaven star wood, crushed it, and sprinkled it into the reaction furnace. The violet liquid quickly started bubbling and released a pungent smell. Wang Lin quickly took out his only piece of chicken bloodstone and threw it in. After finishing all of this, his expression became even more serious as his hands quickly formed seals. The violet liquid inside the reaction furnace quickly gathered together to form a violet ball. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then waved his hand. The ball split in half. One half floated upward while the other sank back into the reaction furnace. Under Wang Lin's control, the ball that floated up went higher and higher. Wang Lin pondered a bit before pointing at his chest and forehead. He spat out a mouthful of purple spiritual energy. Then the spiritual energy immediately entered the ball. The first step of the War God Shrine's refining technique transfer was complete. Now it was time for the second step, melt. This melting process required treasures to use as materials. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and 35 flying swords came out. Wang Lin pointed at one of the flying swords and stabbed the ball with it. Slowly, the tip of the sword melted until the entire sword melted into the ball. After that, the remaining 34 flying swords melted into the ball under Wang Lin's control. Finally, the ball began to emit a rainbow-colored light that was very blinding. The entire process, from placing the violent moonvine into the reaction furnace to now, had taken 2 hours. In these 2 hours, Wang Lin focused all of his attention on refining. Not only did he not relax, but he became even more focused as he took out the black flying sword from his bag of holding. Could be said that this flying sword had been through a lot with him. From when he got it after killing Zhang Hu's master to being chased by Teng Li, and finally when he died in the battle outside the Juming Valley. Then he was saved by Situ Nan's nascent soul, and the sword's body was destroyed. However, due to its connection with Wang Lin, the sword spirit was able to survive by staying within Wang Lin's soul. Afterward, Wang Lin tried to find multiple new bodies for it, but none of them worked. This black sword was the latest one, and after using teleportation a few times it was already a mess. Wang Lin grabbed the sword and gently rubbed it. The sword hummed loudly. Shortly after, an illusionary image of the sword flew out. The devil also flew out and stood to the side. He stared blankly at his surroundings. No one knew what he was thinking about. Wang Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the ball. He clenched his teeth, sent out an order, and the black flying sword flew right into the ball. Wang Lin's divine sense immediately spread out and surrounded the ball. The last step of the War God Shrine's refining technique, fusion, started now. Time slowly passed. The ball slowly elongated and gradually solidified. After an unknown amount of time had passed, there was a loud cry. Then a crystal-clear flying sword appeared before Wang Lin. The moment this flying sword appeared, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared next to Wang Lin. After circling Wang Lin a few times, the vortex entered the flying sword. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword for a long time before opening his mouth. The flying sword flew inside. The devil was startled. He forced a smile, rubbed his hands and said, Since you swallowed the sword, where am I going to live? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the devil. He waved his hand and the dragon's tendon flew out from his bag of holding. He reached inside the reaction furnace and scooped out the half of the ball that had gone back into the reaction furnace. His eyes lit up and the dragon's tendon immediately flew into the ball. After he refined it for a while, the ball became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned back into the dragon's tendon. But now it was a golden color. Wang Lin looked at the devil and he obediently entered it. He waved his right hand and the dragon's tendon came down. After observing it for a while, he put it away. He raised his head and looked at the icy, blue wall above him. The blue underworld flame appeared in his hand and he flew up. He charged through over 1,000 meters of dirt and rock like he was breaking through paper. His speed was too fast, and adding on the destructive power of the underworld flame, it caused the corpse valley to tremble. This caused the expressions of all the cultivators inside the corpse valley to change. They all quickly left the area as the trembling on the ground intensified. A few key cultivators saw that a loud roar came from the 14th valley as a black shadow charged into the sky and disappeared into the fog. The cultivators stared confusedly at the 14th valley for a long time. After all of this happened, various rumors began to spread. Finally, the rumor became that it was a corpse that had been sleeping inside the corpse valley for tens of thousands of years. Then it suddenly woke up and charged out from underworld. The thing that flew up was the cultivating corpse. After Wang Lin flew out, he didn't stop and continued flying north. According to the information he had received from Xianxia, Nando City was about 300,000 kilometers north of the corpse valley. Wang Lin knew that he had already spent a lot of time refining, so he didn't want to waste any more time. He only had one goal right now, and that was to get a pill furnace to complete the distant heaven pill. After 2 days and nights of flying, a city came into Wang Lin's view. This city was very large, and at first glance, he couldn't even see where it ended. This was Nando City, one of the 999 cities in the Sea of Devils. The city was named Nando because that was the city's lord's name. He was a nascent soul cultivator with many experts under him. It could be said that he was the ruler of this area. Basically, if someone owned a city, they must have at least a certain status, and the city's lords were always well known. Under the city's lord, there were various sects, but none of them could compare to the city's lord. Luckily, Nando City's lord disappeared 500 years ago, so this area had been going out of control like a headless dragon. This was also what allowed large sects like the Fighting Evil sect to form. Nando City became a lordless city in the Sea of Devils and was managed by a few of the large sections. However, Nando City was at the edge of the Sea of Devils, so resources were scarce, and the lack of spirit veins made it so nascent soul cultivators would rarely come out here. This resulted in a situation where within millions of miles of Nando City, there were no nascent soul cultivators but a lot of core formation cultivators. Someone once said that if a nascent soul cultivator were to appear here, that person would become Nando City's new lord. It was not like there hadn't been any nascent soul cultivators that wanted to rule the city, but none of them could stand the lack of spiritual energy and barren land, so they all eventually gave up. At some point, nascent soul cultivators stopped coming. After all, there were almost 1,000 cities in the Sea of Devils, so there was no reason to come to a crappy city like Nando. The current Nando City was managed by the Punishing Heaven sect, the Soul Extinguishing sect, and the One Heaven Path sect. Although the Fighting Evil sect had the power to also be a ruler, thanks the power of the three sects, they couldn't get a foothold in the city. After all, splitting the ownership of the city 3 ways was very different from splitting it 4 ways. Also, no one liked watching the Fighting Evil sect wiping out other sects as they grew in power, so the 3 sects agreed on this matter. After paying 10 low-quality spirit stones and obtaining the token for entering the city, Wang Lin quickly walked through the streets toward the Treasure Refining Pavilion in the east. The Treasure Refining Pavilion had 3 floors. The items in each floor were several times more expensive than the ones in the last. Currently, there were about 7 or 8 cultivators bargaining with the workers inside. Before Wang Lin entered, he took out a black cloak to cover his head. After entering, he looked around the first floor and found that it mostly contained flying swords. All of the swords were high quality and sealed in boxes with talismans on each end to prevent the sword chi from escaping. In addition to all of these swords, there was a crystal pillar in the center of the room with 3 flying swords floating in the middle with the tips of the swords pointing down. The 3 flying swords dimmed and brightened. Sometimes they would even shine brightly. As Wang Lin looked at the 3 swords in the center, a worker walked up. He was about 20 years old and looked very bright. He carefully examined Wang Lin. It was pretty normal for customers to hide their faces because many cultivators didn't want to be recognized. As for Wang Lin's cultivation level, he had the treasure refining pavilion's own special technique to check. The more he checked, the more excited he became, because Wang Lin's cultivation level kept changing between core formation and peak late-stage foundation establishment. Although this worker was surprised, he didn't show it on his face. He respectfully asked, "Does Senior have his eyes on these flying swords?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the worker. He was instantly able to see that the worker was at 7th or 8th layer of chi condensation and calmly asked, "Does the treasure refining pavilion sell pill furnaces?" The worker nodded and smiled. "Senior, I'm afraid that you will only find pill furnaces in our treasure refining pavilion, as they are not things normal people can buy. If Senior is interested, please follow me to the 2nd floor." Wang Lin calmly walked toward the stairs. The worker quickly followed to lead the way. Just before he stepped on the ladder, he turned and looked at a cultivator that was currently bargaining with a worker. He pondered for a moment before stepping onto the stairs. After arriving at the 2nd floor, the worker quickly went to talk to a middle-aged man in a room to the right before quickly returning downstairs. The middle-aged man didn't have any hair and his eyes occasionally shone. He got up, clasped his hands and said, "What quality of pill furnace does fellow cultivator want?" Wang Lin took a look at the middle-aged man and found that this middle-aged man's cultivation level was at the peak of foundation establishment, just like him. He was surprised by this. The 1st floor had a chi condensation cultivator and the 2nd floor had a foundation establishment cultivator. Does this mean that there is a core formation cultivator in charge of the 3rd floor? Wang Lin's expression was relaxed as he asked, "Could you take out a few for me to see?" The middle-aged man laughed and pointed at the chair to the side. "Fellow cultivator, please sit and I'll go grab them for you." With that, he poured a cup of tea before walking next to a wall and hitting it. Ripples appeared on the wall. Then it turned more and more illusionary. Then 3 beautiful girls walked out, each holding a white jade tray. On each tray was a large, red box. Each box was about 2 square feet. These 3 wooden boxes were the exact same size, but the patterns engraved on them were different. There were also seals placed on every box. The 3 beautiful girls walked up to Wang Lin and gazed at him. The middle-aged man picked up one of the wooden boxes, placed it on the table and said, "Fellow cultivator, this is forged from the green star rock and mysterious fog crystal from the depths of the Sea of Devils. Took 49 months of refining to create this mysterious green pill furnace. This is a rank 3 pill furnace." With that, he tapped the box, causing it to open, revealing a fist-sized pill furnace. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He remembered that Li Muan told him that the pill furnace she carried around was only a rank 2 one, and that she would need a rank 4 or better pill furnace to ensure there weren't any problems with the distant heaven pill. After taking one look, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't say a word. The middle-aged man faintly smiled. He waved his arms and the box returned to the jade tray. He passed over the 2nd girl and directly grabbed the box from the 3rd girl's tray. He gently placed it on the table and smiled. "I believe fellow cultivator must be refining a top-quality pill. This pill furnace is refined from the cores of 99 low-quality spirit beasts from the Sea of Devils. It's called the 100-beast pill furnace. If you use this pill furnace to refine a pill, there is a high chance of the pill absorbing some of the beast core's aura. This will increase the quality of the pill." With that, he tapped the wooden box. The box slowly opened, revealing a blood-red pill furnace. If one looked closely at it, they would see the face of 99 spirit beasts. These spirit beasts looked as if they were real. They even gave off slivers of spiritual energy. This furnace was also in a sealed state. If it was unsealed, the spiritual energy inside it would surge forth. Even Wang Lin was tempted by this 100-beast pill furnace, but his expression didn't change at all. The middle-aged man touched the wooden box and said, "Fellow cultivator must know that low-quality spirit beasts are equal to core formation cultivators. Our sect spent a lot of time and effort to make this pill furnace. This pill furnace has reached rank 5. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. After pondering for a bit, he asked, "What price?" The middle-aged man smiled and answered, "The standard price is 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, or you can take out a treasure that is equal to that price." After hearing this price, Wang Lin's heart sank, even though he was prepared for it. No wonder the fighting evil sect head used up almost all the money of the sect to buy just one. The smile remained on the middle-aged man's face as he poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and said, "This 100-beast pill furnace is indeed expensive. How about fellow cultivator considers the mysterious green pill furnace from before instead? Although it is still 100,000 spirit stones, it is mid-quality spirit stones, which is only 10,000 high-quality spirit stones." Wang Lin looked at him and slapped his bag of holding. A piece of dragon hide appeared on the table. "Dragon's hide," the middle-aged man said, in surprised tone. He picked it up and carefully examined it, then said, "This is the hide of a medium-quality dragon spirit beast. How much more of this do you have?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How much is needed to exchange for the 100-beast pill furnace?" The middle-aged man lowered his head and calculated for a bit before raising it. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "If the dragon is at least 1,000 meters long, then the entire hide would be enough to exchange for it." Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the dragon's hide formed a small mountain before the middle-aged man. Wang Lin didn't even look at the middle-aged man as he grabbed the pill furnace and walked down the stairs. The middle-aged man breathed rapidly and looked at the dragon's hide. He spread out his divine sense and found that although it was missing a small piece, it was not much different from a complete dragon. The complete hide of a medium-quality dragon spirit beast. It has to be said that a medium-quality spirit beast is the same as a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the inner parts of the Sea of Devils it could be considered a powerhouse. Although the middle-aged man had seen a lot, he had only seen the complete hides of low-quality spirit beasts. As for the hides of medium-quality spirit beasts, he had only seen pieces. This was the first time he had seen the complete hide of a medium-quality spirit beast. When he raised his head, Wang Lin had already put the box inside his bag of holding and quickly went downstairs. Wang Lin knew well that it was not wise to display his wealth to others. This was why he decided to cover himself. However, he still didn't feel safe. Even though he didn't understand the value of the dragon hide as much as the middle-aged man, he knew that it was a rare material. If the middle-aged man were to start thinking about the other parts of the dragon and got greedy, it would cause trouble. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to trade the dragon's hide. But the price of the pill furnace was simply too high. Aside from the dragon's hide, the only other thing he had was the spirit liquid. In comparison, if he were to take out something heaven-defying like the spirit liquid, it would cause even more problems. After considering the choices, he decided to trade the dragon's hide and quickly leave. He left the treasure refining pavilion and coldly looked across the street. When he went upstairs, he had already noticed someone spying on him, so he left a trace of his divine sense on that person. When he came out, he noticed that that person was in the inn across the street. There were quite a few people in the inn, including 3 core formation cultivators next to the person Wang Lin had left a trace of his divine sense in. Wang Lin pondered a bit and decided to not detonate the divine sense. After making a few turns, he took a step and activated his earth escape technique. However, there was a flash of white light and he didn't enter the ground. The entire city was covered in a formation that prevented his earth escape technique from working. Wang Lin's brow furrowed as he jumped into the air and flew toward the city gates. He only flew for a bit before a black-clothed cultivator arrived at the spot where Wang Lin attempted to use the earth escape technique. He looked at the direction Wang Lin flew in and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with greed. This cultivator was one of the people that was bargaining on the first floor when Wang Lin entered. This person was named Wei San. He was one of the disciples of the fighting evil sect who had come to buy stuff in Nando. When he saw Wang Lin enter the second floor, he was tempted and casually took a few glances before watching from the inn across the street. He even sent out a voice transmission jade to fellow fighting evil sect disciples who were also in town buying stuff. After a long time, he saw Wang Lin leave and calculated that Wang Lin must have gotten some treasures. Wei San couldn't help but get some evil ideas. But he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation level. Based on his guesses, Wang Lin must have been at the core formation stage. This made him want to back down, but when his fellow disciples arrived with some elders, he was very happy and explained everything in detail. Besides him, more than 10 people appeared, all at various cultivation levels. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage, but 3 of them were covered in black fog. These 3 were the 3 cultivators that caused Wang Lin to worry. Wei San turned around and respectfully said, "Elders, I can't believe that you 3 are in Nando as well. I'm sure that that person must have some sort of treasure on him." A husky voice filled with anger said, "Wei San, you exaggerated too much. I thought it was really a core formation cultivator." "Humph, how could a mere pseudo-core formation cultivator have any treasure? What a waste of time." Another person covered in black fog said, "You! Damn it!" A hand reached out to slap Wei San. Wei San's face immediately became pale and he knelt onto the ground. He chattered, "Disciple. Everything Disciple said is true. Aside from me guessing his cultivation level wrongly, Disciple." The fear caused his words to become incoherent. None of the other fighting evil sect disciples revealed any expressions. Some even felt happy watching his misery. Seeing this made Wei San's heart become even colder. He saw the hand come closer, then suddenly had an idea and shouted, I remember now." He asked the worker at the treasure refining pavilion if there is any rank 5 or higher pill furnace. In truth, Wei San didn't clearly hear those words, but in this stressful situation, he began to make stuff up. As he spoke, even he himself began to believe that maybe that person really was there to buy a pill furnace. The hand suddenly stopped. A husky voice said, "Pill furnace? Wei San, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Wei San clenched his teeth and said, "Disciple is willing to bet his life on it." He couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. If he didn't promise now, then he would die instantly, so he might as well risk it. He was going to die anyway, but if he was right, then he would get to keep his life. The third elder that still hadn't said a word finally said, "It doesn't matter if he is telling the truth or not. Let us just go and see for ourselves." The moment those words came out, the 3 of them no longer hesitated and followed after Wang Lin. The other disciples quickly followed them. Wei San wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and secretly cursed but still followed them. The 3 elders of the fighting evil sect came to Nando City to have a very important meeting with the elders of the 3 other sects, so orders were given to not obstruct them. Now that the meeting was over, no one stopped them, even though there was a large group of fighting evil sect members together. As for Wang Lin, someone would stop him to check his token every once in a while. This made him move very slowly, and adding on the fact that he noticed people following him, he decided to just charge through everything. Soon, he arrived at the gate and charged out of the city. Shortly after, the fighting evil sect members flew by the gate as well. After they left, disciples of the 3 major sects of Nando City appeared at the gate. They were being led by a few core formation cultivators. They had received orders to kick out the members of the fighting evil sect if they started fighting inside the city, but if they leave the city, don't stop them or help them. After Wang Lin left Nando City, he quickly went underground using the earth escape technique and quickly escaped. One of the 3 core formation cultivators was surprised. He waved his hand and an ancient mirror appeared in his grasp. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy and guided it into the ancient mirror. The ancient mirror shined and a rainbow-colored light shot out from it. The light pointed at the ground toward where Wang Lin went and quickly went forward. The three of them sneered and followed the light. The disciples of the fighting evil sect were all very excited. Hunting prey with the elders of the sect made them very excited. Wang Lin slightly frowned and let out a snort as the divine sense left in Wei San detonated. Wei San, who was with the group of fighting evil sect members, suddenly let out a miserable scream, coughed out blood, and fell off his sword. His fellow disciples' expressions immediately changed. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down. He spread out his divine sense and focused on one person. Once again, another disciple of the fighting evil sect let out a miserable scream and fell down. As a result, the disciples of the fighting evil sect all stopped, not daring to continue chasing. Only the three core formation cultivators didn't care. They continued to chase after Wang Lin. One of the cultivators waved his hand and a giant, black stamp appeared. It circled him once. Then he let out a cold smile and waved his hand. The black stamp smashed down. The moment the stamp smashed into the ground, Wang Lin quickly turned and dodged it. The cultivator's smile became even colder. He controlled the stamp to continue smashing into the ground. A figure then came out from under the ground. After coldly looking at the three of them, Wang Lin quickly flew away. The cultivator with the ancient mirror shouted, "Hand over the treasure you got at the treasure refining pavilion, or die." Just as he said those words, a bright light appeared before his eyes as a flying sword stabbed toward him. He felt terrified as he forced his body to move left a bit. He felt pain as the flying sword went through his chest and came out the other side. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. What kind of flying sword is this? His face was pale and filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't reacted fast enough there, he would have died. Wang Lin secretly sighed and waved his hand. The crystal sword reappeared in his hand. The other core formation cultivators were shocked. They quickly took out a few defensive formations before finally staring at Wang Lin. Scram! Wang Lin's eyes were cold. After saying that one word, he continued to fly forward. The three core formation cultivators looked at each other, then at the flying sword around Wang Lin. This powerful of a flying sword was very rare. Greed appeared in the three's eyes and they continued to chase Wang Lin. The wounded cultivator took out several defensive treasures before finally relaxing a bit. Then he took out pills to help himself heal. Finally, he crushed some of the pills and smeared them on the wound. Then he hesitated a bit and took out a jade. He placed it on his forehead and threw it out. In a few breaths of time, the jade disappeared. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that the three were still chasing him. He couldn't help but sneer. The three of them must be wanting to kill him to steal his treasure. For Wang Lin, being chased by three core formation cultivators wasn't much. If it was only one, he could fight. However, there were three of them. Even though they were all at the early stage of core formation, he couldn't underestimate them when they were together. However, once he succeeds in forming his core, killing the three of them would be as easy as crushing ants. Under the pursuit of the three core formation cultivators, Wang Lin ran for a whole day. During this time, the three used various treasures, causing Wang Lin to slow down. After the first sneak attack with the crystal sword, the three of them started to be on guard, so future attacks weren't as effective. Wang Lin's gaze became colder and colder. His divine sense locked onto the three of them and the G-realm red lightning shot out. The three core formation cultivators saw a flash of red light before feeling like hammers had hit their heads. Blood came out of their mouths and noses and, after stumbling a bit, the three of them revealed terror they had never shown before. The already wounded cultivator coughed out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were red and filled with pain. If it wasn't for someone next to him grabbing him, he would have fallen off his flying sword. He took a deep breath, calmed down his divine sense, then said to the other two, "He is no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He must be someone who is only an inch away from the core formation stage. We must kill him. If we let him succeed in forming his core, then with his technique, the three of us will surely die. I have already informed the sect head. I believe he will send backup soon." Wang Lin's brow furrowed. Normally, the G realm would have no effect on core formation cultivators, but it was affected by his current cultivation level. With the completion of the Underworld Ascension cultivation method and the formation of the prototype core, he was able to wound core formation cultivators but not kill them. Although the injuries seemed really heavy, the core formation cultivators would only need to rest for a bit to recover. If there was only one person, then using all his power along with help from the devil he would win, but there were 3 people so he could only run right now. Wang Lin secretly sighed as he quickly flew forward. 8 hours later, when the day had darkened, he had used his G realm several times, but it could only slow them down. He spread out his divine sense, then suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the enemies that had chased him for 2 days and 1 night. The 3 of them were also very tired, but they couldn't stop chasing. If they were to let Wang Lin get away and reach the core formation stage, the 3 of them would die for sure. Suddenly seeing Wang Lin stop, the 3 of them were very confused. Just at this moment, Wang Lin raised his hand into the air as if he was going to fight the heavens. His gaze became even colder and his hair flowed in the wind. The crystal flying sword released a cold aura below his feet. Soon, a mass of blue flames appeared in his right hand. The moment the fire appeared, the air surrounding the area immediately became colder. This blue flame was Wang Lin's other ace besides his G realm. Since he had already used G realm, he didn't want to use this blue flame. In the 14th Valley, he found out that this blue flame was not reusable. Every time he uses it, there would be less left. However, since the 3 wouldn't stop chasing him, he had no choice but to use it. The moment the blue flame appeared, the 3 core formation cultivators' faces greatly changed. Before they could do anything, Wang Lin waved his hand and the blue flame slowly flew toward them. Although it looked very slow, it was very fast. The harsh wind froze and smashed toward the 3 of them. The 3 of them didn't hesitate to split up. However, the blue flame's speed quickly increased several-fold and landed on the core formation cultivator that had been injured multiple times. In the blink of an eye, his body released a blue light and disappeared. He didn't even have time to scream. The blue flame weakened a bit and quickly went after the next target. However, just at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the distance. Wang Lin spotted 7 or 8 rays of light quickly flew toward this direction. Wang Lin's expression changed. He reached out with his right hand and recovered the blue flame before escaping. This time, he used 120% of his spiritual energy and ran for his life. As he escaped, he checked the weakened blue flame. This blue flame came from his prototype core. The more he uses it, the weaker it will become. He didn't want to use it too much before reaching the core formation stage because he believed that it getting weaker would affect his chance of breaking through. Although it was powerful, it was like something without a root. Every time it was used, it would shrink a little. Back in the 14th Valley, he didn't really use it. He relied on its ambient temperature to melt the ice. But when used to kill an enemy, it was very different. It wouldn't be too bad if it could simply kill an enemy without much resistance. But if he were to start fighting against the enemy's treasures, the flame would get used several more times than normal. Also, there were 3 people. The reason that last attack worked so well was because they were all scared like little birds after seeing the techniques Wang Lin threw at them along the way. This was proven when the other 2 had plenty of time to attack him but didn't. This was also why he didn't use it before now. After all, he hadn't reached the core formation stage yet, so he didn't want anything to go wrong. It was best to only use this blue flame when absolutely necessary. If that wasn't the case with Wang Lin's personality, he would have used it at the start and killed the enemies before letting it get to this stage. Wang Lin really didn't want to waste all the effort he had put into making this prototype core. If it wasn't for the fact that they had pushed Wang Lin into a desperate position, he really wouldn't have risked it. However, they never stopped chasing, so Wang Lin decided to risk breaking the prototype core to kill them. But suddenly, 7 or 8 more core formation cultivators showed up, and one of them was at the mid-stage of core formation. Wang Lin was shocked. This caused him to give up on the idea of killing them. At the moment he escaped, he knew that he is walking down a path with no return. If he doesn't reach the core formation stage, the repercussions will be very bad. The 300,000-mile escape was reaching its end as the core formation cultivators carefully chased after Wang Lin. The head elder slowly said, "This old man wants to see where this junior can run to. For killing an elder of the fighting evil sect, even if you escape to the most remote corner of the world, you are still dead." He waved his hand and a golden symbol suddenly appeared. Then he pressed forward and the golden symbol flew out. The hair on the back of Wang Lin's neck stood up, his body shivered, and he barely dodged the symbol, but shortly after, more symbols appeared. Wang Lin dodged all of them. He clenched his teeth and quickly flew forward. Gradually, the cultivators behind him got closer and closer. He thought of one method. Although this method was very dangerous, if it succeeds, then all the danger would dissolve. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Then he turned around and changed directions. Soon, a mountain covered in fog appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. After seeing the mountain, Wang Lin charged into it without any hesitation. The moment he got near the fog opened up a path and a beautiful girl in purple revealed her frightened figure. However, just at this moment, a series of golden symbols charged out like lightning and landed on Wang Lin's back the moment he entered the fog. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the fog like a kite with its string broken. The girl in purple looked at the core formation cultivators with a pale face. She waved her hands and the fog hid her figure. At the same time, the 10 core formation cultivators of the fighting evil sect arrived outside the fog. One of the old men, whose head was clearly larger than everyone else's, rubbed his head and sneered. "That little girl belongs to this old man. I was just lacking a cultivation furnace." With that, he licked his lips, formed a giant hand, and grabbed at the fog. However, the moment his hand touched the fog, the image of a 1,000-foot-long dragon appeared. The big-headed cultivator let out a scream and quickly backed up with a surprised look in his eyes. The other core formation cultivators also revealed looks of surprise as they stared at the fog. The head elder, Qian Kuan, coldly said, "When did a formation like this appear?" The remaining cultivators all looked at each other, but no one responded. Qian Kuan let out a snort and carefully looked at the formation, then said, "Since this formation can summon a dragon, it must not be normal. Kuan-san, try using the 10,000 seal stamp." Kuan-sang was one of the 3 elders that were chasing Wang Lin at the start. Without a word, he stepped forward and waved his right hand, making a black stamp appear. It quickly grew to the size of a small mountain as Kuan-sang's eyes locked onto the fog. He moved his hand and the small mountain smashed down. The dragon formed by the fog quickly let out a roar, charged up, and collided with the small mountain. A thunderous roar exploded forth and the small mountain was thrown back. Kuan-sang's face became pale. Took him a while to stabilize his breathing. The same moment the mountain was blown away, the dragon turned back into fog and disappeared. The formation returned to normal. Qian Kuan sneered. "Kuan-sang, let me use your stamp." With that, he didn't wait for Kuan-sang to agree and reached out. A powerful force pulled the small mountain towards him, but by the time it reached his hand, it had returned to its original shape. Qian Kuan swept his hand over the stamp to remove Kuan-sang's divine sense and left his own. Then he spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy was fused with the stamp, he threw it into the air again. The stamp turned back into a small mountain, but this time it was at least twice as large as last time. The small mountain floated in the sky, covering the area with its shadow. Qian Kuan stared at the fog and waved his hand, making the small mountain smash down again. The fog formed the dragon again, which charged at the small mountain. The scene from before played out again, but the result was very different. The moment they collided, the small mountain stopped for a moment, but the dragon dissipated and the mountain continued to descend. But as it fell, 10 more dragons took shape in the fog and charged at the mountain. Qian Kuan sneered, "Fellow elders, attack." With those words, the remaining core formation cultivators took out their treasures and began to try to break the formation by force. As for Wang Lin, after being brought into the cave, he immediately coughed out several more mouthfuls of blood. The dragon vest on his back caved inwards and released black smoke as it moved. Soon, the vest returned to normal as if was never damaged. If he didn't have this dragon vest, then he would be more than just injured. Although Chen Kuan was only a mid-stage core formation cultivator, his destructive symbol was very powerful. People who were hit by it would have all of the bones in their bodies shattered and would die. Wang Lin's face was very pale. Once he was inside the cave, he quickly took out the wooden box containing the 100-beast pill furnace. He then gave it to Li Muin and weakly said, "This is a rank 5 pill furnace. Quickly, complete the distant heaven pill." With that, he spat out the crystal flying sword. The flying sword slowly landed on his shoulder. It was emitting a cold light. Although he had Li Muin's soul essence blood, he didn't trust her completely. Necessary precautions still needed to be made. Li Muin stared at the wooden box in her hand. After taking a glance, she already knew how precious this pill furnace was. So she asked, "Are they chasing you because of this?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and focused on cultivating as he casually replied, "No." Li Muin looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. With her cleverness, she had already guessed that the 10 cultivators were after this pill furnace. Wang Lin might not know the worth of this pill furnace, but how could she not know? A rank 5 pill furnace's price was sky high. She stared at Wang Lin. Her gaze became more gentle as she softly asked, "You? What did you use to exchange for it? Or did you steal it?" Wang Lin frowned. He opened his eyes and coldly said, "Go refine the pill." Just at this moment, the cave violently shook as sounds of fighting came in from outside. Wang Lin took a deep breath and began to cultivate again. Li Muin hadn't seen Wang Lin for 3 years. In those 3 years, she analyzed the time she had spent with him. Her conclusion was that he wouldn't do anything bad to her. In the past 3 years, she had been too scared to go outside. Luckily, cultivators don't need much food. Some spirit fruits and pills were enough. In the past 3 years, every time she thought of Wang Lin, she felt complicated. Someday she might suddenly die, which would mean that Wang Lin had died outside as well. She also imagined Wang Lin suddenly reappearing inside the cave. But she never imagined that Wang Lin would return with 10 core formation cultivators chasing him. She let out a sigh, then grabbed the pill furnace and quickly returned to her room to refine the distant heaven pill. Time slowly passed. Whenever Li Muin started refining pills, she would throw out all distracting thoughts and would focus solely on refining. She still felt very nervous though. Not even when she refined for the first time before the eyes of her master was she this nervous. She kept telling herself in her heart that she must succeed. Otherwise, once the formation breaks, there will be unimaginable consequences. If she could succeed, there was still a chance. At least there should be no problems in escaping. The cave shook more and more violently. Dust fell from the ceiling and walls until a layer of it formed on the floor. The sounds of fighting from outside became louder and closer. Wang Lin cultivated the entire time. Every now and then he would look outside and his gaze would turn colder. The aroma of medication floated out, and after taking a sniff, Wang Lin calmly opened his bag of holding and began to organize the stuff inside. When he took out the dragon's tendons, his eyes narrowed. This treasure wasn't very powerful. Although it could split many times to warp around a target, if it were to meet a sharp flying sword, it would be cut in half. Even a powerful fire technique could burn this dragon tendon. As he thought about it, he let out a cold smile. Once he reaches the core formation stage, there would be a use for this dragon tendon. The sounds from outside became even louder. It was as if they were right beside him. When he looked toward Li Muin's room, his heart became heavy and he let out a sigh. Li Muin bit her lower lip until it bled and her eyes were filled with tears. That incomplete distant heaven pill had failed at the moment of its completion. As an alchemist, she had failed many times, but none of them had ever felt as bad as this. This was one of those times where she absolutely couldn't fail. Li Muin looked at Wang Lin, who was cultivating outside, and her tears finally started flowing down. The current her looked very weak. After a while, she bit her teeth and took out the demonic blood vine. Since the first one failed, Then she must hurry and use the demonic bloodvine to make another. Time slowly passed and the cave was starting to collapse. Chunks of rock fell down from the ceiling and the fog outside had been greatly reduced. It seemed like it could collapse at any time. Wang Lin's calm expression slowly changed, revealing a hint of anxiety. Just at this moment, Li Muin rushed out of her room. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked extremely tired as she threw a blood-red pill at Wang Lin. There were traces of powerful spiritual energy coming from the pill that made Wang Lin excited. This is a distant heaven pill made from the demonic bloodvine. Its effect isn't as good. Without a word, Wang Lin picked up the pill and looked at it. He looked back at Li Muin and threw the pill into his mouth. After the pill entered his body, he felt a fire in his dantian. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and drank a lot of spirit liquid. Then he closed his eyes and began attempting to break into the core formation stage. The cave shook again as more rocks fell down from the ceiling. There was only a thin layer of fog left outside. Li Muin stared dumbfoundedly for a bit before taking out her flying sword. She stood in front of Wang Lin, guarding him, and knocked away any falling rocks. Qian Kuan continued to smash the small mountain down on the formation. His gaze swept past the other cultivators. He found that all of them were attacking the formation with excitement on their faces. His mouth twisted into a faint, vicious smile and said, "Big head, we can give you that girl. But once this formation breaks, you have to let us play with her first." The big-headed cultivator paused for a moment. Then he let out a bitter smile. "Head Elder, since you already spoke, how could I dare to disagree?" Chen Kuan sneered. He controlled the small mountain to smash down again and said, "This brat is merely at the pseudo-core formation stage, but he has techniques that can kill a core formation cultivator. He is not simple, but today he will die for sure." With that, his eyes lit up and he thought, "I especially want that blue flame. That is definitely a rare treasure." The big-headed cultivator felt every gloomy. When he first saw that girl, he had only caught a short glimpse, but his heart itched, so he said those words. Originally, he thought that no one would challenge him, but he didn't think that the head elder, who never cared about women, would say those words. He angrily attacked with his treasure to vent his anger. The fog created by the formation had become very thin. Only one of the 10 1,000-meter-long dragons formed by the fog remained, and it was only 30 meters long at this point. Qian Kuan waved his hand. The stamp changed back to its normal shape and returned to the hands of Kuan Sang. After returning the stamp, Qian Kuan let out a roar and arrived next to the dragon. He closed his hands, and when he reopened them, an electric net appeared and covered the dragon. He let out a laugh and shouted, "Break!" The fog dragon let out a miserable scream as it disappeared. Along with it went the fog, forming the 9-skeleton formation. Although the formation was powerful under the attack of 10 core formation cultivators, it was broken after stalling for 3 days. If Li Muin hadn't been refining the pill and were controlling the formation instead, then this formation wouldn't have been broken like this. With the formation broken, a tattered cave was exposed to the open. The 10 fighting evil sect core formation cultivators rushed forth, but just as they arrived within 20 meters of the cave, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Although the lightning wasn't powerful, there was a lot of it, so it looked very threatening. The hundreds of basic formations Wang Lin had placed down came into effect. However, they were only basic formations, so they were continuously broken by the angry roars of the core formation cultivators. Qian Kuan looked onward coldly, but he didn't do anything. His target was that pseudo-core formation junior. He prepared an electric net in his hand and decided to capture that junior the moment he appears. When all of the basic formations were broken, the cave no longer had any protection, so the demonic cultivators could see inside. An exquisite figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Her clothes were plain, but she looked very elegant and refined. Her skin was white and her cheeks were red. Her appearance would make anyone's heart beat faster. Even Qian Kuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. However, he quickly looked past her into the cave, but the cave was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Li Muin looked at the demonic core formation cultivators. She waved her hand and the 100-beast pill furnace appeared. She coldly asked, "Are you guys here for this?" Qian Kuan saw this and let out a smile. The person who started chasing Wang Lin in the beginning, Kuan Song, stared at the pill furnace and laughed. "I didn't think that that brat really had a pill furnace, and it is even the 100-beast pill furnace that costs 100,000 high-quality spirit stones from the treasure refining pavilion." "You're correct. Originally, our goal was this pill furnace. Little girl, hand the pill furnace over." With that, he reached out and grabbed the pill furnace from Li Muan. Everyone here knew the value of this pill furnace, so he decided to just point it out before everyone. Kuan Song and the other elder that was chasing Wang Lin from the start clasped their hands and said, "Head elder, this pill furnace will belong to the two of us. In the future, we will definitely send out gifts to thank you all. How about it?" Qian Kuan's gaze swept past the pill furnace. Then he silently nodded. The big-headed cultivator let out a devious smile as he reached out to grab Li Muan. "Little girl, after you finish serving my fellow sect members here, you will be my personal cultivation furnace." Li Muan's face became pale. Just as she was about to end her own life, the big-headed cultivator stopped and let out a miserable scream. He coughed out a large amount of blood, and then even more blood came out of his orifices. His body then flew back as if it had been hit by some powerful force. But before he landed, he was grabbed by another force and pulled back. His head exploded and his golden core flew past Li Muan and entered the cave. "From this moment on, I will be the strongest person below the nascent soul stage. If there is no nascent soul cultivator hiding his cultivation level, then you can all die." A very cold voice came out from deeper inside the cave. Then a dark figure walked out and appeared before everyone. He has a head full of black hair, his expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a cruel look. It was as if he was a piece of never-melting ice. A feeling of meeting their natural predator took hold of the hearts of everyone present. This feeling came from their souls. It was as if they had met some prehistoric beast. This disturbance caused all of their souls to become so chaotic that they were on the verge of collapsing. This disturbance raged inside them like thunder, striking next to their ears. Pu Lin's soul was already damaged from the G-realm attack from before, and although he suppressed it, he hadn't had time to recover. At this moment, his soul shattered and he coughed out blood before collapsing. His body twitched on the ground, and every time he twitched, blood squirted out of his orifices. Qian Kuan's heart shook. Thanks to this shock, the electric net in his hand broke. His expression was unsettled as he took a few steps back and tried to escape. The idea of stealing the blue flame was already gone without a trace. He was scared. As a mid-stage core formation cultivator in Nando City, he had never been scared before. He had even met late-stage core formation cultivators before. They were messengers from the inner parts of the Sea of Devils that would come every year to take materials. Although he couldn't beat them, he had never felt scared of them. This was the first time since he had reached the core formation stage, and the last time where he was scared. As a result, he decided to escape without hesitation. Normally, he would never be the first to run. He would wait for others to escape first, then choose a safe direction to escape toward. But right now, he had a feeling that if he didn't immediately escape, the only result would be his death. As for the rest of them, after seeing each other's faces change, Pu Lin mysteriously dying, and head elder Qian Kuan running without any hesitation, they all activated all of the spirit energy in their bodies and escaped in all directions. They were afraid that if they were a tad bit slow, they would die. The moment Li Muan saw this figure, she let out a sigh of relief and her body went soft. She had to lean against the wall. A cold hand went under her armpit, which surprised her. Then she immediately found herself take off from the ground. A familiar smell entered her nose and made her relax. Seeing the fog before her, she was about to speak when she heard Wang Lin's indifferent voice say, "Don't move. I'm taking you to kill people." Wang Lin held Li Muan and paused in the air for a moment. He took out the dragon tendon, which was now like a whip, and swung it. One end wrapped around the headless corpse of the big-headed cultivator, and then the end split and grabbed Pu Lin's corpse. Wang Lin's right hand held the dragon tendon as his divine sense spread out and located the ones that ran away. He let out a sneer as he flew northeast, and as he flew, the dragon tendon flew behind him with the bodies of the two core formation cultivators. Xuanzang's heart was in panic. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he felt like there was a large hand stirring up his soul, and all it would have to do was use a little force to destroy it. Pu Lin's mysterious death frightened him the most. There were no words that could describe the regret he felt in his heart right now. For a pill furnace, 2 out of the 3 of them had already died. Just thinking about this caused him to feel rattled as he quickly took out some pills and threw them in his mouth. After his spiritual energy was refilled, he bit his tongue and spat out some blood. His hand quickly formed seals, which he sent into the blood. As he made the seals, his body quickly withered, but his speed increased several-fold. He left an afterimage as his body charged out hundreds of meters. Wang Lin sneered as he flew through the sky like a meteor. When he saw Xuanzang, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He opened his mouth and a crystal-colored light flew out. In almost an instant, the crystal light flew hundreds of meters. As Xuanzang ran, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw a crystal light penetrating his chest. His core flew out from his chest and slowly flew backwards. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. His vision grew darker and darker as he fell from the sky. Even until the moment of his death, he couldn't understand how all of it had changed so quickly. The prey suddenly became the predator. As his body fell, a thin, golden light extended from the dragon tendon toward the body. When Wang Lin flew by, the body was bound by the dragon tendon and floated behind him. The 3 bodies of the core formation cultivators became like 3 feathers of a peacock's tail, and Wang Lin was the head. The third one, Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he placed the golden core inside his bag of holding and flew toward his next target. Li Muwen looked at everything that was happening before her. Even though she was prepared, she couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Lin's strength was deeply engraved in her heart. Chen Hai was an elder of the fighting evil sect who normally enjoyed a lot of respect. He knew that his speed wasn't fast enough, so after running for a while, he dug a big hole in the ground, withdrew his presence, and buried himself. When he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he had used this trick many times. As he lied underground, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and think about how long it had been since he had to use this life-saving technique. He let out a sigh, but his sigh froze in his mouth as his eyes suddenly widened, revealing the red lightning flashing across it. Blood endlessly flowed out of his orifices and red lightning filled his soul. A golden thread drilled into the ground, grabbed Chen Hai's body, and dragged it out along with a large chunk of dirt. The fourth one, the dragon tendon, split into 4, holding a body in each thread. Aside from the one body without a head, the remaining bodies were all complete and covered in blood, which made them look very frightening. After killing 2 people, the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes had not only not lessened but became even stronger as he continued to chase. 1 hour later, the number of bodies behind Wang Lin had risen from 4 to 9. The last remaining person was the head elder, Qian Kuan, who ran away first. The more he ran, the more scared he became. This fear reached its peak as his divine sense detected Wang Lin and the 9 bodies flying behind him. His scalp went numb at the sight. In just this short period of time, Wang Lin was able to kill all of the other core formation cultivators. What kind of cultivation level was needed to do something like this? Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Qian Kuan's heart shook at the thought of this idea, but he quickly dismissed it. When they were chasing Wang Lin before, they clearly saw through his cultivation level. He was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, a pseudo-core formation cultivator. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have chased so leisurely. However, everything happened too fast, to the point that Qian Kuan still thought that he was daydreaming, only this dream was a nightmare. As Wang Lin closely followed behind, his eyes became even colder. He sneered as he looked at Qian Kuan before him. This Qian Kuan was, after all, mid-stage core formation cultivator, so he was several times faster than the others. However, flying at this speed would waste a lot of spiritual energy, so Wang Lin was in no rush. Once Qian Kuan starts to run out of spiritual energy, he will have to slow down. Qian Kuan clenched his teeth and turned his head. He remembered that there was a fighting evil sect branch nearby with 2 core formation cultivators in charge. He hoped that they could hold Wang Lin off long enough for him to save himself. He used 120% of his spiritual energy as he charged toward the branch of the fighting evil sect. Wuding Mountain was a huge mountain with many lofts built on top of it. It used to be the home of a very large sect thousands of years ago, but after they fell from power, they were wiped out by the fighting evil sect and became a branch of the fighting evil sect. On this day, the disciples of the branch were cultivating when the 2 core formation elders in charge, the brothers Mu Nan and Mu Bei, opened the door and went out. In the air, Qian Kuan was battered and exhausted. He didn't even wait until he got close to shout, "Mu Nan, Mu Bei, I order the 2 of you to gather all of the disciples at Wu Ding and stop the person behind me. Do not allow this person leave Wu Ding Mountain. If you succeed, I'll reward you 2 with 10,000 high-quality spirit stones." With that, he fled in panic. The moment Mu Nan and Mu Bei walked out, they heard the head elder's words and were startled. How would the 2 of them be able to stop someone even the head elder had to run away from? Just at this moment, Wang Lin appeared before their eyes. The 2 of them wondered what kind of person would force even the head elder to run away. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they were shocked, especially after seeing the 9 bodies flying behind him. The 2 of them carefully looked at each other. Their faces changed color repeatedly. Moonin bursted out, "The 9 elders from headquarters. This. Mu Bei took a deep breath. He felt chills all over his body. He quickly dragged Mu Nan and respectfully said, "Junior Mu Bei greets Senior." Mu Nan's body shivered and he quickly said, "Junior Mu Nan greets Senior." Wang Lin coldly looked at the 2. He went past them without slowing down. That one look caused their skins to crawl. Their backs were soon covered in sweat. Qian Kuan had been flying at top speed for such a long time that his spiritual energy was about to run out. He quickly took out some pills, but just this pause allowed Wang Lin to close in even further. Seeing that Wang Lin was getting closer and closer, he let out a pitiful smile before turning around and giving Wang Lin a vicious look. He clenched his teeth and took out a red token from his bag of holding. On this token was the word "Punish" written in dark red. This token was the famous 10,000 Devils 100-day kill order token in the Sea of Devils. This token came from ancient times, and the method of making them has been long lost. Even in the Sea of Devils, there were only 10 or so remaining. Qian Kuan accidentally obtained it and immediately refined it. He was afraid of others finding out about it and had always kept it as his ace. He was hoping to use this to help increase the power of his techniques in the future. The requirement for activating this token was very strict. It required someone at the core formation stage or higher to trade their life to activate it. The person who activates it will have their entire cultivation refined into a pill, which will be gifted to the person who manages to kill the target. Because of the special ability of this token, whenever a demonic cultivator sees someone who is marked, they will attack them. It was also because of this strict requirement that the owners of the tokens rarely ever used them themselves. They would find a core formation cultivator and force them to use it. As for the target, they could just find someone nearby. That way, they could easily obtain a cultivation pill. As a result, the amount of tokens has greatly decreased, so even saying that there were 10 tokens left might be a little too much. Qian Kuan also originally planned to force someone to use the token, but now that he was about to die, he became ruthless and waited for Wang Lin to catch up. Anyone who was marked by token rarely lasts 100 days if they are within the Sea of Devils. However, if they can last more than 100 days, then they can devour the pill themselves. Seeing Wang Lin closing in, Qian Kuan held the 10,000 Devils 100-day kill order and shouted, "Stop! Do you know this token? I have refined this with my soul. If you kill me, you will be marked by the kill order. Today's matter is my fault, but you have already killed 9 elders, so why kill more? If you spare me, I can refer you and allow you to become a head elder at the fighting evil sect like me. How about it?" Wang Lin stopped. He glanced at the token before his cold gaze locked onto Chen Kuan. After Li Muin saw the token, she hesitated before taking a closer look and was startled. She said, "That is the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order. I can't believe the Sea of Devils has this kind of treasure. I have only seen it in ancient records." Li Muin quickly explained the details of the token to Wang Lin. Her breathing was ragged by the time she was finished, and there was a sense of dread in her eyes when she looked at the token. Chen Kuan was really afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't recognize the token. If Wang Lin didn't believe him and killed him anyways, it would be really bad. However, after seeing the girl explaining it, he finally relaxed. He didn't believe that there would be someone who would be willing to kill after learning of the effect of the kill order. He relaxed in his heart and said, "Fellow cultivator, what do you think of my proposal? Don't be too stubborn. If you were to really kill me, you would be marked by the kill order and it would create a lot of trouble for you. The girl with you will also be dragged in as well, so why be like this? Am I wrong?" Wang Lin didn't even look at Chen Kuan. He turned to Li Muin and asked, "Are you sure? If I can last 100 days, I can obtain all of his cultivation." Li Muin took a deep breath and nodded. Chen Kuan's heart skipped a beat as he realized that something was wrong. He started to back away, but Wang Lin's cold gaze suddenly locked onto him. Wang Lin spat out one word, "Die!" Chen Kuan let out a miserable scream as blood came out of his mouth and nose. Blood also gushed out from his eyes and ears as he died. As he fell, the token in his hand broke and a red light suddenly flew out, forming the word "punish" in the air. This word was blood red. It was as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. It floated above Wang Lin's head and looked very bright. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the giant punish above him, but there was no expression on his face. The dragon tendon reached out with a strand and grabbed Chen Kuan's body. Wang Lin grabbed Li Muin and returned to Wu Ding Mountain in the blink of an eye. Mu Nan and Mu Bei stared dumbfoundedly at the giant red punish in the air and felt an urge of greed. However, it quickly disappeared as they stood respectfully on top of Mu Ding Mountain with a chill on their backs. Wang Lin coldly looked at them and asked, "Does the Fighting Evil Sect headquarters have nascent soul cultivators?" Mu Nan quickly said, "There are none. Not to mention the Fight Evil Sect, there are no nascent soul cultivators within 10 million kilometers of Nando City. How could those seniors be here? They are all at the inner sea." Wang Lin stared at Mu Nan's eyes until Mu Nan's legs began to quiver before he asked, "What cultivation level is the Fighting Evil Sect's sect head?" Mu Bei quickly took a step forward and said, "Senior, the sect head of the Fighting Evil Sect is at the mid-stage of core formation. However, he is at the peak and is said to be only one step away from the late stage." Wang Lin sneered in his heart. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes as he said, "The two of you, lead the way. We are going to take a trip to the Fighting Evil Sect's headquarters." How would Mu Nan and Mu Bei dare to refuse? They stood up and respectfully led the way. While flying, the two of them looked at the red word above Wang Lin's head. They prayed that it would attract more people to kill Wang Lin. Everywhere Wang Lin went, he caused an uproar as all the cultivators below him that saw the red word took deep breaths. The most conspicuous thing was the blood-red punish above Wang Lin's head. After that were the 10 bodies flying behind him like meteors. People couldn't help but think that those 10 people had also tried to kill this person due to the kill order but instead were killed themselves. This person must have tied up those bodies as a warning to everyone else. Everyone who saw this became unsettled, but they all took out sound transmission jades and sent the news to friends and sects. The news that the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order had reappeared in the Sea of Devils quickly spread through various means. This means that if anyone is able to kill this person, they would be able to obtain at least the complete cultivation of an early-stage core formation cultivator. This kind of thing was a huge temptation for core formation or foundation establishment cultivators. For the latter, it would mean reaching the core formation stage. It was also possible for those mid-stage core formation cultivators to step into the late stage of core formation. What especially made people curious was what cultivation level was the person who activated the kill order at. If it was a late-stage core formation cultivator, then the craze for it would be even greater. As Wang Lin flew, a fist-sized golden core was now at the spot where the prototype core was, and it filled his body with spiritual energy. Wang Lin calculated that his core formation cultivation was 100x more powerful than foundation establishment. He stared at the inner part of the Sea of Devils. His eyes seemed to go directly through the inner sea and landed on Zhao on the other side. He revealed a cold smile and muttered in his heart, Tang Huayuan. Today I have reached the core formation stage. The day I reach the nascent soul stage is the day I'll kill my way back to Zhao. Tang Huayuan, you better not die early. I'll bury every Tang family member with you. Mu Nan secretly looked at Wang Lin. The expression he saw made his skin crawl and his heart beat faster. He secretly cursed. How come no one is coming to kill this person, with that big of a word above his head? Someone quickly come and kill him. If we really lead him back, then even if we aren't killed by him, the sect head will kill us. Just as he was praying, a person walked out from the fog. This person looked like a monster. As he walked out, the fog moved out of the way. He had black hair, black eyes, and wore a black robe. His entire person gave off a black light. If this person had a cool-looking face, he would look like he was filled with killing intent, but sadly, this person was already middle-aged. His stomach bulged out and he had a smile on his face. As a result, there wasn't any killing intent. Instead, he looked very sly. Mu Nan and Mu Bei's expressions immediately changed when they saw this person, but a flash of joy quickly appeared on their faces. The middle-aged fat man stared at the word above Wang Lin, let out a big laugh and praised him. Tisk, tisk, 10,000 devil 100-day kill order. Good, good. Junior, I give you half an hour to deal with your affairs before you die. Don't try to resist. With your mere early-stage core formation cultivation, you aren't a match for me, the Black Cloak Devil Lord. After he finished speaking, he looked to the sky with his hands behind his back, revealing a look as if he was looking down upon the heavens. Li Muwen let out a smile as she looked at the arrogant fat man. She then looked at Wang Lin and the smile widened. Mu Nan became excited. Now this was a real expert. This was a rouge cultivator that even the sect head had to be weary of, the Devil Lord Shang Guanma. It was rumored that his cultivation level was the same as the sect head's, peak of mid-stage core formation and one step from late-stage core formation. His cultivation method was also a step above the head elders. Wang Lin frowned and sneered, You're courting death. Shang Guanma was startled as his green eyes looked at Wang Lin and snorted in disdain. You are really overestimating yourself. Then let this old man send you along. Let me show you what mid-stage core formation really is. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Lin pointed at the Black Cloak Devil Lord Shang Guanma and said, Die! The moment that the word die came out, a jade flew out from Shang Guanma's chest and split into two pieces. It released a cloud of smoke that disappeared into the Sea of Devils. What is this? Wang Lin reached out and grabbed the two pieces of jade. He scanned them with his divine sense. Then a look of surprise flashed across his face. After putting the two pieces of jade into his bag of holding, he stared at the terrified Shang Guanma. Death spell. Cold sweat poured down from Shang Guanma's face. This piece of jade was given to him by his long-dead master. It was said to be able to block an attack from a nascent soul cultivator at full power. In these years, he had always been at the outer part of the Sea of Devils and always hid himself whenever he met nascent soul cultivators, as he didn't dare to mess with them. If he encountered someone with a cultivation level below his, he would extort everything he could out of them. He created a name for himself by doing this. However, now he finally realized what was happening after seeing Wang Lin's cold gaze, and was afraid that Wang Lin would say die again. His legs became soft and he quickly knelt to the ground and begged, Senior, have mercy, Senior, have mercy. Junior Shang Guanma knows he was wrong. Please forgive me. Mu Nan stared dumbfoundedly at what was happening. Then he secretly looked at Wang Lin. After seeing his cold gaze, he no longer dared to have those thoughts that he had before. Mu Bei also lowered his head to hide his fear. When Shang Guanma saw that Wang Lin's gaze was still cold, his heart skipped a beat. He clenched his teeth and said, Senior, Junior is willing to become your disciple and listen to your every command. Master, please accept me as your disciple. He looked at Li Muin and said, You must be his wife. Please ask him to accept me as his disciple. Li Muin blushed and looked at Wang Lin. However, after seeing his cold expression, she let out a sigh and lowered her head in silence. Wang Lin stared coldly at Shang Guanma. The Ji realm surged in his mind and red lightning could be seen in his eyes. Shang Guanma was carefully observing Wang Lin this entire time and realized that things were not going well. He knew that because Wang Lin was able to activate his protection jade and split it in half, Wang Lin must have attack power similar to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Adding on the death spell, he guessed that even if he ran, it would be hard to avoid death. Stressed and anxious, he pointed at his brow and his soul essence blood flew out. This drop of soul essence blood was gold-colored. The moment this drop of blood appeared, Shang Guanma's body shook as the spiritual energy in his body surged. It seemed like his cultivation level was about to drop. The higher one's cultivation level, the more important the soul essence blood becomes. If it is taken, their cultivation level is damaged, and the higher the cultivation level, the more damage there is. As the drop of golden blood floated out of Shang Guanma's forehead, it released a gentle glow. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he reached out and grabbed the drop of blood. After scanning it, Wang Lin swallowed it without any hesitation. The drop of blood was now inside his consciousness and surrounded by his Ji realm. Right now, all he needed was one thought to kill Shang Guanma. Similarly, if Wang Lin were to die, then Shang Guanma would die as well. The soul essence blood is kind of like a restriction, only much more direct. Although a person's consciousness looks sturdy, it's actually very fragile. Once one holds too many drops of soul essence blood, it will cause one's own consciousness to enter a state of chaos, resulting in unimaginable consequences. Therefore, taking someone's soul essence blood is only a temporary measure, and many cultivators don't like doing so. After all, there are thousands of restrictions that do the exact same thing. There is also another point. Soul essence blood can only be extracted if the cultivator willingly gives it. Otherwise, unless one possesses a very powerful technique, it is impossible to force it out. Shang Guanma was also forced into a corner. He knew that Wang Lin wouldn't easily forgive him and would most likely place some kind of restriction on him. The reason he pleaded for Wang Lin to accept him as a disciple was to simply give Wang Lin a reason to let him live. But he could never have guessed that Wang Lin wouldn't care at all. Only then was he forced to hand over his soul essence blood. Only after seeing Wang Lin accept the soul essence blood did his heart finally calm down a little. Wang Lin coldly looked at him before turning around and coldly sighing to Mu Nan. Continue to lead the way. After Wang Lin killed the first elder of the fighting evil sect, he knew that he would have to wipe them out. If he had only killed a disciple, it wouldn't have been an issue, but since he killed an elder, they will definitely come looking for him. He was no longer the naive village boy from back then. He had grown a lot. All of the things that happened after he killed Tang Li taught Wang Lin many things. Since he already killed one, then he might as well kill 10. Since he already killed 10, then he might as well wipe out the fighting evil sect. Only by wiping out the entire fighting evil sect can he prevent any more problems in the future. With this in mind, he grabbed Li Muin and quickly flew forward. At the same time, the attraction force technique formed two large hands, grabbed Mu Nan and Mu Bei, and threw them forward. The two brothers' faces were pale, but they didn't dare to complain at all as they quickly stabilized themselves and led the way with their heads down. As for Shang Guanma, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly followed behind. He cursed bitterly in his heart but didn't dare to show it as he was afraid that that fiend would think of killing him again. Death spell. The technique he used must be the death spell. To be able to master a technique as vicious as that, he isn't simple. Shang Guanma kept measuring Wang Lin in his heart as he secretly looked at him. Li Muin felt a very complex emotion. She never thought that Wang Lin would really reach the core formation stage. He also proved what he had said the entire way so far. Against cultivators below the nascent soul stage, he is invincible. She felt like she was dreaming when she thought about the last several years she had spent in the Sea of Devils. Everything was just too different from what her normal life was before. The Li Muin from before, she would only cultivate or refine pills. Whenever she went out, her brother would also go with her. With her brother around, there wasn't any real danger. Due to her talent in pill refining and formations, she was loved by the elders and was very popular in her sect. There were many people in her generation that chased her, but none of them had managed to make her heart move. The first time she met Wang Lin, they mistook him for Sun Yukai and had a misunderstanding. Thinking about it now, if they had really fought back then not even her brother would have been his match. With her understanding of Wang Lin now, she knew that if they had fought, the only result would have been them being slaughtered by Wang Lin. Even her, with her beauty, would have died, as it wouldn't have any effect on Wang Lin. He is a heartless person? Li Muin watched Wang Lin and sighed. After all these years, she knew that he wouldn't have any perverted ideas about her. After all, in his eyes, she was only a pill furnace. Li Muin felt bitter in her heart. This bitterness became stronger and stronger until it spread across her whole body. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at Li Muin and coldly said, "Don't worry. Once I finish dealing with the matters here, I'll return you to the Ho-Fan Alliance." Li Muin's face became even paler as she bit her lower lip and nodded. The two of them became silent. Soon, the two that were leading the way suddenly stopped. Their expressions were very gloomy and unsettling, as more than 100 cultivators' shadows appeared from the fog before them. Each of them stared at the large, red punish above Wang Lin's head. Greed filled their eyes, but within that greed there was a sliver of dread. Wang Lin coldly looked at the group and calmly said, "Continue leading the way. If anyone dares to block our way, kill them." Shang Guanmo realized that this was his chance and that he must do a good job. He jumped out and landed before Mu Nan and Mu Bei. He smiled at them and said, "A group of Trash Foundation establishment cultivators. Listen well. Anyone that dares to block our path will die." As they continued forward, all of the cultivators moved out of the way. None of them planned to act in the first place. They all just wanted to see what kind of person had activated the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order. The 10 bodies trapped by the dragon tendon behind Wang Lin caused their bodies to shiver. Even if they wanted to act, they would hesitate after seeing those bodies. However, the news of the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order spread too fast. Soon, everyone within 10 million kilometers of Nando knew about it and started asking around. Gradually, more and more cultivators appeared in the sky. Along the way, Wang Lin met these kinds of cultivators every now and then. Due to all the cultivators showing up, their speed was affected. Wang Lin became impatient. After seeing all the greed in their eyes, he wanted to kill them all. There were also a lot of cultivators following behind them with ill intent. Mu Nan and Mu Bei's hearts trembled. Along the way, they met many people with higher cultivation level than them. Even some of the old guys who normally would never showed their faces were following behind them. This caused them to become very unsettled. Forget them, even Shang Guanma became nervous. If this were to continue, then it would start attracting the attention of cultivators outside of Nado's area. After that, it would be hard to say whether or not a nascent soul cultivator would appear. He felt very worried and secretly wondered why that fiend hadn't started killing yet. If it was him, he would have started killing and used sheer power to suppress the situation. If more people gather, it will get complicated. The countless cultivators surrounding them caused Li Muin to feel a bit scared. But after looking at Wang Lin, she calmed down a bit. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder as he suddenly stopped and looked at the surrounding cultivators with a cold smile on his face. His cold voice spread out to the crowd surrounding them. "Anyone who is still here after 3 breaths will die." With that, he closed his eyes. After 1 breath, he opened his eyes. They were filled with red lightning. He switched from holding Li Muin by her arm to her waist. With no time to enjoy that soft feeling, he suddenly charged backwards. The G-Realm divine sense spread out like crazy, and a golden light shot out from his mouth that disappeared after a few flashes. This was the first time Wang Lin had began a large-scale killing spree. Killing Foundation establishment cultivators within the range of the G realm was as easy as crushing ants. After hearing countless miserable screams, the remaining cultivators became terrified and quickly backed away. Eventually, a majority of the cultivators used up all of their spiritual energy to run. But before most would get far, there would be a flash of golden light and their heads would explode. Wang Lin's face was very cold and ruthless. As his cold gaze swept past each cultivator, they would bleed out of their orifices and die miserably. Every time a body fell from the sky, the dragon tendon behind him would make a new branch and bring the body back. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down. Instead, he became even faster. His main targets were the core formation cultivators. As for the foundation establishment cultivators, they were merely hit by the aftermath. At this moment, none of the surrounding cultivators had any greed left in their heads. The greed had been replaced with terror. With every kill, the word punish became a bit more red until it was like a bright candle in the darkness. It was so red that it looked like it could bleed. In addition to all of this, all of the escaping cultivators were terrified of the golden light. Every time it appeared, someone would die a mysterious death. In only one short hour, a majority of the escaping cultivators were killed by the crystal sword, and an unfathomable number of people had died to Wang Lin's G realm. There were already more than 1,000 corpses entangled in the dragon tendon behind Wang Lin. The tendon was like a cape of death flowing behind Wang Lin. At this moment, in the fog 1,000 kilometers away, stood 7 or 8 old demonic cultivators. None of them talked, but the dread in their eyes became more and more apparent. These cultivators were all at the mid-stage of core formation. They normally only focused on cultivation. Whether it was the 3 ruling sects or the fighting evil sect, they would all be courteous to these people. If it wasn't for the appearance of the killing order, these people would not appear. A man with a ruddy complexion but evil expression looked at Wang Lin. His pupils shrank as he slowly said, "We must act soon. If this continues, it will definitely attract nascent soul cultivators. Even though there aren't any nascent soul cultivators within 100 million kilometers of Nando, what about beyond that? Once a nascent soul cultivator arrives, we will have no chance of succeeding." An old man who saw Wang Lin easily kill a core formation cultivator slowly said, "This person is only at the early stage core formation, but why is he so powerful? Seeing how the old devil Shangguan is even willing to become his disciple, even if we were to act, we probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. There's also that flying sword. I have never seen a flying sword that could teleport before. That sword must be at least a nascent soul level treasure, or even a soul formation level treasure. It has already killed 100 people. Humph! Didn't you see the 10 bodies that were originally being dragged behind that fiend? Those were elders of the fighting evil sect. He can kill core formation cultivators as easily as he can kill bugs. If you guys are still filled with greed, that is your problem. I'm not getting into this mess. Goodbye." One of the cultivators looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with dread. After he finished speaking, he took out a boat and quickly left. The remaining cultivators silently pondered until one of them suddenly said, "The messenger from the inner sea is going to arrive soon. I'm willing to kill this person to save my 100 years' worth of savings. Once I get that cultivation pill, I'll be able to reach the late stage of core formation and be able to protect my savings." An old man filled with wrinkles took a deep breath and slowly said, "Same for me. My life is going to end if I can't increase my cultivation level in the next 10 years. This time, no matter what, I have to try." With that, his body moved like lightning toward where Wang Lin was, and the other cultivators followed. The remaining cultivators remained silent but carefully watched the two. They had decided that if the two showed even a small chance of winning, they would all act, but if they didn't stand a chance at all, they would all leave in order to not make this person their enemy. Wang Lin pushed aside the already dead core formation cultivator and held the golden core in his hand. He looked at the scattered cultivators and sneered in his heart. He slapped the dragon tendon and said, "Come out. For today, you can devour as much as you wish." The devil that had been inside the dragon tendon couldn't stand the allure of all the delicious food before him. However, He didn't dare to come out without Wang Lin's order, but after hearing Wang Lin's words, he let out a laugh and jumped out of the dragon tendon. Revealing his true form, he quickly jumped onto an escaping core formation cultivator. That cultivator's body twitched a little before finally withering and becoming a skeleton. A red mist came out from his head and he laughed. That felt good. I can finally eat now, so I'm going to eat my fill. Wang Lin took one look at the devil and then turned his attention to Li Muan. Li Muan's face was pale as she stared at the devil while biting her lower lip. She didn't know what it was, but she was terrified the moment the devil appeared. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and coldly stared at the devil. The devil quickly went away and thought, "Who wants to be next to you? The farther away you are, the better. Best if I never see you again. The world is big. How comfortable it would be to be free." But even he himself knew that that was simply asking for too much. The devil mumbled to himself as he chased after the cultivators. Just as he revealed an evil smile and was just about to devour a cultivator, a golden light pierced through the cultivator's chest. He cursed out loud. Just as he was about to jump on another cultivator, there was another flash of golden light. After the devil left, Li Muan's heart gradually calmed down. She hesitated a little before turning to Wang Lin and asking, He is? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There were no other cultivators within 100 meters of him. All of the dead cultivators were wrapped up by the dragon tendon and flew behind him like a cape. This battle caused Wang Lin's name to spread across the entire area of Nando. There were at least 1,000 bodies spread out behind him, covering the sky. The red punish above his head have turned from a great temptation to the sign of a powerful cultivator. "That is a devil," Wang Lin calmly said, as he stared at the two rays of light coming toward him from over 1,000 kilometers away. He closed his eyes for a bit before turning around and leaving. "Shan Guanma, Mu Nan, Mi Bei, have the three of you seen enough?" The cold voice rang inside the three's heads. Shang Guanma's body shivered as he focused himself once more and flew toward the two cultivators heading this way. His heart was in complete chaos right now. Although he knew that this fiend was strong, he didn't think that he would be this strong. The death spell is really terrifying. If I don't die this time, then no matter what, I have to try cultivating it. If I have this power, I can walk sideways in the outer part of the Sea of Devils. Shang Guanma took a deep breath and no longer felt bad about handing over his soul blood essence. No matter where they were, the strong will be respected. This was especially true for the Sea of Devils. Mu Nan and Mu Bei's attitudes became the same as Shang Guanma's. With the power this fiend possessed, the fighting evil sect stood no chance. If they wished to live, then they would have to follow the powerful fiend. The two of them looked at each other before clenching their teeth and quickly followed Shang Guanma. Shang Guanma looked at one of the people and laughed. "Ha ha, if it isn't old man Ouyang. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so let's get intimate for a bit." He immediately touched the sword behind his back. The black sword flew out and charged toward the old man. As for the Mu brothers, although they were both early-stage core formation cultivators, they were used to fighting together. They were fighting at a disadvantage but were still able to hold out for a bit. Wang Lin's gaze swept across the core formation cultivators 1,000 kilometers away and his eyes became cold. The surviving cultivators had already escaped into the distance. They all wished they could grow an extra pair of legs to run away faster. Wang Lin's figure was now engraved in their hearts and will never disappear. Among the 4 remaining mid-stage core formation cultivators watching from 1,000 kilometers away, the old man with a ruddy complexion shook his head. He turned around and was about to leave before this pupil suddenly shrank. A male and a female stood 10 feet behind him. Floating above the male's head was a blood-red punish symbol. The remaining cultivators noticed what was wrong and all took out their treasures as if they were facing a great enemy, but none of them dared to act first. Wang Lin scanned the 4 of them and coldly said, "Scram!" Among the 4, only the old man who was ready to leave revealed a look of gratitude and quickly left. The remaining 3's faces turned from red to white as they slowly backed up. One of them snorted and said, "Today's matter, Li Muin secretly sighed and thought, "Why aren't you quickly leaving? What is the point in saying these useless things?" Sure enough, before he finished speaking, Wang Lin frowned and waved his hand. His G realm flew out and the cultivator's eyes immediately became blood-red. He held his head before it exploded with a bang and a blood-covered golden core flew out into Wang Lin's hand. The remaining two cultivators turned around and ran without a word. Wang Lin stared at the two. He left an imprint on them with his G realm. At this moment, the cultivator fighting Shang Guanma let out a miserable scream and quickly ran off. As he escaped, the devil and crystal sword suddenly appeared before him. The devil growled, "Stop stealing from me. This one is mine. Mine." However, he was still a step too late. After a flash of golden light, a large hole appeared in the cultivator's chest. After half an hour, the cultivator fighting the Mu brothers died under the sneak attack of Shang Guanma. Wang Lin put the crystal sword away inside his body again, and the devil unwillingly returned to the dragon tendon. "Continue to lead the way." Wang Lin's voice was very cold and his killing intent was oppressing. Wang Lin knew that if he wanted to have a footing here, he must show off his power, and the fighting evil sect was the best place to do so. At this moment, Mu Nan and Mu Bei deeply respected Wang Lin from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Mu Bei, who showed unreserved respect in his eyes as he quickly led the way to the fighting evil sect. Before Wang Lin, the large amount of bodies emitted a deathly aura. This display was more effective than any words. Many cultivators who had evil intentions who saw the thousands of bodies immediately became pale and backed away, afraid of getting caught in this mess. As a result, their speed increased. As Wang Lin flew, he adjusted his G realm. After all these uses, it was damaged, so it sat inside his consciousness and slowly repaired itself. At noon of the second day, the fighting evil sect appeared in sight. Wang Lin's G realm had recovered at this point. Looking at the mountain, the top of the mountain had been changed to the shape of a dragon. It looked like there was a dragon sitting on top of the mountain. On top of the dragon's head stood a white-haired old man. His face was dark and his gaze was cold as he stared at Wang Lin. In the air floated 10 core formation cultivators. Together, they formed a sword formation. When they saw Wang Lin, they all revealed complex expressions. They were filled with fear and shock. The 10 formed a circle with 10 flying swords interlaced in the middle. The swords clattered as they hit each other, causing sparks to fly out. The person above the dragon's head waved his hand. The eyes of the dragon lit up and waves of spiritual energy came out from the dragon. There was one cultivator standing on each of the dragon's scales. With the shine of their swords, it looked like the dragon was alive. Shang Guanma looked carefully for a bit and said, "The Great Battle Dragon Formation." Mu Bei quickly explained, "This Great Battle Dragon Formation is the sect-protecting formation of the fighting evil sect. Rumor has it that only nascent soul-level cultivators can break through it, but not many in the sect believe it. After all, no one in this area has a formation that powerful." Wang Lin was a bit proficient in formations, and after looking at it for a bit, Li Muin suddenly said, "This isn't a formation, but an amazing spell that channels the souls of everyone on the dragon to the person on top of the head, giving him a certain level of cultivation." At this moment, the person standing on the dragon's head's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator who has the punish mark, I am the fighting evil sect's sect head, Jie Donglei, with the fighting evil sect's 13,562 disciples. Since head elder Chen Kuan provoked you, killing him is not a big deal, but then you came here. If you win this battle, the entire fighting evil sect will listen to you, but if you lose, then don't blame this old man for taking the cultivation pill. Do you dare to fight?" His voice roared out like thunder and it spread across the area. The 13,562 disciples all shouted at the same time, creating a sound wave that split the clouds in the sky apart. Starting from the bottom of the dragon and quickly progressing to the top, over 10,000 flying swords shined and formed rings of spiritual energy. The higher up, the denser the rings were, with the ones at the top emitting powerful pressure. At the same time, the 10 core formation cultivators quickly flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let go of Li Muin and jumped forward with red lightning flashing in his eyes. The 10 cultivators' bodies quivered. They didn't dare to move forward. These 10 people had used various methods to learn of Wang Lin's strength in these few days. So when they saw Wang Lin charging at them, they couldn't help but hesitate. Wang Lin's gaze swept past them before dragging the dragon tendon behind him, causing the thousands of bodies to slam against the dragon. When the thousands of bodies collided with the dragon, they became a large wall of red mist. This was thanks to a protection barrier. Suddenly, the entire protection formation of the fighting evil sect was dyed dark red. The rings all gathered at the old man on the head of the dragon. A powerful aura came from his body. Then his clothes ripped apart as he suddenly grew several times his original size. Powerful spiritual energy surged out like ocean waves from the old man and pushed him directly from the mid-stage of core formation to the late stage of core formation. Then it continued to break through, reaching a stage like early-stage nascent soul without the nascent soul. This pseudo-nascent soul stage normally only occurred in puppets created by the higher cultivation countries. Jai Donglei let out a roar as he jumped into the air. He looked coldly at the core formation cultivators and shouted, "Unless trash scram!" The 10 core formation cultivators revealed relieved expressions as they quickly moved to the side and then stared coldly at Wang Lin. Jie Donglei's gaze landed on Wang Lin, then he grinned and said, "I have managed to gather all of the rumors about you on your way here. It seems that people under the nascent soul stage can't harm you, but now that I have the power of a nascent soul cultivator, let me see how you will beat me." Li Muin's face became pale. She looked at Wang Lin with a concerned gaze. However, when she saw a hint of disdain in Wang Lin's eyes, she relaxed for some unknown reason. Nan Mu and Nan Bei secretly groaned. They originally thought that Wang Lin would win for sure, but now the situation had changed. What was awaiting them was the fury of sect head Jie Donglei. It has to be said that the fighting evil sect has a very evil method of dealing with traitors. Shang Guanma's soul blood essence was in Wang Lin's hands, so if Wang Lin were to die, he would die as well. He was secretly cursing in his mind while trying to think of a way to break out of this situation. Wang Lin sneered in his heart as he jumped forward and landed 30 feet in front of Jie Donglei while coldly staring at him. "Don't you know the death spell? Let this old man see how powerful your death spell is." Jie Donglei's body disappeared and reappeared more than 300 feet away from Wang Lin. The moment Jie Donglei disappeared, Wang Lin backed up until he was 500 feet away from Jie Donglei. Jie Donglei disappeared again and Wang Lin backed up once more to 700 feet away. At this distance, he began to think. Jie Donglei frowned as he stared at Wang Lin and sneered, "What is the meaning of this?" Wang Lin's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression before he said, "I'm not going to fight anymore." With that, he flew to Li Muin's side and grabbed her waist. He moved to a mountain 1,000 feet away, sat down, and sneered at Jie Donglei. Jie Donglei frowned even harder and said, with a heavy tone, "If that is the case, then this matter." Before he finished speaking, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of white light. The light turned into a fierce tiger that pounced at Wang Lin. At the same time, his right waved and an electric net appeared. The net quickly flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm as he let out a sneer. As the tiger jumped toward him, the devil inside the dragon tendon jumped out and ate the tiger. At the same time, the crystal sword flew out and the surrounding net released popping sounds. After several strikes from the sword, the electric net shattered to pieces. As for Jie Donglei, an ice flame that emitted waves of cold energy appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment the ice flame appeared, Jie Donglei's expression changed, and he immediately backed up. But at that moment, he saw the red lightning in Wang Lin's eyes move and his soul shook. The shock to his soul caused his body to stop. As a result, the ice flame hit his chest. The ice rapidly spread and blood came out of his mouth. He quickly backed up and didn't stop until he was within 300 feet of the dragon's head. Both of his hands formed seals and hit his chest multiple times. Then he ate some pills and let out a roar. Only then did the ice that was already covering half of his body begin to shrink back to his chest and then was forced out. The ice flame flickered. Its color had dimmed a lot as it flew back into Wang Lin's hand. From the beginning, Wang Lin didn't take the initiative and just stood 1,000 feet away with a mocking expression. Ji Donglei's hand stopped hitting his chest. He stared at Wang Lin and suddenly asked, "How did you find out?" Wang Lin calmly said, "I didn't figure anything out. I just noticed that your aura felt different at 300 feet compared to 500 feet, and at 1,000 feet your aura almost dropped out of the nascent soul realm." Li Muin was really smart and immediately realized what was going on. She softly asked, "His injury is also fake?" The wound inflicted by the ice flame was real, but when he retreated to within 300 feet of the dragon's head, the spiritual energy had already healed him completely. He was simply trying to get me to fight him within 300 feet of the dragon's head. This was the first time Wang Lin had talked this much to Li Muin, but although he was conversing with her, his gaze never left Ji Donglei. When he first saw the formation, he was shocked. If such a thing existed, then wouldn't he be invincible in this area? As long as he had enough people feeding spiritual energy, he could truly obtain a level of power as high as a soul formation cultivator's. If that was the case, then wouldn't the fighting evil sect already be the ruler of this area? Considering that this technique must have some sort of fatal flaw. The first thing everyone would think of was that the time was short and the user of this technique must know it as well, so they should be able to use some method to help cover up this flaw. If that was the only flaw, it was still a very powerful technique. However, Wang Lin noticed that Jie Donglei had taunted him to fight instead of directly coming up to kill him. He found this very strange. He then calculated the distance between them at the time, and he was about 900 feet away. With that in mind, Wang Lin charged forth to 300 feet, then back up to 500 feet, 700 feet, and finally 1,000 feet before finding out the true fatal flaw of this technique. The further he got from the dragon's head, the lower the sect head's cultivation level dropped. Ji Donglei's expression was very unsettling. Even though he had this high of a cultivation level, he couldn't really use it. Although Wang Lin's guess was a bit off, it was not far from the truth. His cultivation level would be weakened a lot at 900 feet, and at that range, his chance of winning was low. And if Wang Lin were to back up even more past 1,000 feet, then his cultivation level would immediately fall out of the nascent soul realm and plummet back into the core formation stage. If this stalemate were to continue, it would definitely be bad for Jie Donglei. After all, the formation would only last for 2 hours, and half of that time had already passed. He thought carefully about what he should do. Originally, he planned on using the core formation cultivators to trap Wang Lin for a while to give him time to attack. However, at the most important moment, the fear of death swallowed those elders, so they backed down. His only choice was to act on his own, but he didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to see through the weakness of the formation. Now that he had gotten on the tiger, it would be hard to get off. He silently stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at him, then grabbed Li Muin and backed up 100 more feet. The mocking expression on his face intensified. Jie Donglei let out a sigh. He jumped back onto the head of the dragon and said, "Forget it. This old man admits defeat." With that, he stomped on the dragon's head and all of the spiritual energy in his body returned to the dragon. The light inside the dragon's eyes became brighter. As the spiritual energy returned to it, Jie Donglei's body trembled and he revealed a painful expression. Gradually, his expression became even more painful and his body began to shrink. After he finished shrinking, he knelt on one leg on the dragon's head. He looked like he had aged decades. He raised his head and weakly said, "This old man admits defeat. From now onward we will listen to what you say. This is the order from the fighting evil sect's sect head." With that, his hand trembled as he took out a purple triangular token and barely managed to put some spiritual energy inside it to make it fly forward. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at Jie Donglei and then at the token before suddenly pulling Li Muin back several dozen feet. The moment Wang Lin's body backed up, an afterimage of Jie Donglei suddenly appeared at the spot Wang Lin was just in and turned into a ray of sword energy that stabbed toward him. Wang Lin's speed was really fast, but he couldn't match a flying sword. By the time he backed up 30 feet, the flying sword had already reached him. This flying sword was very fast. It wasn't much slower than the crystal sword using teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword pierced his chest, but it was stopped for a moment by the dragon skin vest. Wang Lin's fingers caught the body of the sword like a pair of claws. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. The enemy's flying sword was almost impossible to defend against. Luckily, he was far enough away to have a bit of time to react, or else the consequences would have been unthinkable. The flying sword trembled a bit before snapping into two from the center. A black flame appeared where the sword broke and quickly turned the entire sword to dust. The moment the black fire appeared, Wang Lin quickly let go and coldly looked at Jie Donglei, who was still at the top of the dragon's head. Jie Donglei let out a regretful look as his body turned to ashes. This last attack was his ace in the hole and his greatest secret. He was a sword cultivator. Li Muin's face was filled with shock. The scene from before was still causing her body to tremble. A lot of people in ancient times were sword cultivators, but nowadays not many people cultivated only the sword. Instead, they used swords as treasures. A sword cultivator's speed and power are all stronger than normal cultivators. There are many sword cultivation methods, but only with a top-quality sword cultivation method and a top-quality sword can one truly use a sword cultivator's terrifying power. Jie Donglei's sword cultivation wasn't very good, and his flying sword was also not good. Otherwise, with his power as a sword cultivator, he would have easily swept aside the cultivators in Nando City instead of being forced to stay here. If he was fighting one-on-one, then his flying sword was powerful, but he couldn't split his attention when fighting multiple people, so he only had one chance to act. Jie Donglei sent out his sword core on this last blow. This could be considered his golden core. This was planned to be a surprise final attack, but sadly it failed. With the death of Jie Donglei, Mu Nan and Mu Bei were the happiest. They quickly realized what was happening and knelt before Wang Lin. "Congratulations, sect head." Shang Guanma secretly cursed these two brothers for being shameless, but he himself quickly flew up to Wang Lin and bowed. "Congratulations, teacher, on becoming the sect head of the Fighting Evil Sect." The 10 elders of the Fighting Evil Sect that had formed the sword formation put away their swords. They were feeling very awkward. After pondering for a bit, they all bowed toward Wang Lin. Their meaning was obvious. As for the tens of thousands of disciples on the dragon formation, they all had more than 80% of their spiritual energy used up by Jie Donglei. They struggled to stand up as they looked at the red punish that looked like it would bleed and loudly welcomed Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt no joy with Jie Donglei's death. Instead, he felt helpless. There was no right or wrong in the cultivation world, only the law of the jungle. If he wished to survive, then he must destroy everything that threatened him. He imagined that if he hadn't come here himself, what awaited him was the Fighting Evil Sect's endless retaliation. If he wanted to protect himself, then he must let everyone know that he was someone they couldn't mess with and that the consequences of doing so would be very serious. Wang Lin's first display of power in the Sea of Devils was over. This first display of power was very successful. At least within 1 million kilometers of Nando City, no one hadn't heard of the mountain of corpses Wang Lin had created. At least this stopped any more people from being greedy over the killing order. Looking at the tens of thousands of disciples bowing before him, Wang Lin looked toward the inner sea and thought, "Tang Huayuan, whether it's being an immortal or a devil, as long as I can get my revenge, what's wrong with becoming a demon king?" He let out a cold smile as his gaze swept over to Shang Guanma. "From today onward, you are the Fighting Evil Sect's sect head," said Wang Lin. Shang Guanma was startled. He was about to speak, but when he saw the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, he quickly stopped himself and nodded. "Prepare a room for me. I'm going into closed-door cultivation." Wang Lin grabbed Li Muin and flew toward the Fighting Evil Sect. The room was quickly prepared. It was Jie Donglei's personal room, which was located inside the head of the dragon. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and looked at Li Muin, who had a complicated expression on her face, and said, "After my closed-door cultivation is completed, I'll bring you back home. Until then, you are free to do as you wish." With that, he closed his eyes and silently cultivated. Li Muin stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, she said, "Thank you." With that, she felt her heart tighten as she turned and left. After she left, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Instead of the usual coldness, there was confusion. The confusion became even stronger as time went on, until there was a hint of sadness as he recalled a scene from the past. Taizhu, you are not young anymore. Many people have come to ask about marriage in these past few days. Mom heard that immortals can marry too. Since you came back, you should stay for a while. Come with Mom to look around. And if you find someone you like, then we can settle things. Little brat, other people your age already have kids running around the village. My wife. Why are you worrying about pointless things? Our son is an immortal. Do you understand what an immortal is? How could he take a mortal as a wife? Taizhu's meaning is that he will find you an immortal daughter-in-law. What is so good about an immortal daughter-in-law? An immortal cannot come home for 5 years. If I have an immortal daughter-in-law, then they might not even come home once in 10 years. Fine, I'll listen to your dad. If your standards are too high for one of the girls in the village to catch your attention, then Mom will wait to see who you bring back. Mom, you can rest assured. Your son will definitely bring you back a good daughter-in-law. Gradually, 2 rows of blood flowed from his eyes as he clutched his fists. After a long time, he wiped away the blood tears, hit the side of the wall, and the dragon's mouth closed, leaving no cracks. Then, after placing a few more formations around him, Wang Lin focused his divine sense on the heaven-defying bead in his mind. His body suddenly disappeared from the room. Even the word punish disappeared. This was the first time Wang Lin had entered the heaven-defying bead after reaching the core formation stage. The moment he entered the heaven-defying bead, Shang Guanma, who was managing the fighting evil sect, trembled as he could feel that terrifying fiend had disappeared. To be more accurate, his soul essence disappeared without a trace. This caused him to be shocked and terrified as he quickly flew into the air. After a while, he turned around, revealing a look of disbelief. Li Muin, who had just walked down from the dragon's head, was startled as she looked up before letting out a sigh. Somewhere in the heaven-defying bead space, Situ Nan's nascent soul floated in the sky with both of his eyes closed and spiritual energy flowing through his body. On his sides floated 2 faint white lights. Wang Lin stood below the nascent soul and looked at the 2 balls of light. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, Mom, Dad, Taizhu will definitely bring you 2 back a good daughter-in-law, but now is not the time. After a long time, Wang Lin took a deep breath and raised his head towards Situ Nan's nascent soul. His eyes revealed a deep sense of gratitude as he whispered, Situ, you can rest assured, as I have already reached the core formation stage. Someday I'll reach the nascent soul stage, then soul formation, and finally soul transformation so I can bring you out of here. Then I'll find you a body. This is my promise to you. With that, Wang Lin stood up and bowed at Situ Nan's nascent soul. Then his body disappeared as he left this place. Inside the secret room inside the dragon's head, a rainbow-colored light appeared. More and more lights suddenly gathered until Wang Lin's figure finally came into view. The moment he appeared, Shang Guanma's heart started beating rapidly. He wondered what kind of technique this fiend was cultivating that would allow him to hide his presence completely. Before, he was wondering if he could use this time to escape Wang Lin's control, but now he didn't dare to have those ideas anymore. Li Muin touched the dragon's scale as if she was calculating something. The current her looked very graceful and focused as she touched the dragon's scale. Even the fluctuations of her soul essence blood didn't affect her. Gradually, a look of understanding appeared in her eyes as she looked at the piece of dragon scale before her. Wang Lin appeared inside the room and sat down in the lotus position before taking out his bag of holding. After killing all those cultivators, there were hundreds of golden cores inside his bag of holding. In addition to this, almost all of the bags of holding of the dead cultivators were taken by Wang Lin. He quickly sorted them all and found that there were a lot of treasures and flying swords. However, besides a scroll, none of them were good enough to catch Wang Lin's eyes. The scroll was about 2 feet long and as thick as his arm. It also emitted a hint of spiritual energy. Wang Lin remembered that it came from a core formation cultivator who had already opened it halfway. There were currently waves of roars coming from the scroll. However, Wang Lin's G-realm divine senses power wasn't affected by the amount of people. Whether it was one person or a group, once it swept past them, as long as they were below the nascent soul stage, they would die. Toward the G-realm, Wang Lin still had an indescribable feeling. Under the pressure of the transfer array at the foreign battleground, he clearly felt its existence for the first time and gained a hint of understanding. The following years of use and fighting allowed him to understand the G-realm's terrifying power. However, he didn't know that the G-realm's limit was late-stage nascent soul. If he wished to enter the soul formation stage with it, the chances were very low. The original owner of the scroll was already dead, so the divine sense imprinted on it had long since disappeared. Wang Lin had imprinted his divine sense on the scroll, but the weird thing was that there was nothing different about the scroll. It felt the same as before he imprinted his divine sense. Wang Lin quickly revealed a look of interest. If it was a normal treasure, he would have been able to use it freely after wiping out the previous owner's divine sense and imprinting his own. As long as it was not a nascent soul-level treasure, this would always be true. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the scroll, it didn't feel like a nascent soul-level treasure. Wang Lin had a few nascent soul-level treasures himself, one of them being the protective jade given to him by Ho Fan's nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Jin. The most notable feature of nascent soul-level treasures was the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations that they emitted. A core formation treasure could never compare to it. In addition to the jade, there was the flying sword that could teleport. According to his guesses, it was also a nascent soul-level treasure. If he hadn't blood refined it, there was no way he would be able to use it without refining it for a very long time. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but be reminded of the ancient sword sheath. When combined with the flying sword, it could increase the flying sword's power. Even Situ Nen couldn't see through its true nature. It must be at least beyond nascent soul level, maybe a soul formation, or even soul transformation treasure. After all, there wasn't much Situ Nen couldn't see through. Wang Lin let out a sigh. It was destroyed when Teng Huayuan destroyed his bag of holding. Then Wang Lin suddenly realized that something was off. If that treasure was indeed that high quality, then Teng Huayuan shouldn't have been able to destroy it. If it wasn't destroyed, then where could the sword sheath have gone? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he put down the scroll and suddenly stood up. He walked back and forth for a bit before putting some low-quality materials into a bag of holding. Then he gathered a bit of spiritual energy on his finger and turned the bag to dust. Wang Lin's eyes focused on the bag of holding as it turned to dust. Then he tried it out a few more times before a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. Although the bag of holding was destroyed, the items inside it were not. The space inside the bag was like a boundless vault with the bag itself as the lock. Even though the lock was broken, the vault would forever be shut with the items still inside. If he could find a way to open it up again, then it wouldn't be impossible to take back what was inside. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He then sat down in the lotus position again. Looking at the scroll, it didn't seem to be a nascent soul-level treasure, but Wang Lin couldn't guess why he didn't get the feeling he could control it as he wished after he imprinted his divine sense into it. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly opened the scroll. His expression became serious. The entire scroll was completely black without any pictures on it. Looking at it, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the scroll. A pair of triangular eyes on the black paper suddenly opened up. Then a loud roar came from inside the scroll, causing it to shake. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to quickly close the scroll. The roar slowly became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. Sweat covered Wang Lin's forehead. The moment the roar came out, Wang Lin could feel that its power was no less than the dragons that had died in the 14th Valley. The only difference was that the spiritual energy was trapped inside the scroll. At this moment, he finally understood why he still couldn't use this scroll even after imprinting his divine sense into it. The scroll was only a seal. The real power of this treasure came from the spirit beast trapped inside. After carefully putting away the scroll, Wang Lin began to ponder. After a long time, he took out a golden core from his bag of holding. Its color had already darkened. He pondered for a bit before taking out more than 100 golden cores. All of them were dim, emanating a feeling of death. If it was in the past, Wang Lin would immediately devour them as he got them, but on the way here, Li Muan told him that although devouring golden cores would increase his cultivation level, it would also cause his spiritual energy to become tainted, as well as cause the spiritual energy in his body to become a mess. Also, golden cores had different properties. If too much of the opposite was absorbed, it would make his spiritual energy go crazy, making him lose control and go mad half the time. After hearing this, although Wang Lin was unwilling, he dismissed the idea of consuming them directly. According to Li Muan, eating them would inflict no negative effects if they were first refined through the 5-element method. It was just that this type of refining skill was considered a demonic method, so she had only ever heard of it. Wang Lin pondered a bit before putting all of them into one bag of holding for when he finds the 5-element refining method. Then Wang Lin took out the dragon tendon. With a gentle flick, the devil flew out. The devil flew around the room once before looking at Wang Lin with an aggrieved expression. The red light on the devil was much richer than last time. Wang Lin looked at him with a cold expression and said, "To what degree has your cultivation level recovered?" The devil carefully backed up and said, "I have only recovered to the late stage of foundation establishment. If it wasn't for that sword stealing from me, I could have recovered to core formation." Wang Lin sneered and stared at the devil. The devil felt his hairs stand up from the stare. He backed up some more and then muttered, "I am at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, only one step from the core formation stage." With that, he secretly cursed and thought that if Wang Lin kept pushing him, then he would just go and fight him with all his might. But this was only an idea. The devil believed that even if he gave it his all, he wouldn't get anything good out of it. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his hand reached out. The devil let out a scream. He wanted to dodge, but he found formations around him. He could only watch himself be caught and brought toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin searched through the devil's body. Little by little, slivers of red kept appearing until a golden core appeared in the devil's gas-like body. The devil's anger quickly disappeared. He embarrassingly said, "What is this? When did I form my core? I must have devoured too much and formed it without realizing." As he spoke, he saw Wang Lin's cold gaze and stopped talking. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before suddenly asking, "You recovered your memory?" The devil immediately trembled. This was his biggest secret. When he reached the core formation stage, something extra suddenly appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to tell Wang Lin. Now that he was seen through by Wang Lin, he immediately became scared. He kept thinking inside his heart, "Should I go out all against him? Fight? No, I don't think I can beat him. I have decided. I'm going all out." He just had finally made up its mind and was ready to act when he raised his head and saw a red light inside Wang Lin's eyes. He immediately realized that things were getting bad when he suddenly let out a miserable scream from the pain. Green smoke came out of his body and even his golden core shrank. Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense originally wouldn't be this powerful, but he used to be a soul devourer. The pressure and the abilities of a soul devourer were still there. This made Wang Lin the devil's biggest weakness. After the devil screamed for a while, Wang Lin withdrew his G-realm divine sense. The devil stood there shaking. All traces of resistance were gone. Instead, he revealed an obedient expression. He wasn't afraid of anyone but Wang Lin. If Wang Lin had kept it up for half an hour, then his newly formed golden core would have shattered. Wang Lin calmly said, "Spit out all the souls you devoured." The devil's face immediately became very grim as he slowly spat out one soul after another. After spitting out more than 40 souls, his golden core was on the brink of shattering. Wang Lin waved his hand and all 43 souls flew into his forehead. They entered his consciousness and floated next to the soul of the core formation cultivator from Shenwu. The G-realm red lightning flew through each of the souls. As they disappeared, Wang Lin could feel his own soul become a bit stronger. The devil secretly relaxed a bit as he stared at Wang Lin but complained in his heart, "This is too much. These are all souls I managed to steal back from the damn sword. Sooner or later, I'll have my revenge. Just wait until my cultivation recovers to the nascent soul stage. Just as he was thinking about how he was going to deal with Wang Lin once he recovers to the nascent soul stage, his body was grabbed by Wang Lin and was thrown back into the dragon tendon. The devil let out a few frustrated sighs. The urge to go all out against Wang Lin appeared again. However, the urge died down again when he thought about how he wouldn't get a good result even if he were to shatter his golden core. After taking a gulp of spirit liquid, Wang Lin sat down to cultivate. After thinking about the power of Jie Donglei's sword cultivation method, he took out several hundred spirit stones. He was going to use these to place several hundred layers of the turtle shell's defensive formation on himself. After completing all of this, he took a deep breath and hit the side of the wall. The dragon's mouth slowly opened up. He got up and walked out. Just as he walked out of the dragon's mouth, he saw a charming and delicate figure standing near the tail of the dragon. Li Muin's expression looked haggard, but her eyes were shining as she stared at one of the scales on the dragon's tail. Shang Guanma stood next to her with a glowing pearl, providing light for her. Wang Lin remained silent. This time, his closed-door cultivation didn't take long, but from the looks of Li Muin, she hadn't left at all. He sighed in his heart as he jumped down. His body glided down along the dragon and landed behind her. When Shang Guanma saw Wang Lin, he immediately put even more spiritual energy into the pearl to make it shine brighter. He also forced sweat to appear on his forehead to make it look like he was focused. Wang Lin watched her delicate face making a serious expression. Her eyebrows, which were as beautiful as a painting, were furrowed, and she was biting her lower lip as she carefully examined the scales. A gentle wind blew by, moving a few strands of her hair. Wang Lin's voice was gentle as he slowly said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Li Muin's fingers trembled. She raised her head toward Wang Lin and stared at him for a long time before whispering, "Are you really going to send me back?" Wang Lin dodged Li Muin's gaze and nodded. Li Muin chuckled, but this chuckle contained a trace of helplessness. She stood up, tidied up her clothes, and said, "Give me 3 days of time, okay?" Wang Lin looked at her once before floating back to the dragon's head and sat down in the lotus position. Li Muin took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding and placed it on her forehead. After recording the pattern of the scales she had memorized, she turned to Shang Guanma and calmly said, "Prepare a room for me." Shang Guanma quickly agreed. He felt like he was wrong about what he saw back then. This fiend and this little girl's relationship wasn't what he originally thought it was. Inside the room, Li Muin calmly sat on the ground as scenes from these past few years flashed through her eyes. From when she was being chased by that core formation cultivator from Shenwu, to being saved by Wang Lin, and the two of them escaping together. Then to being chased by the fire beasts and charging through the fire beasts into the Sea of Devils. Creating the cave where she focused on alchemy and he focused on cultivation, until he left for 3 years and brought her back the pill furnace. When he returned, he was being chased by core formation cultivators. He was then able to reach the core formation stage and carved up a path of blood. When Wang Lin was reaching the core formation stage, a weak girl like herself went out to face those core formation demonic cultivators herself. Just as she was about to kill herself, Wang Lin suddenly appeared and saved her. She wasn't able to comprehend this sudden change. It caused her body to weaken and she was about to fall over when he caught her. "Don't move. I'm taking you to kill people." This phrase kept echoing inside Li Muin's ears. Thinking about that phrase made many complicated feelings appear in her heart and her face turned red. Along the way, she thought about it many times and couldn't help but bitterly smile about it. However, as Wang Lin killed his way here, that phrase weighted heavily in her heart. Li Muin muttered, "I'm taking you to kill people." Her lips curled up into a faint smile as she took a breath. "Other people would take me to watch a beautiful moon or the setting sun, and yet he takes me to kill people." Shortly after, she exhaled and muttered, "Over these years, he never asked for my name and I still don't know what his is either. Perhaps in his eyes, my name is not important. What's important is that I know alchemy. Now that the pills have been refined, I guess I have lost my value. Thinking about this, the complicated feelings in her heart became even stronger until they became a heart-piercing pain. A stream of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. This line of blood, in contrast with her immaculate beauty, was a very shocking. The term sad beauty was very fitting for her right now. After a long time, she bit her lower lip and took out pieces of jade scales from her bag of holding. There was a total of 18,874, the same as the number of scales on the dragon. Earlier, Jie Donglei didn't have enough disciples to stand on every single scale. These pieces of jade scales were the fruits of her last half a month of sleepless effort. She spent all that time recording each scale. The amount of mental stress she had accumulated cost her at least 5 years of her life. It was just that Li Muin didn't care about any of that anymore. She took up the scales one by one and linked them together. Sometimes she would even change what was inside them. First she fused the almost 20,000 pieces of jade into 10,000 pieces, then 5,000 pieces, and so on. 3 days later, Li Muin's face was pale and her body was very weak. She felt like she would fall over if the wind were to blow on her. She walked out of the cave leaning against the wall. Wang Lin was holding an object that he had been studying for the last 3 days in his hand. When Li Muin came out, he put the object away before jumping down before her. When he saw her even more worn-out face, he frowned and asked, "What were you doing in the last 3 days? Drink this." He took out a jade bottle that contained 300 drops of spiritual liquid and placed it in Li Muin's hand. Li Muin put away the jade bottle like a treasure and whispered, "Thank you, senior brother. I am fine. Let us go." With that, her face regained some color as she leaned on Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go home." Wang Lin pondered for a very long time before wrapping his left hand around Li Muin's waist. His body immediately flew into the air and cut open a path in the fog before them. Then the two quickly disappeared into the sky. The plum blossom is an elegant thing. If there it had a hint of gold, it would look too grand. However, that red in the center changes the entire feel of the flower. From plain to awe-inspiring, from elegant to something strange. There were many cultivators talking to each other at the inn. But when the old man entered, the talking stopped. A few gazes turned toward the old man before they were withdrawn. After the old man entered the inn, he didn't even look around and sat down on a seat near the window. After ordering some light wine, he sat there and drank by himself. His brow sometimes furrowed and sometimes loosened. His heart was clearly very heavy. At this moment, the talking in the inn returned. At one of the tables, a few cultivators revealed worried expressions and whispered, "That fiend killed his way here and then fought with the fighting evil sex Jie Donglei for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he used a mysterious magic treasure to kill Jie Donglei in an instant and then whipped his body for 7 days and 7 nights. I think Nando City will have a new owner." The old man's expression changed when he heard the words, "mysterious magic treasure." A round-faced cultivator revealed a reminiscent look and sighed. So what about it? I personally saw that fiend myself." At that moment, the sky was filled with bodies he had trapped. There were at least 1,000 bodies being dragged behind him. That fiend really knows how to enjoy himself. He was even holding a beautiful girl in his arms as he flew across the sky. That scene is something I will never forget in my life. The old man slightly frowned and muttered to himself. A cold-faced young man took a drink and sneered, "You guys should be quiet. I heard that person cultivates the very vicious death spell and hates it when people talk about him. Be careful. If words reaches his ears, you guys will die without a grave." The moment the old man heard the words death spell, his eyes immediately lit up. The young man sneered as he took another gulp. "In my opinion, since that person has the kill order on him, if he is still within Nando City, then he won't live for much longer. Right now there are no nascent soul cultivators near Nando City, but once the news spreads, nascent soul cultivators might make their way here. If I were him, I would find a place to hide out these 100 days. 100-day kill order?" The old man's eyes immediately lit up even more. His right hand reached out and the young man's face immediately turned red as his neck was grabbed by an invisible force and pulled over. "Boy, this old man is very interested in the person you talked about. Could you tell me about him in detail?" The inn suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were on the green-robed old man. The old man held the young man in his hand and coldly looked at everyone else. Eyes like lightning, these three words came to the minds of the surrounding cultivators. They felt like their entire beings were being seen through and a bucket of cold water was being poured over their heads at the same time. An early-stage core formation cultivator's cup immediately fell to the ground as he quickly lowered his head. His eyes filled with terror. He secretly groaned. This feeling, it should be a nascent soul. The old man withdrew his gaze and loosened his hand. The young man's neck was covered in a black bruise. The old man poured a cup for him, took a drink, and slowly said, "Speak. How did all of this happen?" The young man didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he wasn't able to see through this old man at all. However, with his many years of experience, he knew that this old man was at least a mid-stage core formation, or even late-stage core formation cultivator. That person suddenly appeared half a month ago, killed 10 of the fighting evil sex elders, and for some reason got tagged with the kill order. The young man explained everything he knew in detail. The old man closed his eyes and casually waved his hand. The young man's eyes widened as his entire body was turned into a mist of blood, and then a strange wind came and carried the blood mist away. The cultivators in the inn were all terrified. They wanted to leave, but no one dared to move first. The old man pondered a bit. He opened his eyes as he locked on to the early-stage core formation cultivator and said, "You, come over here." The core formation cultivator's body trembled as he quickly stood up and arrived 1 foot away from the old man. With a trembling voice, he respectfully said, "Junior Su Mu greets Senior. Whatever Senior needs, please ask. Junior swears on my own golden core that everything I say is true. Just please have mercy." The old man poured a cup of wine. After he drank it, he said, "Since I entered the inn, every time that person was brought up, the spiritual energy in your body went out of control. I guess you must have seen him in person." Sumu took a deep breath. Fear lingered in his eyes as he whispered, "Junior has indeed seen that fiend in person. What is his cultivation level?" A mysterious light appeared in the old man's eyes as he asked the question. He wanted to know this the most. This was also why he killed the young man. The young man had said a lot of useless things but never said what cultivation level that person was at. Early stage core formation. Sumu felt a bit uneasy, so he quickly added, "Senior, the person looks like he is just at the early stage of core formation, but he has 2 treasures. Hearing the words 2 treasures, although the old man's expression remained the same, he became alert. One of them is a flying sword that can teleport. The old man felt a bit disappointed as he poured a cup of wine and drank it. Sumu carefully observed the old man as he nervously said, "There is another one. It is, Junior really doesn't understand what it is either. I only see a red light and there is something inside the red light. However, whoever gets touched by the red light dies and their body gets turned into a skeleton." The old man pondered for a bit, then stood up, dropped a piece of low-quality spirit stone, and grabbed Sumu. Both of them instantly traveled more than 1,000 kilometers. The moment he left, all of the cultivators in the inn were filled with terror. The 3 words in everyone's minds were, "Nascent Soul Cultivator." Under Sumu's guidance, the old man teleported to the fighting evil sect in just half an hour. He spread out his powerful divine sense and found Shang Guanma. To Shang Guanma's shock, the old man was able to take another drop of his soul essence blood to use the connection between the 2 drops to track Wang Lin. He then threw Sumu down and quickly left. As for Wang Lin, he moved very fast while carrying Li Muan. The flying sword made an opening through the thick fog of the Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devils is surrounded by fog all year round, but for only 1 month out of every year, the fog turns into water. In all the years that Wang Lin had stayed in the Sea of Devils, due to him being in closed-door cultivation, he hadn't encountered this phenomenon. 1 month after he entered the 14th valley, the fog turned into sea. This happened every year for the 3 years he had spent there, and now it was about to happen again. Li Muin was different. She had personally experienced it every single year. With the protection of the formation, the seawater couldn't enter the cave, but she could clearly see the deep blue ocean outside, along with some of the rare spirit beasts that would swim by. Close to 4 years of time meant the fog had turned into sea 4 times. Every time, Li Muin would personally manage the formation and only relax after it was over. The fog was even denser now than when they first arrived in the Sea of Devils. Some parts of the fog had already turned into water. As the two flew higher, the fog got denser and denser, until it felt like they were swimming in water. Li Muin whispered, "It's about to turn into a sea." Wang Lin didn't answer. He suddenly stopped to look behind and started to observe the surrounding fog. He could see that the slowly moving fog was moving faster than before. It was as if it were being pushed forward. Even some of the surrounding creatures were moving in every direction but forward. Li Muin saw Wang Lin's expression and whispered, "What is it, senior brother?" "Nothing." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he flew forward even faster. He felt very uneasy. From the movement of the fog, it was clear that someone was flying in this direction at a very fast pace. The person chasing from behind had to be a very powerful cultivator. It would be impossible to produce this pushing effect on the fog otherwise. Also, the surrounding creatures were scattering in all directions except for forward. This made Wang Lin even more sure that someone was closing in from behind. In fact, this is very easy to explain. If there is a school of small fish swimming in the water and then a very fast sword flies through them, they would immediately scatter in all directions but forward. Wang Lin played a lot in the rivers near the village with the other kids when he was a boy. After seeing this happen, he was able to make the connection and detect the abnormality. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he took out the spirit liquid and took a big gulp. The golden core in his body quickly spun as it absorbed the spiritual energy in the liquid, allowing him to release even more spiritual energy. This resulted in his speed increasing. Li Muin was able to feel Wang Lin's nervousness. She quickly took out some materials and made some simple formations to throw behind them. Wang Lin looked behind him and revealed a look of admiration. Li Muin felt a sense of sweetness in her heart, but she had used too much energy before, so now felt like she had no strength left. When she saw Wang Lin's speed increase after drinking the spirit liquid, she hesitated a bit before taking out the bottle of spirit liquid that Wang Lin had given her. She drank a few drops and was immediately shocked. She carefully put it away and continued to make those small formations. As the two flew higher, an invisible force eventually appeared. This was the pressure of the sea that was unique to the Sea of Devils. Anyone that tried to leave would have to face this pressure. 70,000 kilometers behind Wang Lin, the old man slapped his bag of holding and took out a green gourd. The gourd immediately grew to 100 times its original size. The old man casually sat on the gourd as it flew forward. Thanks to the gourd, his speed was at least doubled. As Wang Lin moved, he could feel the pushing force of the fog getting stronger. Although some of it was due to his own speed, it was obvious that the person chasing him had increased their speed through some unknown method. The fog in the Sea of Devils had thinned down a lot as water began to appear. If one were to look from above the Sea of Devils, then they would see that the fog was thin enough to see through. Under the moonlight, the Sea of Devils sparkled. It was as if a layer of water had already formed. The water quickly spread as time passed and waves roared as they hit the land. The old man frowned from his seat on the gourd. Before him were well-placed active formations. Although the formations were weak and he didn't mind them, if he continued to ram into them one by one, they would still hinder him. The old man let out a snort as he waved his hand and slapped the gourd. The seal on the gourd opened up and a powerful force pushed out. A ripple began to spread out from the mouth of the gourd. All of the formations that the ripples touched were instantly destroyed. Even the fog and sea water were pushed aside, creating a tunnel forward. The old man sat on top of the gourd as he quickly charged into the tunnel. Wang Lin's body had already been soaked by the water. He took another gulp of spirit liquid and quickly charged forward into the descending sea. He hugged Li Muin and pushed his body forward. His body moved through the water like a fish. Soon he could see the surface. His eyes became cold as he pointed forward and the flying sword suddenly disappeared. Then Wang Lin dragged Li Muin out of the water like a sword piercing the heavens. The moment the two came out of the water, they disappeared in a trail of light. The crystal sword moved in rhythm with the waves, waiting for the right moment to attack. Half an hour later, a large swirl appeared in the sea. The swirl was about 100 meters wide and it moved in one direction. There was a black tunnel connected to the bottom of the Sea of Devils at the center of the swirl. A green gourd slowly rose from within the tunnel. The green-robed old man sat on top of the gourd and looked up at the sky. He slapped the gourd and was just about to fly upward when his expression changed. He raised 2 fingers and pinched down on a crystal light that suddenly appeared in front of his face. He sneered, but that sneer immediately changed. The crystal light in between his fingers slowly disappeared. It was an afterimage. The old man suddenly moved his head as the crystal light brushed by his face. The crystal light flashed a few times before disappearing. The old man didn't stop, but his face was gloomy. He wiped the blood from his cheek with his finger. Then he placed this finger next to his mouth and licked the blood off before closing his eyes to think. This little guy is very bold. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slapped the gourd. The gourd shrank back to its original size. He opened up the gourd and took a drink. The liquid inside released the sweet scent of wine. Hofun. Although the disaster of the fire beasts was resolved by the rank 4 cultivation country, the spiritual energy there was filled with fire element, making it impossible to cultivate. Adding on the fact that the ground was too hot, the country was mostly covered in lava and volcanoes kept on erupting, turning the mortal kingdoms into patches of wasteland. The former imperial city was covered in lava and all of the buildings were gone. There was no living creatures left in Hofun. The entire country was like a silent grave. Wang Lin and Li Muin quickly flew over the country. They both silently pondered as they saw what had become of Hofun. Although Wang Lin had some mixed feelings about all of this, if it wasn't for the heaven-defying bead absorbing the fire spirit, then he would have already been devoured by it. All of this could only be considered a coincidence. There was no right or wrong. If he was given a choice at that moment, even knowing the result, he would have still done the same thing. The two of them flew across the sky like a shooting star. Soon, they passed by the place where they first met. Li Muin looked at Wang Lin but didn't say a word. As for Wang Lin, he was thinking about the person chasing them and had no time to think about anything else. Wang Lin suddenly stretched his arm out behind him and the crystal flying sword landed in his hand. Wang Lin suddenly stopped as he stared at the trace of blood on the flying sword. He smeared the blood onto his hand and then, after staring at it for a while, his expression became very unsettled. He could feel dense spiritual energy from this blood. There was this much spiritual energy in this small amount of blood. Just what kind of cultivation level had this person reached? He took out a jade bottle and placed the blood inside. Right now, he felt like there was a mountain weighing down his heart. He looked at the giant Punish above his head and sneered. Then he flew even faster while holding Li Muin. After quickly crossing the border of Hofun, they could see the mountain where the Hofun Union had originally built their base. The 4 flags of Hofun were hung high on the top of the mountain, signifying that this area belonged to the Hofun Union. After they arrived here, Wang Lin stopped. He pondered for a bit and then said, "I'll be sending you off." Li Muin bit her lower lip as she looked behind them and said, "How about you follow me back to Lu Hisek to hide for a bit?" Wang Lin calmly said, "No need." With that, he hesitated for a bit while looking at Li Muin. He slapped his forehead and Li Muin's soul essence blood flew out. Wang Lin didn't immediately return it, but left a trace of his G-realm inside it before returning it. Wang Lin slowly said, "Thank you for these past 4 years. I have left a sliver of my divine sense in your soul essence blood. Anyone below the nascent soul stage will no longer be able to harm you." Li Muin revealed a complicated look and asked, "Will we have a chance to meet in the future?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit before letting out a sigh. He didn't answer the question but took something out from his bag of holding and handed it to Li Muin. It was the 100-beast pill furnace. He had gotten it back after killing Kuan Sang. Li Muin took the 100-beast pill furnace. After looking at it for a while, she raised her head and said, "These are pills I have made in the past few years. The jade has an explanation of all of them." With that, she took out more than 10 small bottles and passed them to Wang Lin, along with a piece of jade. After Wang Lin received them, he put them into his bag of holding. He then looked at Li Muin and clasped his hands. "For years ago, I promised to bring you back here safely. Now that I have, we no longer owe each other anything. Goodbye." Wang Lin was about to leave when Li Muin suddenly shouted, "Senior brother, this is my gift to you." With that, she took out a white jade and threw it at Wang Lin. Then, without looking back, she flew toward the Ho-Fan Union. Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it. The message Li Muin left inside echoed in his ears. "Senior brother, Wan Er doesn't know what your name is because you've never told me in these past 4 years. I believe you don't know mine either. Wan Er thanks you for the countless times you have saved me in these past 4 years. The time I spent in the Sea of Devils is something I'll never forget. Since our separation is inevitable, and Wan Er knows that senior brother goes into closed-door cultivation a lot, Wan Er is gifting you this jade. This jade is the epitome of Wan Er's formation skills. It contains the Fighting Evil Sex Battle Dragon formation with improvements. This formation is a fusion of attack and defense, but compared to attack, defense is the true purpose of his formation. If it can protect senior brother for a while when you encounter danger, then Wan Er is satisfied. Holding the jade, listening to Li Muin's words, and watching her figure disappear into the distance, Wang Lin began to ponder. He put away the jade, then his body suddenly landed on the ground. After taking one step, he disappeared. After moving far away, he touched his forehead and his body disappeared in a flash of light. He entered the heaven-defying bead, and at this moment, his presence disappeared. Wang Lin had already decided that he would enter the heaven-defying bead after bringing Li Muin back. The kill order was going to last 100 days. For him, it was just a few extra days of cultivation inside the heaven-defying bead. This was also why, even though he knew of the danger of the kill order, he still killed Chen Kuan. The old man chasing Wang Lin quickly arrived in Ho-Fan. He arrived at the spot where Wang Lin disappeared shortly after he entered the heaven-defying bead. The old man's face was filled with doubt as his body descended further into the ground. After searching for a while, he came out of the ground with an even stronger look of doubt than before. Gone. Even the connection between the soul blood essence is gone. It seems that that little guy has quite a few secrets. Just at this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked without any expression at the 3 rays of light flying at him. Soon, the 3 rays of light arrived, revealing 1 woman and 2 men. The woman was wearing a formal dress. She looked very high-statured. To her left was a very handsome man in black robes. He had an overall very elegant presence. To the woman's right was a tall, red-faced old man. The old man's face was different from normal people's. His eyes were like 2 large bells and his pupils were like 2 burning flames. The old man looked at the 3 and calmly asked, "Why are you 3 here?" That woman was Feng Luan, and as for the elegant, scholarly-looking man, it was without a doubt her cultivation partner, Yang Senator. As for the old man, he was one of the nascent soul ancestors from the War God Shrine. His cultivation level was the same as Yang Sen's. Yang Sen looked at the old man with dread because he couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. He clasped his hands and asked, "Is fellow cultivator from Xianwu?" The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Who is your fellow cultivator? Scram? Or else I'm going to take your nascent soul and use it to refine treasures." Yang Sen's expression changed. He sneered and was about to speak when the red-faced man stopped him. His bell-like eyes stared at the 7 golden plum flowers on the old man's clothes and asked, "Is your excellency from the Sea of Devils?" Yang San and Feng Luan looked at each other before looking at the golden plum flower on the old man's shirt. The old man frowned and became impatient. He waved his hand and the three of them were pushed back. A powerful wind pushed them far away. Even the nascent souls in their bodies felt like they were going to be blown out. After they were finally able to stop themselves, the three's expressions became gloomy and Xianxia asked, "What cultivation level?" The red-faced old man bitterly replied, "At least late-stage nascent soul." Feng Wan frowned and whispered, "Zobin, what was that golden plum flower? I believe the two of you have heard about this before. 300 years ago, before I entered the war god shrine, I traveled through the Sea of Devils. My early-stage nascent soul cultivation was enough to keep myself safe as long as I didn't enter any dangerous areas. The Sea of Devils has a total of 999 cities, and a bit more than 300 of them are in the inner sea. Among those 300 or so cities, 7 of them are called the Land of Seven Plums. The 7 cities connected form the petal of a plum flower. If you look from a distance, it does resemble it. There are a total of 7 city lords whose cultivation levels are unfathomable. Rumor has it that they have already reached the soul formation stage, but those rumors are not confirmed." Feng Luan's frown tightened as he asked, "That person just now?" The old man's expression became serious as he said, "If I'm not wrong, then that person just now was one of the city lords of one of the 7 cities. However, the demonic cultivators of the Sea of Devils, especially ones from Inner Sea, don't leave the Sea of Devils so easily. I don't believe he will stay here for long." The three of them looked at each other. Each of them could feel the weight on each other's hearts. They went around the old man as they returned to the Ho Fan Union's mountain. The three of them sensed the aura of a foreign nascent soul cultivator earlier, so they came to check. However, they didn't expect the result to be someone so difficult to deal with. The old man wandered around the area for a bit before letting out a snort and spreading out his divine sense. This time he wasn't going to miss a thing. He carefully scanned the area from the ground to the sky. The old man's divine sense slowly swept the area. He gradually began to spread out further and further, until it even affected the Ho Fan Union. However, the old man didn't care. He swept the area several times but was still unable to find anything. The doubt in his heart became even stronger. He pondered for a bit before disappearing and crossing Ho Fan at a frightening pace. He went into one of its bordering nations, Tianmao. His goal was the Heavens Tower at the center of Tianmo. The person inside it was a messenger from an upper cultivation country. Not all rank 3 cultivation countries have a Heavens Tower. Ho Fan and Xianwu don't have one. This is also why Ho Fan decided to invade Xianwu rather than Tianmo. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin cultivated inside the heaven-defying bead. Soon 100 days had passed. On this day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The punish above his head became less and less red, until it went from blood red to gray. An invisible wave appeared and began to slowly push outwards. The heaven-defying bead originally released gentle light, but at this moment, it began to shine brightly. As the wave spread out, more and more of the lights began to shine brightly. Eventually, every light in the area was shining brightly. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him. He was shocked. Shortly after the punish above his head shrank, Wang Lin could sense powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The fluctuations grew more intense until a gray, spherical pill appeared in the air. A bit of flame floated above the pill. Wang Lin reached out toward it, and it descended toward Wang Lin's hand until it was 1 inch from his palm. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that the spiritual energy contained in this pill matched exactly the full cultivation of someone at the mid-stage of core formation. Wang Lin recalled the information that Li Muan had given him about the kill order. After pondering for a bit, he put it away instead of using it immediately. Wang Lin decided to save this pill for when he attempts to form his nascent soul. It should make the success rate will be higher. The chances of forming a nascent soul were much lower than forming his golden core. The main reason he was able to form his core was due to the underworld ascension cultivation method and Li Muan's pill. If either of these were missing, he might not have been able to succeed in forming his core and might have been forever stuck at the foundation establishment stage. There was an even harder hurdle in the future though, the nascent soul stage. Forming a nascent soul was simply too hard. Wang Lin believed that even with Ma Liang's body's talent, there was almost no hope unless he could find those legendary pills that could increase the chance of forming a nascent soul that Li Muan talked about. However, almost all of those pills were in rank 5 or higher cultivation countries, and they rarely ever leaked out. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "Nascent soul, nascent soul, even with the heaven-defying bead. I'm afraid I will need hundreds of years to succeed. What's most important now is to find a new cultivation method. The underworld Ascension cultivation method has reached its peak and Situ Nan is still asleep, so I have to rely on myself." The first thing he needed to find was a cultivation method for the core formation stage. But choosing this cultivation method was very difficult. Right now, all of the cultivation methods he had were from people he had killed. Although there were some that were fitting for a core formation cultivator to use, they were all too different, making it hard to choose one. These were not the key points though. The key point was he wanted to pick a cultivation method that would increase his chance of forming his nascent soul. Thinking about this, his eyes lit up. From Ma Liang's memories, the War God Shrine's divine path seemed to have this effect. However, what confused Wang Lin was that if the War God Shrine really had a cultivation method like this, on top of people within their own country being greedy, even rank 4 or rank 5 cultivation countries wouldn't just leave it be. However, according to Ma Liang's memories, the War God Shrine's divine path never piqued the interest of the higher-ranked cultivation countries. This confused Wang Lin. However, the only clue he had was this divine path. Wang Lin decided that he had to get his hands on the divine path no matter what. The divine path that Ma Liang knew about was something derived from a senior who had gained insight to the original divine path, so it was actually a fake. What Wang Lin wanted was the original divine path. Everything Wang Lin had done was to ensure that he would successfully form his nascent soul in the future. Only by preparing now could he increase the success rate as much as possible. But a mere cultivation method wasn't enough to make Wang Lin confident. Forming a nascent soul was very difficult. It has to be said that the qualification for a rank 2 cultivation country to reach rank 3 is someone reaching the nascent soul stage. This alone showed how difficult it was. Wang Lin secretly sighed and went back to cultivating. After staying inside the heaven-defying bead for a few more days, he prepared to leave. Before he left, he went to visit Situ Nan and his parents' souls. After silently standing there for a bit, he left the heaven-defying bead. At some location underground, there was a flash of rainbow-colored light as Wang Lin appeared. Right after he appeared, he quickly dashed off into the distance. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and carefully observed the outside. It was the dead of night and everything was quiet. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before quickly moving toward the Hofen Union. But before he moved much, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from his divine sense. He used his earth escape technique to its limit to quickly go further underground. From 300 feet to 1,000 feet, he continued to go down and his speed only increased. An old voice echoed throughout Wang Lin's divine sense. "This old man has waited 97 days for you, little guy." Wang Lin's skull tingled. His hair stood up, and his face was gloomy. Without a word, he continued to descend. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 10,000 feet. Wang Lin descended straight down, and as he got deeper, he felt a force resisting him, causing him to immediately change directions into a diagonal descent. Good thing I borrowed this earth boat from someone. It would be really hard to catch you when you escape past the Earth's crust thanks to the force there." The voice continued to echo in Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin remained silent as he suddenly changed directions and started heading up. From 1,000 feet underground to 100 feet, and he charged out to the surface with the Hofen Union mountain range right before him. The moment he appeared, he charged toward the mountain. A screen of light appeared around the mountain. The moment he touched the light, he took out the identification jade he was given. He effortlessly passed through the light and then looked back. At this moment, a large, black, wooden boat came up from the ground. The old man stood on top of the boat and looked at Wang Lin on the other side of the light screen. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Your divine sense is very strange. Although you have adjusted it to your body, it is still a bit off. It seems you've stolen that body. Little guy, come with me. This place can't protect you. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he silently sneered. The old man's lips moved, revealing a strange smile. His right hand gently pressed against the light screen, making a few cracks appear before the entire light screen completely shattered. The entire mountain shook, kicking up a lot of dirt and dust. The Hof and Union's nascent soul cultivators flew out one by one, terrified. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He turned around and sunk back into the ground to escape again. The old man sneered and was about to chase when one of the evil devil sect's nascent soul cultivators bit the bullet and asked, "Fellow cultivator, why did you destroy our sect's protective formation?" This person had been around for 3 months. He didn't do much most of the time besides scan past the area with his divine sense. His divine sense was very strong and it shocked all of the nascent soul cultivators present. Secretly, the cultivators of Hofan were keeping a tab on the old man. Today they saw a disciple of the Hof and Union coming. But before they could take a closer look, they were all dumbfounded by the old man destroying their sect's protective formation with one press of his palm. If they were to let this go, the Hof and Union would lose all face. It was the evil demon sect's turn to guard the mountain today, which was why this nascent soul cultivator was the one to bite the bullet and ask the question. This way, their attitude on this matter was voiced. Whether or not the old man answered, the nascent soul cultivator wasn't going to force the subject either way. The old man stared at the cultivators of Hofon and said one word, "Scram!" This one word sent out a powerful shockwave that rang inside the cultivator's ears. After the sound wave passed, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. The cultivators all looked at each other. Some of them are bleeding out of their mouths and noses. None of them were able to utter a word. But the old man soon returned. His face was very gloomy as he stared at the mountain. His eyes closed and then suddenly opened as his powerful divine sense spread out. He scanned every single person in the mountain and even searched up to 1,000 feet underground. The more he scanned, the more he burrowed his brow. Finally, his body moved and from 1 he became 2. Then from 2 he became 4. 4 identical-looking old men spread out in 4 directions, each scanning with their own divine sense. But they still found nothing. The old man stomped the ground as he and his 3 avatars each went to the 4 corners of Shenwu. Their divine senses connected and encircled the entire country. There are only 3 years left. Little guy, in these 3 years, I, the 8th extreme demon lord, will refine Shenwu to find you. Ah! If it wasn't for that place needing the death spell to pass through, I wouldn't spend all this time trying to capture you.